Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was a seer like Wednesday and used his visions to identify the Horcruxes early. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Diary's Confession. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets smelled like death. Not the metaphorical kind, actual rot, centuries of stagnant water, and something underneath it all that Harry couldn't name. Something that made the hair on his arms stand up even though sweat already plastered his shirt to his back. Lockhart was useless. That had stopped being a surprise hours ago. The man sat against the curved pipe wall, humming to himself and occasionally asking where they were, his memory charm backfire complete. Ron had stayed behind to clear rubble from the cave-in, his freckled face pale but determined when Harry left him. Now Harry stood alone at the threshold of the inner chamber, the massive door carved with serpents slightly ajar. Fawkes perched on his shoulder, talons careful not to pierce skin, and the weight of the sorting hat hung from his belt like a dead thing. Ginny was in there. Dying, according to the diary. And so was whatever had taken her. Harry pushed the door open. It swung without sound, which was somehow worse than creaking. The chamber stretched before him like a cathedral built for something that hated light. Massive stone pillars carved with serpents rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Green-tinged water pooled in channels along the floor, and at the far end, Ginny crumpled at the base of an enormous statue. Her red hair splayed across ancient stone like spilled wine. Harry ran. His footsteps echoed off the walls, too loud, announcing his presence to anyone listening. He didn't care. He dropped to his knees beside her, hands finding her face, her neck, checking for a pulse. Weak, but there. She won't wake. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry's head snapped up. A boy stood nearby. Tall, dark-haired, handsome in a way that belonged on magazine covers. He wore Slytherin robes that looked 50 years out of date, and his edges seemed wrong somehow, too sharp in some places, too blurry in others. Not quite real. Tom Riddle, Harry said. It wasn't a question. The boy smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. You know who I am. Good. That will make this easier. Harry's hand found his wand automatically, but Tom, Riddle, whatever he was, only watched with mild interest. Ginny told me all about you, Harry Potter. The boy who stopped Lord Voldemort. Riddle's smile widened. I must admit, I've been curious. How did a baby manage what so many grown wizards couldn't? Harry ignored him. His eyes found the diary lying open on the floor near Ginny's outstretched hand, its pages blank but somehow radiating wrongness. Every instinct screamed at him to grab it, to destroy it, she poured so much of herself into me, Riddle continued, circling like a shark. Her fears. Her secrets. Her soul, piece by piece. And in return, I grew strong enough to step out of those pages. He looked down at his own translucent hands with something like wonder. Soon I'll be real again. And she'll be dead. A fair trade, I think. I'm going to stop you, Harry said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. Are you? Riddle tilted his head. With what? That useless wand? The half-dead bird on your shoulder? His expression shifted, contempt bleeding through the charming mask. I've seen your thoughts through Ginny's eyes, Potter. You're nothing special. A frightened child who got lucky once. Harry's hand closed around the diary. The chamber disappeared. He stood in a bathroom. Not the chamber, somewhere else entirely. Sunlight streamed through frosted windows, and everything looked cleaner, brighter, 50 years younger. A girl stood at the sink, thick glasses perched on her nose, crying. Myrtle Warren. Moaning Myrtle, before she became a ghost. Harry tried to speak, tried to move, but he had no body here. He was watching a memory that wasn't his own, seeing through eyes that belonged to someone else. Someone standing in the doorway. Myrtle looked up. Her expression shifted from sadness to confusion to fear in the span of a heartbeat. Kill her. The voice came from Harry's mouth, no, from the mouth of whoever he was wearing. Parseltongue, a command that bypassed thought and went straight to action. He felt the basilisk move before he saw it. Felt the connection like a wire in his chest, the absolute certainty of a loyal weapon responding to its master's call. Yellow eyes opened in the darkness of a pipe. Myrtle screamed. And then she didn't. Harry felt Tom Riddle's joy like ice water in his veins. Felt the triumph, the relief, the hunger that had nothing to do with food. The first step. The first proof that the theory would work. Time lurched. Now he stood in a shadowed room, the girl's body crumpled behind him. Riddle knelt on the floor, the diary open before him, and he was chanting, words that scraped against reality like broken glass, syllables that made Harry's soul try to crawl out of his skin. Pain. Unimaginable, tearing, wrong pain. Something inside Tom Riddle split. Harry experienced it like being struck by lightning and dragged underwater simultaneously. A piece of existence, a fragment of self so fundamental it made everything else seem trivial, ripped free from its moorings and poured into the diary's pages. A Horcrux. The word surfaced in Harry's mind like a bloated corpse rising from deep water. Tom Riddle had killed Myrtle and used her death to tear his soul in half. The vision shattered into fragments. A ring on a dead man's hand, heavy gold, cracked black stone, hidden in a rotting shack. A locket in a dark cave, surrounded by an army of corpses in the water. A cup gleaming gold in a vault that stretched for miles. A diadem tarnished with centuries of neglect, sitting in a room full of impossible things. A snake. Massive, intelligent, devoted. And something else. Something that looked back at Harry through the cascade of images, formless, patient, watching him see what should never be seen. Found you, it whispered. At last. Harry gasped back to consciousness on the chamber floor. His nose was bleeding. He could feel it running hot down his upper lip, taste copper on his tongue. The diary had burned in his grip, and when he looked down, he saw the imprint of its cover seared into his palm. Tom Riddle stared at him. For the first time, the shade's composure cracked. His eyes were wide, his form flickering like a candle in wind. What did you see? Riddle demanded. His voice had lost its smooth certainty. What did you do? Harry stood slowly. His legs felt like water, his head pounded with every heartbeat, but something had changed. Some fundamental thing inside him had shifted position, and the world looked different now. Sharper. Fuller. He could see the connection between Riddle and the diary, a thread of poisoned light linking the shade to its anchor. He could feel the wrongness of it the way he felt temperature or hunger. This thing shouldn't exist. But he could also feel how to end it. I saw what you did to her, Harry said. Myrtle. She was just crying in a bathroom. She didn't deserve. Riddle laughed, but it sounded forced. You think the world runs on what people deserve. She served a purpose. Her death bought me immortality. No, Harry said. It didn't. He looked at the diary. Really looked at it, the way he could now. Inside those pages was a fractured piece of something that had once been human, twisted by murder and dark magic into an abomination that mimicked life without possessing it. It could be destroyed. The basilisk fawn was somewhere in this chamber. He'd seen that too, in the chaos of the visions. The snake's venom was one of the few things capable of, you're stalling. Riddle's eyes narrowed. Something clicked behind them, recognition or realization or both. You saw more than just that memory. What else? Harry didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at the statue of Salazar Slytherin, the massive stone face with its mouth carved open, and let himself fall back into the new awareness that pulsed behind his eyes. The basilisk waited. Coiled in the darkness behind those stone lips, sleeping the sleep of ages, waiting for a Parselmouth to call it forth. Riddle had already opened the chamber. The snake was awake. It would come if commanded. But Harry could see something Riddle couldn't. The beast was ancient, tired, and bound to this place by magic that had frayed over centuries. Its loyalty wasn't to Riddle, not really. It served the heir of Slytherin, whoever could speak its language. Harry was a Parselmouth too. "I'm going to give you one chance," Harry said quietly. "Go back into the diary. Let Ginny go. Maybe Dumbledore can find a way to give you peace." Riddle stared at him. Then he laughed, not the forced sound from before, but genuine disbelief. "Peace? You think I want peace?" He spread his arms wide, encompassing the chamber and everything it represented. "I am Lord Voldemort. I conquered death itself. I will live forever, in one form or another, and when I'm done here, I'll finish what I started 50 years ago. Peace is for the weak. Peace is for people too afraid to grasp true power." "All right," Harry said. "I gave you a chance." He looked up at the statue and spoke in Parseltongue. "Kill him." Riddle's expression froze. For a split second, he looked exactly like Myrtle Warren, confused, disbelieving, failing to understand that death had finally come for him. Then the basilisk struck. The snake came out of the statue's mouth like a nightmare made flesh. 60 feet of armored scales, fangs the length of swords, and eyes that Harry kept his own firmly averted from. But it didn't come for Harry. It went for Riddle, the shade, the abomination, the thing that had commanded it to kill and then abandoned it for 50 years in the dark. There was no loyalty there. The basilisk was a creature of murder and ancient hate, but it was also old, and it remembered being forgotten. Harry had shown it a new master. One who spoke its language and asked instead of commanded. Riddle screamed something in Parseltongue, a countermand, a desperate attempt to reassert control, but Harry spoke over him. "He abandoned you. He is not the heir. He is a fragment, a ghost, an echo. I freed you. Serve me and I'll set you free from this place when it's done." The basilisk hesitated for one heartbeat. Then its massive head swung toward Riddle with renewed purpose. The shade couldn't be touched, not physically, but the basilisk wasn't purely physical either. It was magical to its core, steeped in Slytherin's blood for 1,000 years, and when its fangs closed on Riddle's translucent form, they found purchase. Riddle shrieked. The sound echoed off the chamber walls, inhuman and awful, and his form began to dissolve, fraying at the edges, losing coherence, pieces of him spiraling toward the diary still clutched in Harry's burned hand. "No." Riddle's face contorted with rage and terror. "You can't. I am the heir of Slytherin. I am Lord Voldemort. You're nothing. A half-blood child with no power, no knowledge. You're wrong about that," Harry said. He grabbed a loose fong from the chamber floor, debris from some ancient battle or the basilisk's own molting, and drove it through the diary's cover. Ink sprayed like blood. Riddle's scream cut off like someone had pulled a plug. His form collapsed inward, folded, compressed, and then simply ceased to exist. The connection Harry had seen, the thread of poison light, snapped with an almost audible twang. The diary went still. And somewhere, impossibly far away and impossibly close, something that wasn't Tom Riddle felt it. Harry knew this because he felt it too. A flash of shock, of impossible violation. How could this happen? How could any of them be found? How could anyone know? And then fury. Cold, ancient, implacable fury directed at whoever had dared to strike at immortality. Voldemort was alive. Really alive, somewhere out there, and he knew now that he was no longer safe. The vision faded before Harry could see more. His knees buckled, and he would have fallen if the basilisk hadn't caught him, an enormous wedge of scaled head sliding under his shoulder like a particularly terrifying armrest. Rest, little speaker, it hissed. The shade is dead. The red-haired one lives. Harry looked. Ginny was breathing normally now, color returning to her cheeks. The diary's destruction had broken whatever hold it had on her. One Horcrux destroyed, Harry thought. At least 5 more to go. He didn't know how he knew. He just did. The visions had carved channels in his mind, and information flowed through them whether he wanted it to or not. I need your Fong, Harry said to the basilisk. One more. Please. The snake regarded him with ancient yellow eyes. Carefully, he looked only at its snout, avoiding direct contact, and then lowered its head. A Fong the size of a short sword dropped from its mouth, joining the one Harry had already used. You killed the shade who forgot me, the basilisk said. Take what you need. Then keep your promise. Free me from this prison. I will, Harry said. I don't know how yet. But I will. The snake seemed satisfied with that. It withdrew into the shadows, and Harry heard the grinding of stone as it returned to its lair. He gathered the fangs, tucked them into his robes, and went to wake Ginny. She didn't remember much. That was both a blessing and a problem. Harry helped her stand, watched awareness return to her eyes, and saw the exact moment she remembered enough to be terrified. Harry, the diary, I didn't mean to, I tried to stop, but he was so nice at first, and then I couldn't. It's gone, Harry said firmly. The diary's destroyed. Riddle's dead. You're safe. Ginny stared at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hands shaking, and she looked about 100 years older than 11. What happened? I remember coming down here, I remember opening the chamber, and then, nothing. Just cold. Just him talking and me fading and, it's over now. Harry squeezed her shoulder once, then stepped back. We need to go. Ron's waiting, and everyone's worried about you. She wiped her face with her sleeve, squared her thin shoulders, and nodded. Whatever else she was, Ginny Weasley wasn't a coward. They made their way back through the chamber, past the pools of dark water, past the stone serpents that watched with dead eyes. Harry kept glancing back, looking for, there. In the corner of his vision. A flicker of something that wasn't light, wasn't shadow, wasn't anything that belonged in the physical world. Something watching. Harry stopped walking. What is it? Ginny asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to face the darkness behind them, the empty chamber, the destroyed diary, the silence where Riddle had stood. Nothing was there. Nothing he could see, anyway. But he could feel it. The same presence from the visions, the thing that had whispered found you when he glimpsed the Horcruxes. It wasn't in the chamber with them, not exactly, but it was aware of him now in a way it hadn't been before. Harry had looked through a door he hadn't known existed. And something on the other side had noticed. Just making sure we weren't followed, he said finally. Come on. They left the chamber behind. The stone door ground shut on its ancient hinges, and Harry didn't look back again. But he knew, with a certainty that felt like a second heartbeat, that this wasn't over. Not even close. The hospital wing was quiet. 2 weeks had passed since the chamber. Exams were cancelled, Dumbledore's idea, possibly the only thing the headmaster had ever done that made Harry unreservedly happy, and Hogwarts was slowly returning to normal. Students who had been petrified were waking up one by one as Professor Sprout's mandrakes matured. Harry sat beside Hermione's bed, watching her breathe. She'd been unconscious for months. Months of visiting this chair, talking to her still form, pretending everything was fine while secretly blaming himself for not seeing the pattern sooner. If he'd just thought harder, moved faster, figured it out before, her hand twitched. Harry leaned forward, heart suddenly pounding. Hermione's eyes opened. Foggy at first, confused, but then focusing, on the ceiling, on the windows, on Harry's face. Harry. Her voice was rough from disuse. What happened? You were petrified, he said. Monster in the school. Basilisk. It's dead now. Hermione blinked several times, processing. The Chamber of Secrets. We were researching, I found the answer, there was a paper in my hand, I know. We found it. The mirror saved you, you only saw its reflection. She was quiet for a moment, taking that in. Then, how long? About 4 months. Her face crumpled, just for a second, before she pulled it back together. That was Hermione, always in control, always processing, always thinking 3 steps ahead. But Harry could see the fear underneath, the horror of losing 4 months of her life to stone stillness. Without thinking, he reached out and took her hand. The vision hit him like a truck. He was looking through Hermione's eyes. The library. Books everywhere, that particular smell of old paper and binding glue. She was hurrying, clutching a torn page, her heart pounding because she'd found it, she knew what the monster was, and she needed to tell Harry and Ron before anyone else got hurt, around the corner. A flash of yellow in the small mirror she'd been carrying. Paralysis. Stone creeping up from her feet, through her legs, across her chest. The terror of losing control of her own body, of watching the world dim and go dark and not knowing if she'd ever wake up, alone. So alone in that endless nothing. Harry gasped and dropped Hermione's hand. His nose was bleeding again. He could feel it dripping onto his robes, could taste copper on his tongue. His head throbbed like something was trying to crack his skull from the inside. Harry. Hermione was sitting up now, looking alarmed. You're bleeding. What happened? He grabbed a tissue from her bedside table, pressed it to his face, and tried to think through the pain. That was the second time. The diary, and now Hermione. Both times he'd touched something connected to dark magic, the Horcrux and the Basilisk's victim. Both times he'd seen. I'm fine, he managed. Just, get nosebleeds sometimes. Don't worry about it. Hermione didn't look convinced, but she was too weak to argue effectively. Madame Pomfrey appeared moments later, clucking about rest and recovery, and Harry used the interruption to slip away. He needed to think. The astronomy tower was empty at this hour. Harry sat on the cold stone floor, his back against the parapet, and stared at his hands. The burn mark from the diary had faded, but he could still feel it, a faint warmth in his palm, like the ghost of a touch. He'd seen Tom Riddle's memories. He'd seen the Horcruxes. He'd felt Hermione's terror. And he'd seen something else. The thing that watched. The presence at the edge of every vision, like a figure standing just outside the light. What was happening to him? The practical part of Harry's mind, the part that had kept him alive through years of the Dursleys and the cupboard and being treated like garbage, started making lists. Things he knew. First, Voldemort had split his soul at least 6 times. He'd seen glimpses of each anchor, the diary, destroyed, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake. Possibly more. Second, he could trigger visions by touching objects connected to dark magic. Maybe people too, if the Hermione incident meant anything. Third, the visions hurt. Nosebleeds, headaches, that sense of something watching. There was a cost to this power. Fourth, nobody else could know. Not yet. Not until he understood what was happening and what it meant. Harry pulled his knees up to his chest and thought about the future. In the normal version of this story, Voldemort would return. Harry had seen that too, fragments of dark ritual, a graveyard, a rebirth. The Dark Lord would come back, and there would be war, and people would die. But the Horcruxes were the key. As long as they existed, Voldemort couldn't truly be killed. Every battle, every sacrifice, every victory would be temporary until those soul anchors were destroyed. Dumbledore probably knew about them. Harry had seen the headmaster's face when he examined the destroyed diary, seen the way his eyes narrowed with something like recognition. But Dumbledore hadn't shared that knowledge. Hadn't trusted Harry with it. Fine. Harry would work alone. He'd find the Horcruxes himself, destroy them himself, and when Voldemort returned, Harry would be ready. He wasn't a child anymore. The visions had burned that out of him. He'd lived Tom Riddle's memories, felt his soul tear itself apart, seen the casual murder of an innocent girl who just wanted to cry in peace. Harry knew what evil looked like now. And he wasn't going to wait for it to come to him. The journey back to London was quiet. Harry sat alone in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, watching the Scottish countryside roll past the window. He'd said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, carefully, keeping his distance, not touching either of them more than necessary, and claimed he wanted to sleep. In reality, he was making plans. The Dursleys wouldn't be a problem. They never were, not really. They wanted him out of sight and out of mind, and he wanted the same thing from them. He'd have the summer to research, to experiment with his new abilities, to figure out how to track down the remaining Horcruxes. The ring was hidden in a shack. He'd seen that much. The Gaunt family home, connected to Voldemort's mother's line. He could find it if he tried hard enough. The locket was in a cave, protected by dark magic and a lake full of corpses. That would be harder. The cup was in a vault, Gringotts, probably, given the scale of the place he'd glimpsed. Nearly impossible to access. The diadem was in Hogwarts itself, hidden in a room he'd never seen. That was the most accessible target, if he could figure out where it was. The snake was with Voldemort, wherever the Dark Lord was hiding. That one would have to wait. And the last Horcrux, Harry touched his forehead. The scar that had marked him since infancy, the wound that had never fully healed. In his visions of the Horcruxes, he hadn't seen himself. But the presence at the edge of everything, the watching thing, it had recognized him. Had whispered found you like they were already connected. Like there was something of Voldemort inside Harry that made him visible to whatever lurked beyond the veil. He pushed that thought away. One problem at a time. The train pulled into King's Cross, and Harry gathered his trunk and Hedwig's cage and stepped onto platform 9 3/4. The Dursleys were waiting with their usual expressions of barely concealed disgust. "Hurry up, boy," Vernon grunted. "We haven't got all day." Harry followed them to the car without argument. Let them think he was cowed. Let them believe the quiet, obedient nephew they wanted was finally emerging. He had work to do. The summer passed in a blur of secret study. Harry had exactly 3 books about the dark arts in his possession, a text on defensive magic that mentioned Horcruxes in passing, a history of famous dark wizards that provided context, and a journal he'd stolen from the restricted section during his last week at Hogwarts. The journal was the important one. It had belonged to a wizard named Herpo the Foul, one of the first to ever create a Horcrux, and while most of its pages were written in ancient Greek that Harry couldn't read, the diagrams were clear enough. A soul could be split by murder. The act of killing, of extinguishing another life through deliberate malice, damaged the murderer's soul in ways that could be exploited through ritual magic. The fragment could then be anchored to an object, creating a tether to the mortal world that prevented true death. Destroying the anchor required destroying the container completely, not just damaging it, but annihilating it on a fundamental level. Fiend fire worked, according to the journal. So did basilisk venom. Harry had 2 fangs hidden in his trunk, wrapped in cloth and concealed beneath a false bottom he'd installed himself. The question was finding the other Horcruxes. He could see them in his visions, flashes and fragments that came to him in dreams or moments of deep concentration, but the images were incomplete. He needed more information. He needed to touch something else connected to Voldemort. The opportunity came in mid-July. Harry had been experimenting with his abilities, trying to understand their limits. Small objects worked best. He could touch his wand and see flickers of the trees that had provided its core wood, touch his glasses and see the factory where they'd been made. The visions were mild, easily controlled. Dark objects were different. The few cursed items he could access at the Dursleys, a necklace Petunia had inherited from a great-aunt, a mirror that had belonged to Vernon's grandfather, triggered sharper, more painful episodes. The necklace showed him a jealous woman poisoning her sister. The mirror revealed a man watching a house burn with people still inside. Evil left traces. Harry was learning to read them. But what he needed was something connected to Voldemort specifically. Something that could tell him where to find the scar. He'd been avoiding it. Touching his own forehead felt wrong, like pressing a wound that hadn't quite healed. But it was the most direct connection to Voldemort that existed. Harry sat on his bed in the smallest bedroom at Privet Drive, closed his eyes, and pressed 2 fingers against the lightning bolt on his forehead. The world exploded. He was everywhere and nowhere. 1,000 moments flickered past him, murders, rituals, acts of cruelty so casual they made him sick. This was Voldemort's life, compressed into a single overwhelming torrent of imagery. Tom Riddle at the orphanage, 11 years old, discovering he could hurt the children who bullied him. Riddle at Hogwarts, charming teachers and collecting followers and plotting darker things in secret. Riddle standing over his father's body, the gaunt ring gleaming on his finger. The locket, stolen from an old woman who'd been foolish enough to trust a handsome young stranger. The cup, taken from Hepzibah Smith after poisoning her with her own house elf's help. The diadem, retrieved from a forest in Albania after decades of searching. And something else. A piece of the puzzle Harry hadn't expected. He saw himself. An infant, crying in a crib, his mother's body cooling on the floor nearby. Voldemort raising his wand, speaking the killing words, and then, light. Blinding, burning, tearing light. The curse rebounding, Voldemort's body disintegrating, and something else tearing free, something that had nowhere to go. The fragment hit baby Harry like a physical force. Lodged in the wound on his forehead. Began to grow, to fester, to wait. Harry was a Horcrux. He came back to himself on the floor. His nose was bleeding heavily, blood soaked the front of his shirt, pooled on the carpet beneath him. His head felt like someone had driven a spike through it. His vision swam with afterimages of murder. But he knew now. He knew everything. The ring was in the gaunt shack, exactly as he'd seen. Protected by curses, but findable. The locket had been stolen by someone else, he'd glimpsed that too, a flash of regret and fury that wasn't Voldemort's own memory. Someone had already found it, already taken it. But who? The cup was in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. Protected by a dragon and 1,000 other defenses. The diadem was in Hogwarts, in a room that appeared only when you truly needed it. The room of requirement, some part of Harry's mind supplied. He'd find it when he returned. The snake was with Voldemort, somewhere in the wilderness, building strength for an eventual return. And the 7th Horcrux, the accidental one, the unintended fragment, was Harry himself. He sat up slowly, wiping blood from his face, and tried to think through the implications. He had to die. At some point, before Voldemort could be killed permanently, someone would have to destroy the Horcrux in Harry's head. That meant killing Harry. Unless, the visions had shown him something else too. A ritual, a possibility, a way for Voldemort to use Harry's blood to return. If that happened, if Harry's blood ran through Voldemort's veins, then the connection between them would be even stronger. Maybe strong enough that destroying one wouldn't require destroying the other. Maybe. It was a thin hope. A desperate grasp at survival. But it was something. Harry climbed to his feet, found a clean shirt, and mopped up the blood on his floor before the Dursleys could notice. He had thinking to do. Planning. Preparing. 5 Horcruxes left to find. A war to prevent or win. And somewhere in the darkness, something was still watching him. He felt it now, always, a weight at the edge of his consciousness, a presence that had noticed him noticing it. The thing beyond the veil. The Watcher. Harry didn't know what it wanted yet. But he would find out. The last day of summer arrived with unexpected visitors. Harry was in his room, practicing the kind of wandless magic that came easier now, small things, making objects twitch, sensing the magical residue on everyday items, when he heard the doorbell ring. Voices drifted up from below. Vernon's blustering, Petunia's nervous tittering, and something else. A woman speaking in formal tones. From the Ministry of Magic. Routine inspection, nothing to be concerned about. Harry went very still. The Ministry didn't do routine inspections. The Ministry barely acknowledged Muggleborns existed once they were safely sorted into Hogwarts. Something was wrong. He crept to the top of the stairs, listening. The boy had an encounter with significant dark magic at the end of last term, the woman's voice continued. Standard procedure requires follow-up assessment to ensure no lasting effects. Vernon made a noise like a constipated hippo. We don't want your lot coming round here. Bad enough we're stuck with the freak, now you want to. It won't take long, Mr. Dursley. Just a few minutes with Harry, and we'll be on our way. Harry's mind raced. He didn't recognize the voice. Dumbledore would have warned him if Ministry officials were coming. This felt wrong, the timing, the excuse, all of it. He touched the banister, reaching for any trace of magic, any sense of who was downstairs. The vision came immediately. A man in ministry robes, standing in a dark room, speaking to a figure Harry couldn't quite see. The boy showed unusual abilities in the chamber. Parseltongue, obviously, but something else. Something the unspeakables are very interested in. Find out what he can do, the hidden figure ordered. Test him. If he's what we think he is, and if he's not, then he's just another orphan. No one will miss him. Harry pulled back from the vision, heart pounding. They knew. Someone at the Ministry knew, or suspected, that he had abilities beyond the norm. They'd sent people to investigate. And they weren't planning to let him go if they found what they were looking for. Harry thought fast. He couldn't fight Ministry officials, not directly. He was 12, barely trained, and they'd have every legal excuse to detain him. But he also couldn't let them examine him. One touch, one probe into his magic, and they'd find, I'll go down, he called out, voice steady. Just let me get dressed. He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he moved to his window, opened it silently, and climbed out onto the roof. The August evening was warm and quiet. Hedwig wasn't in her cage, she was out hunting, which was lucky. Harry crept along the gutter, dropped down to the garden shed, and from there to the back fence. His trunk was still in his room. His wand, too. But the basilisk fangs were in his pocket, he'd taken to carrying them everywhere, and that was what mattered. He ran. The night bus found him an hour later. Harry had made it to a park 3 miles from Privet Drive, his lungs burning and his legs aching. He stuck out his wand hand more out of desperation than actual knowledge, and the violently purple triple-decker bus screeched into existence before him. Welcome to the night bus, said a pimply young wizard. I'm Stan Shunpike, and I'll be your conductor this eve. Blimey, is that Harry Potter? I need to get to Diagon Alley, Harry said. Now. The urgency in his voice must have registered, because Stan just nodded and waved him aboard. 11 sickles, or for 15 you get. Harry dropped a galleon into his hand, the last of his money, kept hidden in his sock, and pushed past to find a seat. The bus lurched into motion with a bang that threw Harry against the nearest bed. He grabbed a brass rail and held on as London blurred past the windows, buildings jumping aside to make room for the magical vehicle. Diagon Alley. Gringotts. Access to his vault, which meant access to money, which meant he could run further if he needed to. But running wasn't really the answer, was it? The Ministry would find him eventually. They had resources, manpower, legal authority. A 12-year-old couldn't hide forever. Harry needed help. Real help, from someone powerful enough to protect him while he figured out his next move. Dumbledore was the obvious choice. But Dumbledore hadn't warned him about the ministry visit. Either the headmaster didn't know, unlikely, or he'd chosen not to intervene. That left fewer options than Harry liked. The bus screeched to a halt, and Stan announced, "Diagon Alley, end of the line." Harry stepped off into the warm evening air of magical London. The street was mostly empty at this hour, shops closing up for the night. But the leaky cauldron still had lights in its windows, and where there was a pub, there was usually information. He pushed through the door and found exactly what he wasn't expecting. Remus Lupin was sitting at the bar. Harry didn't recognize him immediately, just a tired-looking man with shabby robes and premature gray in his light brown hair. But something about him felt familiar, felt important, and without meaning to, Harry brushed against his shoulder as he passed. The vision was gentle, almost warm. A young man with messy black hair and glasses, Harry's father, he realized with a jolt, laughing at something. 3 friends around him, a handsome boy with aristocratic features, a shorter nervous-looking one, and this man. Remus. They were planning something, some prank, and the joy in their faces was almost painful to see. Then darkness. Betrayal. A house in ruins and 2 of those laughing boys dead. Harry stumbled, catching himself on a bar stool. "Are you all right?" The man, Remus, was looking at him with concern. "You look like you've seen a," his voice cut off. His eyes went wide. Harry. So he knew. Of course he knew, he'd been friends with Harry's parents, had probably seen baby Harry before everything went wrong. "You're Remus Lupin," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Yes. How did you?" Lupin's confusion shifted to something else, something careful. "Have we met?" "No. But I've seen you." Harry pulled out the bar stool beside him and sat down, suddenly exhausted. "In visions. You were friends with my dad." Lupin stared at him for a long moment. Then he signaled the bartender for another drink and turned to face Harry fully. "I think," he said slowly, "you'd better tell me everything." They talked until midnight. Harry didn't tell him everything, not about the Horcruxes, not about the thing watching from beyond the veil, but he told him enough. The visions. The chamber. The ministry officials who'd come looking for him. Lupin listened without interrupting, his face growing grimmer with each revelation. "Seers are rare," he said when Harry finished. "Incredibly rare. The ministry has been trying to find and study them for centuries. If they think you might be one, they won't stop looking." "No. They won't." Lupin ran a hand through his graying hair. "Dumbledore needs to know about this. He can protect you in ways I can't. Dumbledore didn't warn me about the ministry visit. Maybe he didn't know. The Department of Mysteries operates independently, they don't always share information with the Wisengamot or the Hogwarts board." Harry considered that. It was possible. Dumbledore was powerful, but he wasn't omniscient. "There's something else," Harry said carefully. "Someone else who might be able to help. But I don't know if I can trust him." Lupin raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "Sirius Black." The name fell like a stone. Lupin's face went white, then red, then white again. His hand trembled slightly as he set down his glass. "Sirius Black," he repeated, "is a mass murderer. He betrayed your parents to Voldemort. He killed 13 people when he was cornered. He's in Azkaban, and he deserves to be there." "No," Harry said. "He doesn't." He reached out and touched Lupin's hand. The vision was chaos, confused, fragmented, overlapping memories that didn't quite fit together. But Harry pushed through them, searching for the truth, and found it in a moment of crystalline clarity. A small, rat-like man cowering before Sirius Black. Confessing. Begging. It was Peter who betrayed them, Harry said, pulling back from the vision. His nose was bleeding again, he wiped it on his sleeve without thinking. Peter Pettigrew. He was the secret keeper, not Sirius. He framed Sirius for the murders and faked his own death. He's still alive. Lupin stared at him. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. That's impossible, he whispered. I saw the finger. I saw the street. There was nothing left. He's an animagus. A rat. He's been hiding all these years, probably living with some wizarding family who doesn't know what he really is. The implications hit Lupin visibly. His eyes went wet, and he looked away, struggling for control. If that's true, he said hoarsely, then I've spent 12 years hating an innocent man. 12 years thinking, we can prove it, Harry said. We can find Pettigrew and expose him. But I need your help. I can't do this alone. Lupin was quiet for a long moment. Then he turned back to Harry, and something in his expression had hardened. All right, he said. Tell me what you need. They made plans. Lupin would reach out to Dumbledore, carefully, to gauge whether the headmaster knew about the Ministry's interest in Harry. He would also begin searching for any sign of Peter Pettigrew, checking old contacts, following leads, using the quiet desperation of a man who just learned his entire worldview was wrong. Harry would return to Hogwarts when term started. He'd be safe there, at least for a while. And he'd continue hunting for the Horcruxes, starting with the diadem hidden somewhere in the castle. One more thing, Harry said as they prepared to part ways. Don't tell Dumbledore about the visions. Not yet. Not until I understand them better. Lupin frowned. Why not? Because I don't know what they mean. And until I do, I don't want to give anyone else power over them. Harry met his eyes steadily. I've learned the hard way that adults don't always have your best interests at heart. Even the ones who seem like they do. It wasn't the whole truth. Harry didn't trust Dumbledore completely, not after the headmaster's silence about so many things, but it was close enough. Lupin studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. You sound like your mother, you know. She never trusted easily either. Did it work out for her? Sometimes. Lupin's smile was sad. And sometimes it didn't. But she survived longer than most people thought she would. That counts for something. Harry thought about that as he made his way to the Leaky Cauldron's rooms for the night. His mother had survived through caution and intelligence, through not trusting blindly, through thinking 3 steps ahead. She died anyway. But that wasn't caution's fault, that was Pettigrew's betrayal. Harry lay in bed and stared at the ceiling, planning his next moves. Find the diadem at Hogwarts. Expose Pettigrew and free Sirius. Track down the locket and destroy it. Stay ahead of the Ministry and their unspeakables. Survive long enough to kill Voldemort for good. It was a lot for a 12-year-old. But Harry had stopped thinking of himself as a child the moment he'd lived through Tom Riddle's memories. He was a seer now. A hunter. A weapon aimed at the darkest wizard in history. And he was just getting started. The watching thing pressed closer that night. Harry felt it in his dreams, a presence at the edge of consciousness, patient and curious and old. It didn't speak, not in words, but he sensed its attention like heat from a fire. What are you? He thought at it. No answer came. Just that steady, unwavering regard. What do you want? Still nothing. But the sense of being watched intensified, and Harry understood instinctively that every time he used his visions, every time he looked through the veil between past and present, he was strengthening this connection. There was a cost to his power. He didn't know what it was yet, but he would find out. He always did. Morning came gray and quiet. Harry rose, washed, and prepared for the journey back to Hogwarts. He had 3 weeks before term started, 3 weeks to plan, to prepare, to figure out his next steps. The Seer of Shadows. That's what he was becoming. Someone who saw what others couldn't, who understood the darkness because he'd lived it, who would hunt the monsters in the night. Harry Potter was no longer a boy who lived. He was something else entirely. And the world wasn't ready for what he would become. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Prisoner and the Prophet. The Hogwarts Express had barely cleared London when the cold came. Harry felt it before he saw the source, a creeping numbness that started in his chest and spread outward, turning his breath to mist. The lights flickered. The window beside him frosted over in the space of a heartbeat. Ron was saying something about his new rat, a fat, sleepy thing called Scabbers that his brother Percy had handed down, but the words faded to static as Harry's vision tunneled. Something's coming. The train shuddered. Hermione looked up from her book, frowning, and then the temperature dropped another 20 degrees and she grabbed Harry's arm. The touch was brief, incidental, nothing compared to the darkness that flooded into the compartment. The door slid open. Harry had never seen anything like it. Tall, cloaked in something that moved like shadow-given form, with hands that were gray and scabbed and wrong. No face, just a hood that seemed to contain nothing but void. A Dementor. The creature drifted toward him, and Harry felt his mind cracking open like an egg. He was in a cell. Stone walls, iron bars, the smell of salt and despair so thick it coated his tongue. This wasn't his memory, the perspective was wrong, the body too tall, the hands gripping the bars scarred and dirty. Sirius Black's hands. I didn't do it. The voice that came from Harry's borrowed mouth was raw from screaming. Peter was the secret keeper. Peter betrayed them. I would have died for James. I would have died for. The Dementors circled outside the cell, feeding on his anguish, and Sirius, Harry, Sirius, collapsed to his knees with a sound that wasn't quite human. Time lurched. Now he was in a street, wand raised, facing a small man with watery eyes and twitching hands. Peter Pettigrew. The rat. How could you? Sirius was screaming. They trusted you. I trusted you. And you sold them to him like. Peter's wand moved. Not toward Sirius, toward the street itself. The explosion threw Sirius backward, and when the dust cleared, there were bodies everywhere. Muggles caught in the blast. And Peter was shrinking. Changing. His body compressed, twisted, reformed into something small and gray and tailed. A rat scurried into the sewer, leaving behind a single finger as evidence of a death that never happened. The vision fragmented, reformed. A rat sleeping in a boy's pocket. Red hair, freckles, a hand-me-down cage. The Weasleys. Percy, then, Ron. Harry gasped back to consciousness on the compartment floor. The Dementor was gone. Someone was pressing chocolate into his hand, a man he didn't recognize, shabby-robed and tired-eyed, though Harry knew him immediately from the visions he'd had over summer. Eat, Remus Lupin said. It'll help. Harry's hands were shaking. His nose was bleeding again, copper taste thick on his tongue, but that wasn't what made him feel like the world had tilted on its axis. He looked at Ron. At the pocket where Scabbers was sleeping. The rat who was Peter Pettigrew. The traitor who had killed his parents. The man who had framed Sirius Black. Right there. For years, apparently. Living with the Weasleys, sleeping in their home, touching their children, Harry. Hermione's voice was sharp with concern. You're white as a sheet. What happened? He couldn't answer. Couldn't think past the roaring in his ears and the cold rage building in his chest. The Dementors affect some people more than others, Lupin was saying. It's nothing to be ashamed of. They force you to relive your worst memories. I need air, Harry managed. He pushed past them, stumbled into the corridor, and barely made it to the gap between carriages before his legs gave out. The cold wind helped. He pressed his forehead against the metal wall and breathed, trying to process what he'd seen. Peter Pettigrew was alive. Had been alive for 12 years. And now he was in Ron's pocket, probably listening to every word they said. Harry couldn't expose him directly, not without explaining how he knew. But he could plan. Could manipulate. Could set a trap that the rat would never see coming. The compartment door slid open behind him. Harry. Lupin's voice was carefully neutral. We should talk. They found an empty compartment near the back of the train. Lupin cast a silencing charm and sat down across from Harry, his tired eyes sharp with intelligence. You saw something. When the Dementor came. Something more than a memory. It wasn't a question. I thought we agreed you'd let me come to you, Harry said carefully. That was before I watched you collapse and start bleeding from the nose. Lupin leaned forward. I've done some research since we talked. True seers, the kind who can touch objects and see their history, they don't react well to Dementors. The creatures drag up buried memories, amplify psychic connections. If you're what I think you are, that thing just supercharged your abilities. Harry weighed his options. Lupin was an ally, probably the only adult ally he could trust completely. And he needed help. I saw Sirius Black, he said. Not as a murderer. As a victim. He was framed. Lupin's face went through several emotions in rapid succession. You mentioned that before. Peter, Pettigrew is alive. Harry kept his voice flat, controlled. He's been alive for 12 years. He faked his death and hid in his animagus form. Lupin's voice cracked. Peter was never registered. We made him, James and Sirius and I helped him learn, but he never, how do you know he's, because I know where he is. Lupin went very still. Where? He's a rat. Gray, fat, missing a toe on one paw, where he cut off his finger before he blew up the street. Harry met Lupin's eyes. He's been living with the Weasley family for years. Right now he's in Ron's pocket, probably wondering why Dementors are on this train. The silence stretched. Harry could see Lupin processing, connecting dots, reaching conclusions he didn't want to reach. That's why you're telling me, Lupin said finally. You need someone who can recognize him. Who knew him before? Can you? Animagus forms retain certain characteristics. Markings, injuries, behavioral patterns. Lupin's hands were clenched in his lap. If it's really Peter, if I saw him, I'd know. Then we need to separate him from Ron without making him suspicious. Capture him before he can escape. How? Harry had been thinking about that since the vision ended. The Dementors affected him too. I saw him twitching in Ron's pocket, trying to hide. He's scared, probably terrified of being near them. We could use that. You want to panic him into revealing himself. I want to corner him somewhere he can't run. Then force him to transform. Harry's jaw tightened. He's been hiding for 12 years. He won't expect anyone to know the truth. If we move fast enough, we could have him in ministry custody by nightfall. Lupin finished. His expression had hardened into something cold and focused. And Sirius could be free by morning. That's the plan. They looked at each other for a long moment. Then Lupin nodded once, sharply, and stood. I'll need to speak with Dumbledore first. He needs to know what we're attempting. Can he be trusted? To want justice for Sirius? Lupin's smile was thin. Albus sent me on this train specifically because he knew Sirius would try to reach Hogwarts. He wants this resolved as badly as anyone. And he has the political connections to make it stick. Harry didn't love the idea of bringing Dumbledore in. But exposing Pettigrew would require ministry involvement, and that meant playing the political game. Better to have the most powerful wizard in Britain on their side than against them. All right, he said. But we move fast. If Peter suspects anything, he won't. Lupin's eyes glittered. I've been wanting to hurt someone for 12 years. Now I finally know who deserves it. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station 3 hours later. Those hours hadn't been idle. Harry had returned to his compartment with a story about needing fresh air, and spent the rest of the journey watching Ron's pocket with new eyes. Scabbers slept through most of it, played dead, more likely, but occasionally the rat would twitch, and Harry would feel that cold rage building again. You killed them. You betrayed everyone who loved you, and you've been hiding in plain sight ever since. Hermione noticed his tension, of course. She always did. Something's wrong, she said quietly while Ron was distracted by a chocolate frog. You've been different since the Dementor. What happened? I saw something. Harry kept his voice low. Something important. I can't explain yet, but I need you to trust me. I always trust you. Good. Because tonight might get complicated. She studied his face for a moment, then nodded. Whatever she saw there was enough. The feast passed in a blur. Dumbledore gave his usual start-of-term speech, introducing Lupin as the new defense against the dark arts professor and warning students about the Dementors guarding the school. Harry barely heard any of it. He was watching the head table, where Lupin sat with a carefully neutral expression. Waiting for the signal. It came during dessert. Lupin caught Harry's eye and inclined his head toward the door, a motion so subtle no one else would have noticed. Harry stood. I'm going to the bathroom, he told Ron and Hermione. Save me some pudding. Ron grunted acknowledgement around a mouthful of treacle tart. Hermione's eyes followed Harry as he slipped away, but she didn't try to stop him. The corridor outside the Great Hall was empty. Lupin met him at the entrance to the dungeons, his wand already in hand. Dumbledore's in position. He'll block the Flur network and seal the exits on my signal. Where are we doing this? Defense classroom. I've already set up containment wards, no rat is getting through them, magical or otherwise. They moved through the castle quickly, taking back passages that Lupin seemed to know by heart. Third-year Slytherins passed them at one point, but a mild confundus charm ensured they wouldn't remember seeing anything unusual. The defense classroom was larger than Harry expected. Clearly Lupin had been granted better accommodations than the previous professor. Desks had been pushed against the walls, leaving a clear space in the center. Runes glowed faintly on the floor, forming a circle that hummed with contained power. How do we get Peter here without alerting him? Harry asked. We don't. We bring Ron here and let Peter come with him. Lupin's expression was grim. I don't like involving your friend, but there's no other way. Once they're inside the wards, Peter can't escape. Ron won't understand what's happening. No. Which is why we need to work fast. Lupin moved to the door. I'll fetch him. You stay here and watch the exits. If you see a rat trying to escape, I'll stop it. Lupin nodded and disappeared into the corridor. Harry waited in the dark classroom, wand clutched in his sweating hand, trying to control his breathing. 12 years. Pettigrew had hidden for 12 years, playing dead, letting an innocent man rot in Azkaban. And Harry's parents, he thought of the vision he'd seen in the chamber. Voldemort, raising his wand. The flash of green light. His mother's body hitting the floor. That had only happened because Peter told Voldemort where to find them. The rat was a murderer by proxy, and tonight he would finally answer for it. Footsteps in the corridor. Voices. Don't understand why you need to see Scabbers, Professor. He's just a rat, been in the family for ages, humor me, Mr. Weasley. I have a particular interest in small magical creatures. The door opened. Ron walked in, confusion evident on his freckled face, Scabbers clutched in his hands. Lupin followed, and the moment both of them crossed the threshold, he raised his wand. The wards activated with a sound like thunder. Ron spun around, panic flashing across his face. What, Professor, what's going on? Why put the rat down, Ron. Harry stepped out of the shadows. Put him down and step back. Harry. Ron's voice pitched higher. What are you doing here? What's happening? That's not a rat. Harry's wand leveled at Scabbers, at Peter. That's a man named Peter Pettigrew. He's an animagus, and he's been hiding in your family for years. Ron's face cycled through disbelief, confusion, and the beginnings of anger. That's mental. Scabbers is he's a rat. He sleeps all day and eats everything and, how old is he? Lupin's voice was quiet but carried. How long has your family had him? I don't know. 12 years. Percy got him when, Ron stopped. His eyes widened. Rats don't live 12 years. No. They don't. Lupin raised his wand. Put him down, Ron. Now. The rat was struggling in Ron's grip, squeaking frantically, trying to bite his way free. Ron looked down at him with dawning horror and loosened his hands. Scabbers hit the ground running. He made it 3 feet before Harry's stunner caught him mid-stride. The rat tumbled, twitched, and went still. Good reflexes, Lupin said. He moved to stand over the unconscious animal, wand pointed at its head. Now let's see who you really are. The spell he cast was complicated. Harry caught fragments of Latin and something older, harsher. The rat began to glow, then grow, then change. A man lay on the floor where Scabbers had been. He was small, balding, with watery eyes and a face that somehow still looked rat-like even in human form. His robes were filthy, sized for a man who hadn't needed them in over a decade. One hand was missing a finger. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. Real. Caught. Ron made a sound like he was going to be sick. Hello, Peter, Lupin said softly. It's been a while. Pettigrew's eyes snapped open. He scrambled backward immediately, hands raised, voice spilling out in a desperate torrent. Remus. Old friend. It's so good to see you. I can explain everything. It's not what you think, then explain. Lupin's wand didn't waver. Explain how you survived when 13 muggles died. Explain how your finger ended up on a street corner while you lived in hiding for 12 years. Explain why an innocent man has been rotting in Azkaban for crimes you committed. Pettigrew's eyes darted around the room, seeking escape, finding none. The wards hummed at the edges of Harry's perception, solid and implacable. It wasn't my fault. Pettigrew whimpered. The Dark Lord, you have no idea what he's like, Remus. What he can do. He would have killed me if I didn't, if you didn't betray James and Lily to their deaths. Pettigrew flinched. I didn't have a choice. He was going to win, everyone knew it. I was protecting myself, you were the secret keeper. Harry stepped forward, and something in his voice made Pettigrew shrink back. You knew where my parents were hiding. You told Voldemort, and he killed them. Everything that happened after, my mother, my father, the 12 years Sirius spent in Azkaban, that's on you. I didn't, it wasn't. Pettigrew's eyes fixed on Harry's face, and recognition dawned. You're James's boy. You have his eyes, no, Lily's eyes. I can see her in you, don't. The word came out sharp enough to cut. Don't talk about them. Don't you dare. The classroom door opened. Albus Dumbledore stood in the threshold, his face carved from stone. Behind him, Minister Cornelius Fudge looked pale and shaken. Several Aurors crowded the corridor, wands drawn. I believe, Dumbledore said quietly, that we have some questions for Mr. Pettigrew. What followed was chaos. Pettigrew was bound in magical restraints and taken into custody. Fudge demanded explanations that Lupin provided in careful, measured tones. The Aurors kept exchanging glances like they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing. And through it all, Harry watched. He watched Pettigrew's face as the reality of his situation sank in. Watched the desperate calculations flickering behind those watery eyes, searching for an angle, an escape, a way to wriggle free. Watched the moment when the rat realized there was nowhere left to run. The trial will be expedited, Dumbledore was telling Fudge. I trust the Ministry will see that justice is served, both for Mr. Pettigrew and for Sirius Black, who has clearly been wrongly imprisoned. Wrongly, Fudge spluttered. You can't expect me to just, there were witnesses. The street, the bodies, witnesses who saw an explosion and assumed who caused it. Dumbledore's voice was mild, but his eyes were hard. Peter Pettigrew was a known associate of the Death Eaters before his alleged death. I suspect Veritaserum will reveal far more than we anticipated. Fudge looked like he'd swallowed a lemon whole. But he nodded, because there wasn't really anything else he could do. They took Pettigrew away. Ron stood in the corner of the classroom, pale and shaking, still trying to process that his pet of 12 years had been a murderer in disguise. Lupin guided him out gently, murmuring reassurances. Harry stayed behind. Dumbledore turned to face him, and for a long moment, neither of them spoke. You knew, Dumbledore said finally. Before tonight. You knew Peter was alive. Yes. May I ask how? Harry considered lying. It would be easy enough, claim he'd overheard something, found old records, pieced together clues. Dumbledore might even believe it. But there was something in the headmaster's gaze. A weight. A recognition of something Harry hadn't named yet. I see things, Harry said. When I touch objects connected to dark magic. Or people who've experienced it. I saw Sirius in Azkaban. I saw Peter transform and escape. I knew the truth because I lived it, through their eyes. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. A seer, he said softly. A true seer. I had wondered, after the chamber, the way you described your encounter with Tom's diary, but I wasn't certain. I'm still figuring out what it means. As you should. Dumbledore moved to the window, looking out at the dark grounds. This gift of yours, do you understand where it comes from? Harry's hand moved involuntarily to his scar. I have theories. As do I. Dumbledore turned back to face him. The night your parents died, something happened that shouldn't have been possible. Voldemort's curse rebounded, destroyed his body, and left something behind. A connection. You know about the, Harry stopped himself. Dumbledore didn't necessarily know about the Horcruxes. Didn't need to know, not yet. I know there is a bond between you and Tom, Dumbledore said carefully. I have suspected it for years, though the nature of it has eluded me. This seer ability, it may be a manifestation of that bond. A window into darkness that only you can access. It's more than that. Harry wasn't sure why he was sharing this, except that he was tired of carrying it alone. There's something else. Something that watches. Every time I use the visions, I feel it getting closer. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. What does it feel like? Old. Patient. Interested. Harry struggled to find words for the presence at the edge of his consciousness. Like something waiting behind a door. Every time I look through, it looks back. The headmaster was quiet for a long time. There are things beyond our understanding, he said finally. Forces that exist at the boundary between life and death, between past and future. Your gift allows you to touch that boundary, to see across it. But boundaries exist for a reason, Harry. Some doors are not meant to be opened. I know. Harry met his eyes. But I can't stop using it. Not while Voldemort's still out there. Not while there are still, he caught himself again. Still too much to reveal. Dumbledore studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're right to be cautious. Trust is earned, not given. I hope that in time, you will come to trust me with more of what you know. He moved toward the door. In the meantime, Sirius Black will be freed. Peter Pettigrew will face justice. And you, Harry Potter, have shown once again that you are far more than anyone expected you to be. Professor. Dumbledore paused. Thank you for believing me." The old wizard smiled, a genuine expression that softened his worn face. "It was not difficult, my boy. The truth has a particular weight to it. Even those who wish to deny it can feel it pressing down." He left. Harry stayed in the empty classroom for a while longer, thinking. One enemy exposed. One innocent man soon to be freed. And somewhere in the darkness, the watching presence pressed a little closer. "Found you," it seemed to whisper. "Found you, and I'm not letting go." Sirius Black was released from Azkaban 3 days later. Harry didn't see the trial. Dumbledore kept him at Hogwarts for safety reasons, which Harry understood even if he didn't like it, but the details filtered back through the Daily Prophet and Lupin's letters. Pettigrew had broken under Veritaserum within minutes. 12 years of cowardice had left him soft, desperate, eager to trade information for the promise of a lighter sentence. He confessed to betraying the Potters, to faking his death, to living as a rat while the world believed him a martyr. The Ministry had no choice but to act. Sirius was brought before the Wizengamot looking like death warmed over, grey-skinned, hollow-eyed, barely able to stand. But he'd stood anyway, and when they pronounced him innocent, he'd laughed. Not the laugh of a sane man, necessarily, but the laugh of someone who had finally been proven right. Lupin brought him to Hogwarts 2 weeks into the term. Harry was summoned to Dumbledore's office, expecting another conversation about his visions or the dangers ahead. Instead, he found a stranger sitting by the fire. Sirius Black looked nothing like the wanted posters. He'd cleaned up, shaved, found robes that fit him properly. But his eyes were still wrong, too bright, too wild, carrying the weight of 12 years in hell. Those eyes fixed on Harry, and something in them broke. "James," Sirius whispered. "No, you're not, you have lilies, I'm Harry." His voice came out steadier than he felt. "I'm their son." Sirius was on his feet, crossing the room in 3 strides, and then Harry was being crushed in an embrace that smelled of smoke and something sharper, something that might have been tears. "I'm sorry," Sirius was saying, the words muffled against Harry's shoulder. "I'm so sorry. I should have been there. I should have protected you. I should have, it wasn't your fault." Harry hugged him back, awkwardly at first, then fiercely. "Pettigrew fooled everyone. Even Dumbledore. I should have known. I should have seen." Sirius pulled back, gripping Harry's shoulders, staring at his face like he was trying to memorize every detail. "Merlin, you look just like him. James. You're the spitting image, except the eyes." "I know." Sirius laughed, wet and broken but real. "Everyone always said that. Lily's eyes in James's face. It used to drive him mental, that she got credit for something." His expression flickered, pain mixing with joy. "God, I miss them. I miss them so much." "Me too." Harry had never known them, not really, but he'd lived their deaths through vision after vision. He missed them like phantom limbs. "But I'm going to make things right. I'm going to finish what Voldemort started, end him for good." Sirius's grip tightened. "What do you mean?" Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who sat behind his desk with an expression of careful neutrality. Lupin stood by the window, watching. "I know things," Harry said quietly. "About Voldemort. About how he survived that night. I'm working on a way to stop him permanently." "What kind of things?" "I can't tell you everything yet. But I need people I can trust. People who'll help me without asking too many questions." Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then his jaw set, and a light came into his eyes that hadn't been there before. "I spent 12 years in Azkaban because I failed your parents," he said. "I'm not failing you. Whatever you need, Harry, I'm in." October came cold and wet. Harry spent his days attending classes, pretending to be a normal third-year student. He answered questions in Transfiguration, brewed potions under Snape's hostile glare, practiced spells in defense against the dark arts with Lupin's encouraging supervision. But his nights belonged to the hunt. The Hogwarts library was extensive, and now that he had a legitimate defense professor to write permission slips, the restricted section opened its doors. Harry read about Horcruxes in dusty tomes that burned his fingers. He studied the history of dark artifacts, learning to recognize the signs of objects that had been touched by murder. And he searched for the diadem. The room of requirement. That's what the visions had shown him, a room that appeared only when you needed it, filled with centuries of hidden things. The diadem was in there somewhere, lost among mountains of forgotten junk. Finding the room itself took 3 weeks. Harry walked the 7th-floor corridor dozens of times, thinking about what he needed, visualizing the space where lost things went. The wall remained stubbornly solid, mocking his attempts. It was Hermione who finally helped him crack it. "You're thinking about it wrong," she said one evening in the common room. They were alone. Ron was at Quidditch practice, and the other students had drifted off to bed. "You're asking for a room where lost things are hidden. But maybe it's not about what's lost. Maybe it's about what you need." "I need to find the diadem." "No, you need a place where you can find what you're looking for. Different intention, different result." She bit her lip, thinking. What if you asked for a room where hidden things could be found? Or a place of recovery and revelation? Harry considered that. His approach had been specific, targeted, find the place where Voldemort hid his treasure. But the room of requirement responded to need, not knowledge. It couldn't know what he was looking for unless he framed it right. "You're brilliant," he said. Hermione flushed slightly. "I just read about magical spaces that respond to intention. The theory isn't that complicated." "Still brilliant." Harry stood, energy coursing through him. "Want to come try it out?" "Now." She glanced at the window, where darkness pressed against the glass. "It's past curfew. I have the invisibility cloak." Something flickered in Hermione's expression, nervousness warring with excitement. The excitement won. "All right. Let's go." They crept through the sleeping castle wrapped in the cloak, pressed close together in the confined space. Harry was acutely aware of Hermione's warmth against his side, the smell of her hair, the way her breath caught when they passed a prowling Mrs. Norris. "This is insane," she whispered. "If we get caught, we won't." "You sound very confident for someone who got caught by a mountain troll first year." "I saved you from that troll. You knocked it out with its own club." "That's not saving, that's improvising." Harry grinned despite himself. This was what he'd missed during her months of petrification, the easy back and forth, the sense that someone understood him. They reached the 7th floor. The corridor was empty, moonlight streaming through tall windows to paint silver patterns on the stone floor. "Okay," Harry said, throwing off the cloak. "I'll pace. You watch for Filch." He walked past the blank stretch of wall, concentrating. "I need a place where hidden things can be found. I need a space of recovery and revelation. I need to find what was lost." 3 passes. Nothing. "I need to recover what was taken. I need to reveal what was concealed. I need..." A door appeared in the wall. Hermione made a small sound of triumph. Harry reached for the handle, hesitated, then pushed it open. The room beyond was enormous. Towering piles of objects stretched toward a ceiling lost in darkness, furniture, books, weapons, clothing, bottles and boxes and things that defied description. Mountains of forgotten items, centuries of students hiding their secrets in a place that remembered everything. And somewhere in this chaos, a diadem that contained a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul. "We'll never find anything in here," Hermione breathed. "It would take years to search all of this." "I don't need to search." Harry stepped into the room, letting his awareness expand. "I need to feel." He'd been practicing this over the summer, reaching out with the sense that had awakened in the chamber, feeling for the particular wrongness that marked dark magic. The Horcrux would feel different from everything else. Twisted. Wrong. Familiar. He walked slowly through the maze of objects, one hand extended, brushing against items as he passed. Normal. Normal. A curse, but a mild one. Normal. Normal. There. Harry stopped. His hand hovered over a tarnished tiara, silver and sapphires, lying carelessly atop a pile of old wigs. It looked unremarkable, just another piece of forgotten jewelry. But the sense that rolled off it was anything but ordinary. Cold. Hungry. Waiting. He could feel the Horcrux like a second heartbeat, pulsing with malevolent awareness. It knew he was there. It was trying to reach out, to touch his mind, don't touch it directly. The voice came from behind them. Harry spun, wand raised, and found himself facing a girl with long blonde hair and an expression of dreamy curiosity. Luna Lovegood. He recognized her vaguely from the train, a Ravenclaw, younger than him, known for being strange even by wizarding standards. That thing has something living inside it, Luna continued, as though she hadn't just appeared from nowhere in a secret room past midnight. Something that feeds on touch. You should probably use gloves. Hermione recovered first. Where did you come from? The same place you did, I expect. The room lets in anyone who needs it. Luna's pale eyes fixed on Harry's face. You're Harry Potter. I've been wanting to talk to you. About what? About the thing that's following you. She tilted her head, studying him with an intensity that made his skin prickle. It's gotten much closer since term started. Don't you feel it? Harry went very still. I don't know what you're talking about, he said carefully. Yes you do. Luna stepped closer, completely unafraid of the wand still pointed at her face. It's not quite here yet, more like a shadow pressing against glass. But every time you use your sight, you let a little more of it through. It's learning you. Learning the shape of your mind so it can find a way in. Hermione looked between them, confusion evident. Harry, what is she talking about? Something I should have mentioned sooner. Harry lowered his wand. There was no point pretending, Luna could clearly see more than she should. How do you know about it? My mother could see things too. Before she died. Luna's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes, old pain, carefully contained. She told me about the Watchers. The things that exist at the boundary between worlds. They're attracted to people who can see across the veil. Watchers. Plural. There are many of them. But only one has noticed you specifically. Luna moved past him, examining the diadem without touching it. This is very bad magic. The soul inside it is broken, but still alive. You're going to destroy it? Yes. Good. It's been calling to the Watcher. Offering to help it through. She looked back at Harry with those unsettling pale eyes. You should hurry. The door is getting thinner. They destroyed the diadem that night. Harry had brought a basilisk fawn, wrapped in cloth and hidden in his robe since summer. He drove it through the tarnished metal while Hermione held a protective shield around them, and the scream that erupted from the dying Horcrux made both of them stagger. But Luna stood steady, watching the dark smoke pour from the ruined diadem with an expression of clinical interest. That's 3 now, she said when it was over. You've destroyed 3 of them. How many are left? Harry stared at her. How do you know? I can count the gaps. There were 7 pieces once, I think. 7 connections to this world, 7 anchors for the soul that shouldn't exist. 3 are gone now. 4 remain. She smiled, and it was like sunlight breaking through clouds. You're doing well, Harry Potter. My mother would have liked you. Luna, I'd like to help, if you'll let me. The Watcher is dangerous, and you don't have anyone who can see it the way I can. When it finally comes through, you'll need someone who knows what to look for. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. She looked shaken. The destruction of the Horcrux had been violent, disturbing in ways neither of them had expected. But she nodded slowly. "I can't ask you to put yourself in danger," Harry said. "You're not asking. I'm offering." Luna turned to go, then paused. "Also, you should know, the Dementors aren't just here to guard against Sirius Black. Someone at the Ministry arranged for them specifically. Someone who wants to know what you can do." "Who?" "I don't know his name. But I know what he wants." Luna's expression went serious, the first time Harry had seen her without that dreamy distance. "He wants to open the door all the way. Let everything through. He thinks he can control what's on the other side. That's insane." "Yes. It is." Luna smiled again, sad and knowing. People who seek power always think they can control it. They never learn until it's too late. She drifted away into the maze of lost things, and Harry watched her go with the uncomfortable feeling that his world had just gotten a lot more complicated. November brought Sirius back to Hogwarts. Not officially, the Ministry was still jumpy about having an ex-convict around students, even one who'd been exonerated. But Sirius didn't much care for official channels. He arrived in dog form one evening, trotted into the common room while everyone was at dinner, and transformed in front of the fire like he belonged there. "Cozy place," he said when Harry came in. "Better than my old dorm. Gryffindors have gotten soft." Harry grinned and threw himself into the armchair across from his godfather. "How did you get past the portrait?" "Gave the fat lady the password. She nearly had a heart attack when I transformed, but she's always had a soft spot for me." Sirius stretched out his long legs. "I'm supposed to be meeting with Dumbledore tomorrow. Thought I'd sneak in a visit first. You look better. Amazing what actual food and sleep will do." But the shadows hadn't entirely left Sirius's eyes. Harry could see them lurking behind the easy smile, 12 years of darkness that couldn't be erased with a few weeks of freedom. "You look worse. What have you been doing?" "Research. Planning. The usual." Sirius studied him with uncomfortable intensity. "Remus told me some of what you can do. The visions. The seeing. It's complicated. Life usually is." Sirius leaned forward. "I want to help, Harry. Not just because you freed me, though that's reason enough, but because James was my brother in everything but blood. Protecting you is what he would have wanted. What I should have done from the start. You couldn't. I could have done a lot of things differently. Made better choices. Trusted the right people." Sirius's jaw tightened. "I spent 12 years paying for my mistakes. Now I want to do something right." Harry considered his options. Sirius was reckless, unpredictable, still healing from trauma that would break most people. But he was also powerful, connected, and utterly loyal. And Harry needed allies. "There are things I can't tell you yet," he said finally. "Things that would put you in danger if you knew." "That sounds like Dumbledore talking." "It's not. It's me, protecting my assets." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "But there are things you can help with. People at the Ministry who are interested in my abilities, who might try to use them for their own ends. Luna Lovegood says someone arranged the Dementor specifically to test me." Sirius's expression went dark. "The Department of Mysteries. Has to be. They've been obsessed with seers for generations, spent decades trying to create one artificially." He paused. "You're saying someone there knows about you? Knows enough to be curious. Probably watching to see what I can do. Then we need to find out who." Sirius stood, restless energy crackling around him. "I still have contacts at the Ministry, people who owe me favors, or at least feel guilty enough to help. Give me a few weeks. Be careful." Sirius laughed, the wild, slightly unhinged sound Harry was starting to associate with him. Careful isn't really my style, pup. But I'll try not to get arrested again. That would be embarrassing. The answer came faster than expected. 2 weeks later, Harry received an owl from Sirius containing a single name and a brief description, Augustus Rookwood. Former unspeakable, convicted Death Eater, currently serving life in Azkaban. Except he's not. Someone pulled strings, got him moved to minimum security, probably bribed the guards. He's been seen in London, walking around like he owns the place. And he's been asking questions about you. Harry read the letter 3 times, committing every word to memory before burning it. Rookwood. The name didn't mean anything to him, but the profile did: Death Eater, unspeakable, interested in seers. Someone who served Voldemort but had his own agenda. Someone who wanted to use Harry's abilities for purposes beyond the Dark Lord's plans. He shared the information with Hermione that evening, in an empty classroom warded against eavesdropping. An unspeakable who's also a Death Eater, she said slowly. That's terrifying, actually. They study magic at the deepest levels: time, death, prophecy. If he understands how your visions work, he might be able to exploit them. Or cut them out of my head entirely. Hermione shuddered. What do we do? Learn more about him. What he wants, what his weaknesses are, where he's vulnerable. Harry paced the length of the classroom. Luna said someone wanted to open a door, let whatever's watching through. If Rookwood is connected to the unspeakables, he might have access to things that could make that possible. You think he wants to use you as some kind of gateway? I think he wants power. The Watcher, whatever it is, exists beyond the veil. If someone could control it, bind it to their will. Harry trailed off. The implications were staggering. We need to warn Dumbledore, Hermione said. Already done. But Dumbledore can't watch everywhere at once. Neither can Sirius or Lupin. Harry stopped pacing. I need to find the other Horcruxes faster. Every one I destroy weakens Voldemort and draws Rookwood's attention. Eventually, he'll have to come for me directly. That's when we spring the trap. You want to bait him. I want to end him. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. Rookwood isn't going to stop. He's been planning this for years, maybe decades. The only way to protect everyone is to remove him from the equation permanently. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You've changed, Harry. Since second year. Since the chamber. I know. I'm not saying it's bad. Just, different. She reached out and took his hand. You're carrying so much. More than anyone should, especially at our age. I wish you'd let me help carry more of it. Harry looked at her, really looked. The bushy hair she'd never been able to tame. The intelligent eyes that missed nothing. The fierce loyalty that had kept her by his side through mountain trolls and basilisks and soul fragments. You already do, he said. More than you know. He wasn't sure who moved first. But suddenly they were closer, and her hand was warm in his, and when their lips met it felt like the most natural thing in the world. They broke apart after a long moment, both breathing harder. That was. Hermione started. Yeah. We should probably. Definitely. Neither of them moved. This is going to complicate things, Hermione said eventually. But she was smiling. Everything's complicated. Harry smiled back. This is the good kind. Winter settled over Hogwarts like a white blanket. Harry spent Christmas with Sirius, who'd been granted temporary custody now that his name was officially cleared. Grimmauld Place was grim and dusty, the ancestral home of the Blacks hadn't been properly maintained in years, but it was theirs. This house holds secrets, Sirius said on Christmas morning, nursing a cup of tea in front of the fire. My family was dark for generations. If there's anything useful hidden here, we should find it. Like what? Books on obscure magic. Artifacts. Information about the old pureblood families, who owed whom, who betrayed whom. Sirius grimaced. My mother kept extensive records. Paranoia was a family trait. They spent the day searching. Harry's abilities helped, he could feel the traces of old magic, the residue of dark spells. Most of the objects they found were merely unpleasant, but in a locked cabinet in the drawing room, he discovered something else. A locket. Heavy, gold, engraved with a serpentine S. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Sirius. Where did this come from? His godfather peered at the locket with mild interest. No idea. My mother collected all sorts of junk. She was convinced everything valuable would be stolen if it wasn't locked up. He frowned. Why? Is it important? Harry touched the locket with one finger. The vision slammed into him like a physical force. A cave. Water everywhere, dark and still. A boat that required blood to move. An island in the center, glowing with sickly green light. Voldemort, young and handsome and terrible, placing the locket in a basin of poison. Setting defenses that would kill any living thing that tried to retrieve it. Years passing. Decades. Then, a house elf. Thin, ancient, devoted. Creature, his name was. Sent by his master to drink the poison, suffer the torment, retrieve the locket for someone who had turned against the Dark Lord. Regulus Black. Sirius's brother. The Death Eater who'd had second thoughts. The locket passing from hand to hand, creature hiding it on his master's orders, guarding it through years of madness and grief. Waiting for someone who could destroy it. Harry came back to himself on the floor of the drawing room, Sirius crouched over him with panic in his eyes. Harry. What happened? You were convulsing, the locket. Harry's voice was raw. It's a Horcrux. One of Voldemort's. Your brother stole it. Sirius went white. Regulus. But he was a Death Eater. He served, he turned against Voldemort. Found out about the Horcruxes and tried to destroy this one. He died for it, Sirius. He died trying to do the right thing. The silence stretched. Sirius stared at the locket like it might bite him, emotions warring across his face, grief, confusion, something that might have been pride. My baby brother, he whispered. I always thought he was lost. Just another black fallen to darkness. But he was a hero. In the end. Sirius closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were wet but determined. Then let's finish what he started. They destroyed the locket that night. Harry drove the basilisk fang through its face while Sirius held the screaming thing down with every ounce of magic he possessed. The dark smoke poured out, shrieking in a voice that wasn't quite human, and then, silence. 2 Horcruxes destroyed by Harry's own hand. The diary, the diadem, and now the locket. For remained, the ring, the cup, the snake, and Harry himself. But as the smoke cleared and the locket crumbled to dust, Harry felt something else. A pressure at the edge of his consciousness, stronger than ever before. The Watcher was closer now. So close he could almost see it, a shadow behind his eyes, a presence in the corner of every room. Every Horcrux you destroy, Luna had said, weakens the barriers. He anchored himself to this world with murder, but he also anchored something else. They're connected, Harry. Voldemort and the thing beyond the veil. You can't destroy one without freeing the other. Harry stared at the dust that had been the locket and felt the weight of impossible choices pressing down on him. Destroy the Horcruxes and risk unleashing something worse than Voldemort. Leave them intact and let a monster live forever. There had to be another way. A path that led to victory without apocalypse. He just had to find it before the door opened all the way. The Christmas holidays ended. Harry returned to Hogwarts with new knowledge, new power, and new fears. Hermione met him at the station, her embrace fierce and brief. "I've been researching," she whispered. "The Watchers, Luna calls them that, but the old texts have other names. Guardians of the Threshold. The Hollow Ones. Things that exist between death and something else. Did you find a way to stop them?" "Maybe. There's a legend, old, probably mythological, about objects that could bind them. Force them to serve instead of consume." She pulled back, eyes bright with excitement and fear. "The Deathly Hallows. Have you heard of them?" Harry felt his scar prickle. In his visions of the ring, Voldemort placing it on his finger, the black stone cracked and ancient, he'd sensed something beyond just a Horcrux. Something older. "Tell me everything," he said. And she did. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Hollow Stone. The Deathly Hallows were supposed to be a fairy tale. Hermione had found the story in a book of wizarding children's tales, 3 brothers who cheated death, 3 gifts given in exchange. The Elder Wand, unbeatable in combat. The Resurrection Stone, capable of summoning the spirits of the dead. The Cloak of Invisibility, which could hide its wearer from death itself. Most scholars treat it as metaphor, Hermione explained in the library, voice low enough that Madame Pants wouldn't descend on them. The brothers represent different approaches to mortality, the warrior, the romantic, the wise man. The objects are symbols, not literal artifacts. But there are other accounts. Older ones. She pushed a crumbling manuscript across the table. Historians who tracked the Elder Wand through centuries of violent deaths. Testimony from witnesses who saw the Resurrection Stone used. And your cloak, Harry, your father's cloak, it's lasted for generations without degrading. Normal invisibility cloaks fade after a few years. Harry touched the cloak in his pocket, feeling its strange weightless texture. He'd never questioned why it worked so perfectly, why it had been his father's most prized possession. Now the answer seemed obvious. "The ring," he said slowly. "Voldemort's ring, it has a black stone set in it. I saw it in my visions. Cracked, but old. Ancient." Hermione's eyes widened. "You think it's the Resurrection Stone?" "I think Voldemort found something he didn't understand and turned it into a Horcrux. He wanted to cheat death, and he used an artifact that was already connected to it." Harry's mind raced through the implications. If the Hallows are real, if they can bind things that exist at the boundary between life and death, then maybe they can bind the Watcher. Or trap it. Or destroy it. Harry leaned back in his chair. "Either way, I need that ring." The gaunt shack stood in a hollow of dead trees, surrounded by poisoned earth where nothing had grown for decades. Harry felt it before he saw it, a wrongness that pressed against his senses like a physical weight. The Horcrux inside was calling to the darkness in his scar, and both were calling to something else. Something that watched from just beyond the edge of perception. "This place is foul." Sirius stood at the edge of the clearing, his wand drawn and his face pale. "My family dealt in dark magic, but this is something else." "Voldemort was raised in an orphanage," Harry said quietly. "His mother died giving birth to him. His father was a muggle who abandoned them both. This shack is all that's left of his wizarding heritage, the only connection to the world he wanted to belong to." "You sound like you understand him." "I've lived his memories." Harry stepped forward, picking his way through the dead grass. "Understanding isn't the same as sympathy." The shack itself was barely standing, walls that sagged inward, a roof more holes than thatch, a door that hung from one rusted hinge. But the magic surrounding it was dense and lethal. Harry could see it layered like an onion, repelling charms, detection spells, curses that would kill on contact. "Lupin said Dumbledore was planning to come here," Sirius said. "Maybe we should wait, Dumbledore would have been here months ago if he could." "Something stopping him." Harry studied the wards, letting his sight unfold. The defenses are keyed to magical signatures. Adult wizards, trained magic users, they trigger everything. But look at the gaps. Sirius squinted, seeing nothing. What gaps? Children. House elves. Creatures with magic but no formal training. Harry smiled grimly. Voldemort was paranoid about rivals, about Dumbledore specifically. He never considered that a teenager might come looking for his soul. You're saying you can walk through. I'm saying I'm going to try. Sirius grabbed his arm. Harry, I'll be careful. Harry met his godfather's eyes. If something goes wrong, get help. Don't come after me yourself. Like hell I won't. Sirius. Harry's voice hardened. If I die in there, someone needs to finish this. You know where the other Horcruxes are. You know what's at stake. Don't throw that away trying to save me. They stared at each other for a long moment. Then Sirius's shoulders slumped. James would have said the same thing, he muttered. Reckless, stubborn, I learned from the best. Harry squeezed his arm once, then turned toward the shack. Watch my back. He stepped through the ward line. The magic pressed against him like walking through water, resistant but not solid, testing his presence without attacking. He felt the curses straining toward him, held back by parameters that didn't quite fit. Child, the ward seemed to decide. Harmless. Harry kept moving. The interior of the shack was worse than the exterior suggested. Dark stains covered the floor, old blood, probably, though Harry didn't want to know whose. The walls were covered in scratched symbols, protective runes mixed with something older and uglier. A snake's skin hung from the rafters, shed decades ago but preserved by magic. And in the corner, half buried under rotted floorboards, something glinted. Harry approached carefully, extending his sight, feeling for traps. The box was simple, wooden, unassuming, but the magic around it was anything but. A compulsion charm woven so tightly it was almost invisible. A curse that would trigger on touch. And beneath both, the hungry pulse of the Horcrux itself. Put me on, the ring whispered. Wear me. I can show you things you've always wanted to see. Harry recognized the manipulation for what it was. Tom Riddle had built his soul fragments to defend themselves, to seduce and corrupt anyone who got close. But knowing didn't make the pull any less powerful. Your parents. I can bring them back. Just for a moment, just long enough to see them, hear their voices, tell them you love them. Shut up, Harry said aloud. He pulled out the basilisk fong and drove it through the ring without touching the metal. The scream that erupted from the box was deafening. The Horcrux writhed, fighting the venom, throwing visions at Harry with desperate fury. His mother, smiling at him from across a sunlit room. His father, teaching him to fly. The family he'd never had, could never have. Harry gritted his teeth and twisted the fong. The ring cracked. The black stone split down the middle, and something else screamed, not the Horcrux, but the artifact beneath it. The resurrection stone, wounded by venom but not destroyed. Dark smoke poured from the broken metal. The compulsion charms shattered. The curses collapsed in on themselves. And in the silence that followed, Harry heard a voice that wasn't inside his head. You should not have come here, little seer. Augustus Rookwood stepped out of the shadows. He was tall, thin, with a face like a hatchet and eyes that glittered with intelligence. His robes were ministry standard, but the magic rolling off him was anything but old, dark, hungry. I've been watching you for months, Rookwood said conversationally. Following your progress. You're remarkable, you know. A true seer, born rather than made, with access to visions most unspeakables would kill for. He smiled. Some of us have. Harry's wand was already in his hand. I know who you are. Do you? Then you know I'm not here to kill you. Rookwood spread his hands, showing empty palms. I'm here to recruit you. For Voldemort? Please. Rookwood's smile widened. The Dark Lord is a means to an end, nothing more. Useful for certain purposes, but ultimately limited. He wants immortality, power, control, pedestrian ambitions, really. I want something far more interesting. The Watcher. Rookwood's expression flickered, surprise, quickly concealed. You know about it. Good. That saves time. I know you want to let it through. Use me as a door. Door is such an ugly word. I prefer conduit. Rookwood stepped closer, and Harry felt the pressure of his magic like a physical force. The entity beyond the veil is older than human civilization. Older than magic itself, perhaps. It's been watching our world for millennia, pressing against the boundary, searching for a way in. And you, Harry Potter, you're the crack in the wall it's been waiting for. I'll die before I let that happen. Will you? Rookwood tilted his head. I wonder. Every time you use your visions, you strengthen the connection. Every Horcrux you destroy weakens the anchors that hold it back. You think you're fighting Voldemort, but really you're doing my work for me. The Dark Lord's soul fragments aren't just keeping him alive, they're part of an accidental binding, a web of murder and dark magic that keeps the Watcher partially contained. Remove them, and... Harry felt cold despite himself. You're lying. Am I? Rookwood's smile was knowing, patient. Ask your strange friend, the love-good girl. She sees more than most. She knows what's coming. Then why tell me? Why not just wait until I've finished? Because I prefer willing participants. Rookwood's eyes gleamed. The Watcher doesn't want to destroy your world, Harry. It wants to change it. Merge with it. Imagine magic without limits. Knowledge without boundaries. The secrets of death itself, laid bare for anyone with the courage to look. At what cost? Does it matter? Rookwood spread his arms. Humanity has always feared what it doesn't understand. But understanding is my domain. I've spent my entire life studying the boundaries between worlds, and I've learned one fundamental truth: those boundaries are arbitrary. Constructs imposed by fearful minds. What lies beyond them isn't evil, it's simply different. And different isn't something to fear. It's something to embrace. Harry listened, and a part of him, the part that had lived Tom Riddle's memories, that had touched darkness and survived, understood the temptation. Rookwood wasn't a raving madman. He was a true believer, someone who had followed knowledge to its logical extreme and found something worth worshipping. That made him more dangerous than any Death Eater. You're wrong, Harry said quietly. The Watcher isn't just different. It's hungry. Every time I feel it, every time it presses against my mind, all I sense is appetite. It doesn't want to merge with our world, it wants to consume it. Interpretation. Rookwood waved a dismissive hand. You're young, untrained. You don't have the context to understand what you're feeling. I understand enough. Harry raised his wand. And I'm not letting you use me. Rookwood sighed. Disappointing. I had hoped for a partnership. His hand moved, and suddenly a wand appeared in it, dark wood, bone handle, something that felt wrong even from feet away. But if you insist on doing this the hard way. The duel began. Rookwood was faster than Harry expected. His first curse came before Harry could finish raising his shield, a beam of sickly yellow light that screamed through the air and tore a chunk from the wall behind him. Harry rolled, came up casting, threw a stunner that Rookwood batted aside like a fly. You're powerful, Rookwood said, almost admiring. Raw, untrained, but powerful. With proper instruction, Harry hit him with a blasting curse that threw him through the shack's rotten wall. The building shuddered. Debris rained down. Harry pressed his advantage, firing spell after spell into the dust cloud, but Rookwood was already moving, a conjured shield deflecting everything, his counterattack coming in forms Harry didn't recognize. Pain lanced through Harry's shoulder as something invisible sliced his flesh. He stumbled, caught himself, and pushed. Not with magic. With the sight. He reached out, grabbed the thread of Rookwood's life force, and pulled. He was in a laboratory. Stone walls, magical instruments, bodies on tables. Rookwood, younger, hungrier, stood over a figure strapped to an examination chair. The figure was screaming. The visions come from somewhere, Rookwood was saying, his voice clinical and distant. If I can find the source, map the pathways, I can reproduce them. Create seers rather than waiting for them to be born. The figure screamed again. Rookwood's wand traced symbols in the air above his forehead. Ah! There it is. The connection point. Rookwood leaned closer, his eyes bright with fascination. You're not seeing the future at all, are you? You're seeing through the veil. Into the space between life and death. And something on the other side is showing you what it wants you to know. The vision shifted. Another laboratory. More bodies. Rookwood standing before a mirror that didn't reflect anything, just darkness, just void, just something watching from the other side. I see you, Rookwood whispered. I've always seen you. And soon, very soon, I'll let you through. The thing in the mirror smiled. Harry gasped back to awareness. He was on the ground, pain screaming through every nerve, his nose bleeding freely. Rookwood stood over him, wand pointed at his heart, expression caught between fury and fascination. You saw them, Rookwood breathed. My experiments. My work. You took that from my mind. Harry spat blood and laughed. You're not a visionary. You're a butcher who found something bigger than himself and decided to worship it. And you're a child who doesn't understand what he's been given. Rookwood's wand pressed against Harry's forehead, directly over his scar. Last chance, Potter. Join me willingly, or I'll take what I need by force. Go to hell. Rookwood's expression hardened. As you wish. The curse that hit Harry was unlike anything he'd experienced. It didn't attack his body, it attacked his connection. The thread that linked him to the Watcher, the pathway his visions traveled, the crack in the wall that Rookwood wanted to widen. He felt it stretching. The Watcher pressed forward, closer than ever, and Harry felt its attention focus on him with terrible intensity. Not hunger anymore, recognition. It knew him now. Knew the shape of his mind, the texture of his thoughts. And it was coming. No. The voice wasn't Harry's. Magic erupted from somewhere behind Rookwood, silver light, pure and blinding, carrying the weight of decades of suppressed power. The unspeakable turned, raising his shield, but he was too slow. Albus Dumbledore stood at the edge of the clearing, his wand blazing with fire. You will not, Dumbledore said quietly, have this boy. The battle that followed was beyond anything Harry could contribute to. He lay in the dirt, struggling to close the connection Rookwood had forced open, watching two of the most powerful wizards he'd ever encountered try to destroy each other. Dumbledore fought with elegant precision, each spell perfectly placed, each movement economical and devastating. But Rookwood was something else entirely. His magic was twisted, wrong, drawing on sources that made Harry's sight flare with warning. The Watcher was helping him. Not fully, not yet, but there were moments when Rookwood's curses carried weight they shouldn't have, when his shields held against attacks that should have shattered them. He was channeling something from beyond the veil, using the connection he'd spent years building. You can't win this, Albus, Rookwood said, deflecting a stream of fire. I've seen beyond your limits. Beyond anyone's limits. What's coming is inevitable, you're just delaying it. Perhaps. Dumbledore's voice was calm. But delay is all we need. He raised his wand, and the very air changed. Magic flooded the clearing, ancient, protective, the power of centuries of defense against darkness. The wards around Hogwarts, Harry realized. Somehow, impossibly, Dumbledore was drawing on the castle itself. Rookwood felt it too. His eyes widened, and for the first time, fear flickered across his face. "This isn't over," he snarled. He twisted, collapsing into a spiral of darkness, and vanished. Silence settled over the clearing. Dumbledore lowered his wand slowly, his breath coming harder than Harry had ever seen. The headmaster looked old suddenly, tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. "Professor, rest, Harry." Dumbledore moved to his side, helping him sit up. "The connection Rookwood forced open, is it still closing?" Harry could feel it, the crack in his mind slowly sealing. "He almost got through. The Watcher, it knows me now." "Yes." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "I was afraid of this." Augustus was always brilliant, but his brilliance led him to terrible places. The Department of Mysteries spent decades trying to control him, and when that failed, they tried to contain him instead. Obviously, that failed as well. He said the Horcruxes are part of what's holding the Watcher back. That destroying them weakens the barrier. A partial truth, wrapped in manipulation. Dumbledore helped Harry to his feet. The Horcruxes are indeed connected to the boundary between worlds, any magic that touches death so intimately must be. But they are not barriers. They are more like anchors. Points of connection that allow things from beyond to find purchase in our reality. So destroying them, removes the anchors, but also removes the connection points. Dumbledore met his eyes. The Watcher has been using Voldemort's soul fragments to strengthen its grip on our world. Every Horcrux that exists gives it another handhold. Destroy them, and you weaken both the Dark Lord and the entity that feeds on his darkness. Harry felt some of the cold weight lift from his chest. Rookwood lied. Rookwood told you what would make you hesitate. That is his gift, finding the fear that will stop his enemies in their tracks. Dumbledore's expression softened. "You did well, Harry. You found the ring, destroyed the Horcrux, and survived an encounter with one of the most dangerous dark wizards of our age. I didn't defeat him. No. But you held him long enough for help to arrive. That is not weakness, that is wisdom." Dumbledore looked down at the ruined ring still smoking on the ground. "And you found something else. Something even Rookwood doesn't know you have." Harry followed his gaze. The black stone, cracked but intact, glowed faintly in the moonlight. The Resurrection Stone. One of the Deathly Hallows. An artifact of immense power, connected to death in ways we barely understand. Dumbledore's voice was careful, measured. "I spent many years searching for them, Harry. Many years believing they could solve problems that had no other solution. I was wrong, or at least, I was asking the wrong questions." "What do you mean?" "The Hallows are not tools for avoiding death. They are tools for understanding it." Dumbledore picked up the cracked stone, handling it with obvious care. "The Elder Wand grants power over life and death in combat. The invisibility cloak hides its wearer from death's sight. And this, the Resurrection Stone, allows glimpses of what lies beyond. Together, they represent a kind of mastery. Not immortality, but acceptance. The master of death." "Indeed." Dumbledore looked at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. "You already possessed the cloak, passed from your father, who received it from his father, in an unbroken line stretching back to Ignotus Peverell himself. Now you have found the stone. Only the wand remains. Where is it?" Dumbledore smiled slightly. "In my possession. One from Gellert Grindelwald many years ago, and held in trust ever since." He drew his wand, long, elegant, carved with unfamiliar symbols, and held it out for Harry to see. "The Elder Wand. The Death Stick. The Wand of Destiny. It has many names, all earned through blood." Harry stared at it. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I believe the Hallows may be the key to binding the Watcher, closing the door it seeks to open." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "And because I am old, Harry. Older than I should be." The ring's curse touched me before you destroyed the Horcrux, only a graze, but enough. I have perhaps a year remaining, perhaps less. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Professor, do not mourn me yet. I have time enough to prepare, to ensure that when I go, I leave behind something more than unfinished battles. Dumbledore met his eyes. The Elder Wand passes to whoever defeats its previous master. When my time comes, I intend to arrange for it to pass to you, not through violence, but through willing surrender. If the Hallows must have a master, I can think of no one better suited than the boy who has already sacrificed so much to protect others. Harry didn't know what to say. The weight of what Dumbledore was offering, what he was asking, pressed down like a physical burden. I'm not ready for that, he managed. No. You're not. Dumbledore smiled. But you will be. That is what the next months will be for, preparing you, training you, ensuring you have every weapon you need to face what's coming. He placed the cracked stone in Harry's palm. Keep this safe. Learn its properties. When the time comes, you will need all three. Sirius burst through the tree line, wand blazing, Lupin at his heels. Harry. We heard explosions, are you? He stopped, taking in the ruined shack, the scorched clearing, Dumbledore's presence. What the hell happened? Progress, Dumbledore said mildly. And a setback. Both at once, as is so often the case in war. He turned to Harry. We should return to Hogwarts. There is much to discuss, and I suspect young Mr. Potter needs rest. Harry nodded, feeling the exhaustion hit him all at once. The ring was destroyed. The stone was in his possession. And somewhere out there, Augustus Rookwood was planning his next move. 4 Horcruxes down. 3 to go. And the Watcher was closer than ever. February arrived cold and harsh. Harry spent his days in classes, his nights in the library, and every spare moment practicing with Lupin or Sirius or both. His magic was growing, feeding on the connection to the Watcher, whether he wanted it to or not, and controlling it required constant effort. Hermione helped where she could. She'd taken to researching the Hallows with the same intensity she applied to everything else, filling notebooks with diagrams and theories and historical connections. The 3 brothers were Peverils, she said one evening, spread out across a table in the room of requirement. Luna sat nearby, braiding her hair and occasionally offering cryptic observations. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus. The eldest was killed for the wand, the middle killed himself trying to resurrect his dead love, and the youngest, lived to old age and passed the cloak to his son. Harry nodded. Dumbledore told me. I'm apparently descended from Ignotus. Which makes you the rightful owner of the cloak. Not just a possessor, an heir. Hermione's eyes were bright with excitement. That matters, Harry. The Hallows aren't just powerful objects, they're connected to bloodlines, to intention, to worthiness. The fact that you inherited the cloak through an unbroken family line means something. It means the Watcher has been watching my family for generations, Luna said dreamily. The Peverils opened the first crack. It's been pressing against it ever since. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Luna's observations were often unsettling, but they were rarely wrong. How do we close it? Harry asked. The crack. The connection. If the Hallows are supposed to grant mastery over death, not mastery over death, Luna corrected. Mastery of death. The difference is important. What difference? Mastery over something means controlling it. Forcing it to your will. Luna's pale eyes met his. Mastery of something means understanding it. Accepting it. Becoming part of it without being consumed. So to use the Hallows against the Watcher, you'd have to accept death. Luna's expression was serene. Not die, accept. Understand what it means, what comes after, what lives in the space between. The Watcher isn't evil, Harry. It's just hungry. And hungry things can be fed. Hermione looked disturbed. You're saying he has to offer himself? I'm saying he has to stop being afraid. Luna smiled. The Watcher feeds on the fear of death. That's why it's drawn to dark magic, to Horcruxes, to people who try to cheat the natural order. Harry's visions let him see past death, but he's still terrified of what he sees. As long as that terror exists, the Watcher has something to grip. Harry thought about that. The visions had shown him horrible things, murder, torture, the splitting of souls. But they'd also shown him his parents, in fragments and echoes, preserved in the memories of those who'd known them. Death wasn't just an ending. It was a transition. And maybe, just maybe, the transition was only terrifying if you believed there was nothing on the other side. I need to talk to them, he said slowly. My parents. Using the stone. Harry, Hermione started. Not to bring them back. Just to understand. Luna's right, I'm afraid of what's beyond the veil because I don't know what it is. But the stone can show me. Can let me ask. Luna nodded approvingly. The middle brother failed because he wanted his love returned to life. He couldn't accept that she belonged somewhere else now. But if you just want to talk, to learn, the stone might help. It's dangerous, Hermione said. The resurrection stone corrupted Cadmus Peverell, drove him to suicide, because he couldn't let go. Harry pulled the cracked stone from his pocket, feeling its weight in his palm. I'm not trying to hold on. I'm trying to say goodbye. He closed his eyes and turned the stone 3 times. When he opened them, his parents were standing before him. Not quite solid, translucent, faintly glowing, caught somewhere between memory and presence. But real. There. Looking at him with expressions that made his throat close up. Harry. His mother's voice was soft, warm, exactly as he'd imagined it. Oh, my beautiful boy. Mum. The word came out broken. Dad. We know. James Potter smiled, and Harry could see himself in that smile, the shape of the jaw, the mess of dark hair. We've been watching, in our way. We're so proud of you. I don't know if I can do this. The words spilled out before Harry could stop them. There's so much, Voldemort, the Horcruxes, this thing beyond the veil, everyone expects me to fix it, and I don't know if I'm strong enough. You are. Lily moved closer, and Harry felt a faint warmth where her hand would have touched his face. You've always been strong, Harry. From the moment you were born, I felt it in you. A light that darkness couldn't touch. But the Watcher is afraid of you. James's voice was certain. It's been searching for a way through for centuries, and now it's found someone who can see it clearly. That terrifies it, Harry. For the first time, something is looking back. I don't understand. You will. Lily's smile was sad and proud at once. The boundary between worlds isn't a wall, it's a mirror. Everything on one side has a reflection on the other. The Watcher has been pressing against the glass, trying to break through. But mirrors can work both ways. You're saying I could push back. We're saying you're not as helpless as you feel. James glanced at Lily, something passing between them. We can't tell you everything, there are rules, even for spirits. But we can tell you this, the Hallows aren't weapons. They're keys. And the door they open doesn't just lead to death. It leads to everything death touches. Which is everything, Lily added softly. Life and death aren't opposites, Harry. They're 2 sides of the same coin. Once you truly understand that, truly accept it, the Watcher won't be able to touch you. You'll be beyond its reach. The stone was growing warm in Harry's hand. The images of his parents were starting to fade. Wait, Harry reached for them, desperate. I have so many questions, we'll see you again. His mother's voice was distant now, fading. Not for a long time, I hope. But we'll be here when you're ready. We love you, son. James's outline was barely visible. Whatever happens, we love you. They were gone. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, tears streaming down his face, the stone cool and inert in his palm. But something had changed inside him. Some fundamental fear had loosened its grip. Death wasn't the enemy. It was just, what came next. And if he could truly accept that, truly master it, maybe he could face the Watcher after all. You talked to them. Hermione's voice was gentle. She and Luna hadn't moved, had been watching him stand motionless for however long the conversation had lasted. Yeah. Harry wiped his face, not embarrassed by the tears. They said the Hallows are keys. That death and life aren't opposites. They're right. Luna was watching him with new interest. You feel different now. Calmer. The crack is still there, but you're not fighting it anymore. I'm not sure what I'm doing, Harry admitted. But I think I understand a little better. That's how it starts. Luna stood, brushing off her robes. Understanding leads to acceptance. Acceptance leads to mastery. And mastery, she smiled, leads to being able to tell the hungry things exactly where they can shove their appetite. Despite everything, Harry laughed. March came with warnings of danger. Sirius's sources reported increased Death Eater activity in the south. Rookwood had been sighted multiple times, always disappearing before Aurors could respond. And something was happening at the Ministry, political shifts, personnel changes, an undercurrent of unease that even civilians could sense. They're preparing for something, Lupin said at one of their evening meetings. They'd taken to gathering in Sirius's hidden room, a space beneath the shrieking shack, warded against detection, to share intelligence and plan their next moves. The Death Eaters are more organized than they've been in years. It's as if they have direction again. Voldemort's getting stronger, Harry said. I've felt it in the visions. The Horcruxes, every one we destroy, he feels it. It's pushing him to accelerate whatever he's planning. Then we need to accelerate too. Sirius was pacing, restless energy crackling around him. The cup is still in the Lestrange vault. The snake is wherever Voldemort's hiding. And Harry, is the last one. Harry kept his voice steady. I know. We're not discussing that. Hermione's tone was fierce. There has to be another way. Maybe there is. Harry thought about what his parents had said, about mirrors and reflections, about death and life being two sides of the same coin. But first we need to deal with the other two. Cup and snake. Gringotts is impregnable, Lupin said. Even Dumbledore couldn't break into the high-security vaults. Then we don't break in. Harry's mind was racing. We get invited. Sirius stopped pacing. How? Bellatrix Lestrange is still in Azkaban. Her vault hasn't been accessed in over a decade. But what if someone claiming to be her showed up? Someone with the right appearance, the right credentials, polyjuice potion. Hermione's eyes widened. It could work. The goblins rely on magical verification, but polyjuice creates a perfect physical copy. If we had something of Bellatrix's, we'd need to get close to her first. Sirius's expression was dark. She's in maximum security. The only visitors allowed are Ministry officials and family. Everyone looked at him. No. Sirius shook his head. Absolutely not. I'm not going back to that place. You wouldn't have to go inside. Harry's voice was gentle. Just close enough to get a hair. One brief encounter with a guard, a moment of confusion, you're asking me to face the place that nearly destroyed me. Sirius's voice was raw. To walk up to the gates of my own personal hell and pretend I'm fine. I'm asking you to help me end this. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I know what I'm asking. And I know you're the only one who can do it. The silence stretched. Then Sirius laughed, broken and desperate but somehow still defiant. "Damn you, Potter. You really are James's son. Is that a yes?" "It's a, give me a week to stop having nightmares about it." Sirius ran a hand through his hair. "But yeah. I'll do it." The Gringotts plan took shape over the following weeks. Sirius would approach Azkaban, posing as a ministry inspector conducting routine checks. During the visit, he'd acquire a sample of Bellatrix's hair, one of many details the prison staff wouldn't think twice about. Meanwhile, Hermione would brew the polyjuice potion. She'd done it before, in second year, and while that attempt had gone somewhat wrong, she'd learned from her mistakes. Harry would handle the infiltration itself. Under polyjuice, disguised as Bellatrix, he'd enter Gringotts, access the vault, and retrieve the cup. Luna had volunteered to accompany him. Her unique perceptions might spot dangers others would miss. "What about me?" Ron asked. He'd been brought into the plan reluctantly, still processing the revelations about Scabbers and struggling to find his place in a war that had suddenly gotten very real. "There must be something I can do. Watch our backs." Harry clapped him on the shoulder. "If we don't come out of Gringotts in 2 hours, alert Dumbledore. Get help. Don't come in after us, just make sure someone knows what happened." Ron nodded, jaw set. Whatever else had changed, his loyalty hadn't. "When do we do this?" Hermione asked. 3 weeks. Harry looked around at the people who'd become his army, his godfather, his girlfriend, his friends, his strange and essential allies. "That gives us time to prepare, to scout, to make sure everything's perfect. We only get one shot at this. And if it goes wrong, then we improvise." Harry smiled grimly. "We're Gryffindors. It's what we do." The night before Sirius left for Azkaban, Harry found him sitting alone in the Shrieking Shack. His godfather was staring at the walls, the same walls where he'd once met Peter Pettigrew, where years of accumulated secrets had finally come to light. His expression was distant, lost in memories Harry could only guess at. "You don't have to do this," Harry said quietly. "We can find another way." "No. I do have to." Sirius didn't look up. 12 years, Harry. 12 years of that place, surrounded by creatures that fed on my worst memories. I thought I'd never escape. And now you're asking me to walk back involuntarily. I'm sorry. Don't be. Sirius finally met his eyes, and there was something fierce in his gaze. This is exactly what I need. A reason to face my fears instead of running from them. A chance to turn that hellhole into a weapon against the people who put me there. Bellatrix is your cousin. Bellatrix is a monster who worships a bigger monster. Sirius's voice hardened. She killed people I loved. She would have killed more if she'd had the chance. Using her to destroy Voldemort isn't revenge, it's justice. Harry sat down beside him. For a while, neither of them spoke. My parents visited me, Harry said finally. Through the resurrection stone. They said they were proud of me. Sirius's breath caught. You talked to James. And my mom. They couldn't stay long, but they're at peace, Sirius. Wherever they are, they're together and they're happy. Something in Sirius's face crumbled. I used to imagine that. During the worst nights in Azkaban, I'd picture them somewhere bright and warm, laughing at some joke I couldn't hear. It was the only thought the Dementors couldn't take from me. It's real. Harry reached out and gripped his shoulder. They're waiting for us. Both of us. But not for a long time, that's what they said. Sirius laughed wetly. Sounds like something Lily would say. Always the practical one. He wiped his eyes. All right. I'll go to Azkaban tomorrow. I'll get the hair. And then we'll break into the most secure bank in the wizarding world and steal a piece of Voldemort's soul. When you put it that way, it sounds almost reasonable. Nothing about our lives has been reasonable since you showed up on that train. Sirius grinned. Wouldn't have it any other way. Sirius left at dawn. Harry spent the day in a haze of nervous energy, unable to focus on classes or conversations or anything except the slow crawl of time. By evening, he was pacing the room of requirement like a caged animal. He'll be fine. Hermione watched him from her position on the couch, a book open but unread in her lap. Sirius is smarter than he acts. He won't take unnecessary risks. It's not the risks I'm worried about. It's what being near that place will do to him. He's stronger than you think. 12 years in Azkaban should have destroyed him, but it didn't. That kind of resilience doesn't disappear. Harry stopped pacing. You really believe that? I believe in the people we've surrounded ourselves with. Hermione set down her book and stood, moving to his side. Sirius, Lupin, Luna, Ron, they're all here because they chose to be. Because they believe in what we're doing. That means something, Harry. I keep waiting for it to fall apart. For someone to get hurt because of choices I made. People will get hurt. It's war, that's what happens. Hermione's voice was gentle but unflinching. The question isn't whether we can prevent all harm. It's whether the harm we cause is worth the harm we prevent. You sound like Dumbledore. I'll take that as a compliment. She reached up, touching his face. You carry so much, Harry. Let me carry some of it with you. He kissed her. It was becoming easier now, the physical closeness, the vulnerability of letting someone see him without armor. She was warm and real and present, and for a few moments, the weight on his shoulders lifted. I love you, he said. The words came out without planning, surprising them both. Hermione's eyes went wide. Then she smiled, bright and genuine. I love you too. Obviously. Obviously. I've been in love with you since you knocked out that troll with its own club. Took you long enough to catch up. Harry laughed. In my defense, I was a bit distracted by murderous dark wizards. Excuses. But she was laughing too, and for one perfect moment, everything was right with the world. The moment ended when Luna burst through the door. He's back, she said. Sirius is back. And he has the hair. Sirius looked worse than Harry had ever seen him. His skin was gray, his hands were shaking, and his eyes had that hollow distance that spoke of memories too painful to process. But he was standing, and he was holding a small glass vial with a few strands of black hair inside. It was like being back there, he said hoarsely. Even outside the walls, I could feel them. The Dementors. They remembered me, Harry. They were calling to me, trying to, he broke off, swallowing hard. You got it. Harry took the vial carefully. That's what matters. You did it. Barely. Sirius collapsed into a chair. One more minute and I would have, he shook his head. Doesn't matter. We have what we need. How soon can we move? The potion needs another week. Hermione was already examining the hair, checking quality and viability. But after that, we're ready. Then we wait a week. Sirius closed his eyes. And try not to think about what comes next. Harry looked at the vial in his hand, at the proof of what they were attempting. Breaking into Gringotts. Stealing from the most secure vault in the wizarding world. Destroying another piece of Voldemort's soul. It was insane. It was dangerous. It was probably going to get someone killed. But it was necessary. And Harry was done waiting for the war to come to him. The week passed in a blur of preparation. Hermione finished the polyjuice potion, a perfect batch, stable and potent. Luna mapped the route to the Lestrange vault using her peculiar combination of research and intuition. Sirius provided memories of Bellatrix's mannerisms, her voice, the way she moved and spoke and terrorized everyone around her. She's theatrical, he said during one of their planning sessions. Everything's a performance with her. Grand gestures, dramatic speeches, that laugh, he shuddered. You'll know the laugh when you hear it. Practice until you can do it without thinking. Harry practiced. The transformation was only physical, but the performance needed to be complete. One slip, one moment of Harry Potter showing through Bellatrix Lestrange's mask, and they'd be caught. I'll be with you, Luna reminded him. The goblins won't look twice at a Lestrange bringing a companion. They're used to purebloods treating others as accessories. That's disturbing on multiple levels. That's pureblood culture. Luna shrugged. Use it against them. The night before the heist, Harry stood before a mirror and drank the polyjuice potion. The transformation was unpleasant, it always was, but when it finished, Bellatrix Lestrange stared back at him from the glass. Dark eyes, wild hair, that cruel smile that had haunted so many nightmares. Convincing, Harry said, practicing the high-pitched voice. Very convincing. Terrifying, more like. Hermione watched from the corner, her expression queasy. Are you sure about this? No. Harry as Bellatrix turned from the mirror. But I'm doing it anyway. That's a recurring theme with you. Seems to be working so far. Hermione crossed to him, crossed to the monster wearing her boyfriend's mind, and kissed the unfamiliar face anyway. Come back safe, she said. Or I'll kill you myself. Noted. Gringotts loomed white and imposing in the early morning light. Harry and Luna approached from Diagon Alley, moving with the confidence of people who belonged there. Bellatrix's robes swirled around Harry's borrowed body. Luna walked 2 steps behind, head down, playing the role of subservient companion. The goblins at the entrance gave them hard looks but said nothing. Bellatrix Lestrange's reputation preceded her, no one wanted to draw the attention of a known torturer. Inside, the bank was chaos organized into marble and gold. Goblins hurried everywhere, conducting business, counting money, glaring at wizards who moved too slowly. Harry approached the nearest teller with Bellatrix's imperious stride. I require access to my vault, he said, voice pitched perfectly. Immediately. The goblin looked up from his ledger. His eyes were cold and assessing. Identification. My face should be identification enough, creature. Or have you forgotten what happened to the last goblin who questioned a Lestrange? A flicker of fear. The goblin glanced at a colleague, received some invisible confirmation, and nodded stiffly. This way, madam. They were in. The cart ride to the depths of Gringotts took longer than Harry expected. Down, 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 through caverns lit by distant torches, past vaults whose doors radiated age and power. The air grew cold, damp, ancient. This far beneath London, they might as well have been in another world entirely. Luna sat beside him, outwardly calm but tense at the edges. Her pale eyes tracked every turn, every branching passage, memorizing escape routes. The thief's downfall is ahead, she murmured. I can feel it. Harry felt it too, a ward designed to strip enchantments, reveal disguises, identify intruders. If they passed through it normally, when I say jump, Luna continued, jump. Into what? You'll see. The cart plunged through a waterfall of silver light. Jump. Harry threw himself sideways, Luna grabbing his arm, and they tumbled into darkness, falling, spinning, the transformation dissolving around him even as they dropped into cold water below. Harry surfaced, gasping, treading water in an underground lake. Beside him, Luna emerged with a splash. The tunnels branch here, she said, pointing. The Lestrange vault is that way. We'll have to swim. The disguise, gone. The downfall stripped it. Luna started swimming. We'll need another way out. Harry followed, his mind racing. The alarm would be raised soon, maybe already had been. They had minutes at most. The water gave way to stone, and they climbed out into a cavern dominated by a massive door, iron and bronze and something older, carved with runes that made Harry's eyes water. And guarding it, chained and ancient and vast, was a dragon. "Oh," Luna said mildly. "That's inconvenient." The dragon was blind, Harry realized. Scarred around the eyes, probably deliberately, to make it easier to control. But it could still hear, still smell, still feel the vibrations of their footsteps on the stone. "We need to get past it," he whispered. Obviously. Luna was studying the chains. The goblins use clankers, metal noisemakers that cause pain. The dragon's been conditioned to retreat when it hears them. "We don't have clankers." "No. But I have something better." Luna pulled out her wand and cast a spell Harry didn't recognize. A sound filled the cavern, high-pitched, oscillating, exactly like the clankers the goblins used. The dragon roared in pain and cowered backward, pressing itself against the far wall. "How did you?" My father collected sound imitation spells. Useful for his research on imaginary creatures. Luna walked calmly past the terrified dragon. "Coming." They reached the vault door. Harry pressed his hand against the metal, feeling for, yes. The Horcrux. Pulsing with malevolent awareness, calling to the darkness in his scar. "It's in there. Can you open it?" Harry studied the runes. They weren't designed for external access, but Bellatrix's magical signature should have been keyed to the lock. Maybe enough of the polyjuice remained, he pressed his hand flat and pushed. The door groaned. Shuddered. Swung open. Inside, mountains of gold and silver and priceless artifacts stretched toward a shadowed ceiling. And there, sitting on a shelf at eye level, gleaming with cursed beauty, Hufflepuff's cup. Harry grabbed it, ignoring the way it burned his skin, and tucked it into his robes. "We need to leave. Now." Behind them, the dragon roared. Getting out was harder than getting in. The goblins had realized something was wrong, Harry could hear shouting echoing through the tunnels. The dragon had recovered from Luna's spell and was now actively hunting them, guided by smell and fury. "This way." Luna led them through side passages, following some internal map Harry couldn't see. "There's an old emergency exit, collapsed, but I think we can clear it." "You think?" 80% certain. She paused. "Maybe 70. Luna, 65. But that's still better than staying here." They ran. The dragon caught up with them at the final intersection, burst around a corner in a storm of scale and flame, mouth opening for a killing strike. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He freed it. A quick spell severed the chains. The dragon stumbled, confused by sudden freedom. Harry pointed toward the tunnel leading up, toward fresh air and open sky and liberty it had probably forgotten existed. "Go," he said in something that might have been Parseltongue, might have been pure desperation. "You're free. Go." The dragon stared at him with sightless eyes. Then it moved, not toward them, but up, climbing the tunnel walls with massive claws, breaking through stone and earth, carving a path toward the surface. Harry and Luna followed in its wake. They emerged into chaos. The dragon had burst through Gringotts' main floor, scattering goblins and wizards alike. It was climbing the building now, breaking through the roof, spreading pale wings in sunlight it hadn't seen in decades. Harry grabbed Luna's hand and ran. They made it 2 blocks before the Aurors arrived, too late to catch them, focused on the dragon rapidly disappearing over London. In the confusion, 2 teenagers with wet hair and scorched robes were barely worth noticing. "We did it." Luna's voice was dreamy, satisfied. "The cup is destroyed." Harry pulled out the basilisk fong and drove it through the metal. The scream was muffled by the noise of the crowd, but he felt it anyway, another piece of Voldemort dying, another anchor removed. The cup crumbled to dust in his hands. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. Only the snake and Harry himself remained. And somewhere, the Dark Lord felt it, and began to move. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Serpent's Shadow. The news of the Gringotts break-in spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. Harry watched the headlines unfold from the safety of Grimmauld Place, each edition of the Daily Prophet more hysterical than the last. Dragon escapes Gringotts, Ministry in chaos. Unknown intruders breach high-security vault. Dark artifacts feared stolen. They're blaming werewolves, Sirius said, tossing the latest paper onto the kitchen table. Apparently a pack of rogue lycanthropes coordinated with goblin dissidents to stage the robbery. That's ridiculous, Hermione said. The logistics alone, since when does the Prophet care about logistics? Lupin's voice was dry. He'd arrived that morning, looking more tired than usual. The Ministry needs someone to blame. Werewolves are convenient. Harry barely heard them. He was focused on something else, a growing pressure at the edges of his consciousness, a sense of movement in the darkness. Voldemort knew. The Dark Lord had felt the cup's destruction, just as he'd felt the others. And now, finally, he was responding. Harry could sense it through the connection they shared, rage and fear and desperate calculation, all swirling together into something that felt like a storm building on the horizon. He's coming, Harry said quietly. The conversation stopped. What do you mean? Sirius asked. Voldemort. He's done hiding. The Horcruxes, he knows someone's hunting them. He's going to stop waiting and start acting. Harry looked up from the table. We need to find Nagini before he does something drastic. The snake is with him, Lupin said. Wherever he is. And we still don't know where that is. Then we need to draw him out. Draw out the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Sirius's voice rose. Harry, that's necessary. Harry stood, restless energy coursing through him. We've destroyed 5 Horcruxes. Only Nagini and me are left. If Voldemort realizes how close we are, if he figures out what I am, he'll either kill me himself or find a way to protect the snake permanently. We can't give him time to prepare. So what do you suggest? Hermione asked. Send him an invitation. Something like that. Harry paced the length of the kitchen. The Triwizard Tournament starts this fall. Hogwarts is hosting. If I were Voldemort, looking for a way to strike at my enemies while the world's attention is elsewhere, you'd use the tournament. Lupin's eyes widened. A gathering of international wizards, massive security concerns, the Ministry stretched thin, it's the perfect cover. Harry stopped pacing. And if Voldemort's planning to move, he'll bring Nagini. She's his most trusted servant, his final anchor. He won't leave her unprotected. You want to use the tournament as bait. Sirius's voice was flat. Put yourself in the middle of whatever he's planning and hope you can kill the snake before he kills you. I want to end this. Harry met his godfather's eyes. Before more people die. Before the war we all know is coming destroys everything. The silence stretched. Then Sirius laughed, the dark, slightly unhinged sound Harry was learning to associate with acceptance. Fine. We'll do it your way. He shook his head. But if you get yourself killed, I'm never forgiving you. Noted. Summer bled into autumn. Harry returned to Hogwarts for his 4th year, but nothing felt the same. He walked through familiar corridors with new eyes, seeing defensive positions and escape routes instead of classrooms and common rooms. The castle that had once been his home now felt like a fortress under siege. The other students noticed the change. They whispered when he passed, watching him with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Harry Potter had always been famous, but now there was something different about him, something harder, older, dangerous. They think you're going dark, Ron said one evening in the common room. He'd grown more serious over the past year, the revelations about Scabbers forcing him to confront uncomfortable truths. Heard some Ravenclaws talking about it. Said you have the look of someone who's seen too much. They're not wrong. Yeah, well. Ron shrugged. For what it's worth, I think you're doing what needs to be done. Even if I don't understand all of it. Thanks, Ron. Just, be careful, yeah. Hermione would murder anyone who hurt you, but she'd also murder you if you got yourself killed. And I don't want to deal with that. Harry laughed despite himself. I'll keep that in mind. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the welcome feast. Dumbledore stood at the head table, his voice carrying over the excited whispers. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive in October. The Goblet of Fire would select one champion from each school. Glory, honor, 1,000 galleons to the winner. Harry barely listened. He was watching the staff table, reading the undercurrents. Mad-Eye Moody had replaced last year's defense professor, a grizzled Auror with a magical eye that spun constantly, taking in everything. There was something off about him, something that made Harry's scar prickle faintly. The new professor, he murmured to Hermione. What do you see? She studied Moody with careful attention. He's twitchy. Drinks from that flask constantly. And his eye, it keeps focusing on you. I noticed. You think he's connected to Voldemort? I think someone at this school is going to try something during the tournament. Harry's jaw tightened. And I intend to be ready when they do. October brought the foreign delegations. Beauxbatons arrived in a flying carriage drawn by massive winged horses. Durmstrang came in a ship that rose from the Black Lake like a nightmare made real. Both schools brought students and teachers and the subtle politics of international magical cooperation. Harry watched from a distance, cataloging faces, noting interactions. The Durmstrang headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, had the look of a former Death Eater trying too hard to seem respectable. One of his students, Victor Crumb, moved with the confidence of someone used to being watched. But it was a Beauxbatons student who caught Harry's attention. Fleur Delacour walked through Hogwarts like she owned it, silver blonde hair, perfect features, an aura of supernatural beauty that made boys stumble over themselves. She was part Veela, clearly, which explained the reactions. What it didn't explain was why Harry's sight flared every time he looked at her. He found her alone in the library 3 days after her arrival, studying in a corner alcove. She looked up when he approached, her expression shifting from polite dismissal to sharp interest. Harry Potter, she said. I've heard stories about you. Nothing good, I'm sure. On the contrary. They say you killed a basilisk when you were 12. They say you see things others cannot. Her eyes, pale blue, almost silver, studied him with unnerving intensity. They say you are touched by death. Who says that? Those who pay attention. Fleur leaned back in her chair. I am part Veela, Monsieur Potter. My grandmother's blood gives me certain sensitivities. And when I look at you, I see something very strange. What do you see? A boy with a shadow that does not match his shape. Her voice dropped. Something follows you. Something old and hungry and very, very patient. It watches through your eyes when you are not paying attention. Harry went still. You can see the Watcher. Is that what you call it? We have other names in France. The Hollow One. The Threshold Guardian. The thing that waits between heartbeats. Fleur's expression was grave. It has been searching for a way through for centuries. And you, Harry Potter, you are the door it has chosen. I know. I'm working on closing it. Are you? Her smile was sad. I wonder. The Watcher is clever. It does not force, it invites. It shows you power you could have, visions you could see, truths you could know. And with each glimpse, it grows stronger. With each use of your gift, it comes closer. Then what am I supposed to do? Stop looking? Perhaps. Or perhaps. Fleur hesitated. There are stories, among my people. Of those who walked the boundary between worlds and came back whole. They did not fight the darkness, they accepted it. Made it part of themselves rather than letting it consume them. Become the door instead of being broken by it. Something like that. Fleur stood, gathering her books. I do not know if the stories are true. But I know this, you are running out of time. The Watcher grows stronger with each passing day. Soon it will be strong enough to push through whether you choose or not. She swept past him, leaving the scent of flowers and the chill of uncomfortable truths. The Goblet of Fire chose its champions on Halloween. Harry stood with the rest of Hogwarts, watching the ancient artifact pulse with blue flames. Dumbledore presided over the ceremony, his expression carefully neutral, his eyes flicking to Harry every few seconds. The champion for Durmstrang, Dumbledore announced as a slip of parchment shot from the flames, is Victor Krum. Applause. Krum stood, stone-faced, and walked to the side chamber. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. More applause. Fleur rose with grace, catching Harry's eye briefly before disappearing through the door. And the champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted. Cedric, tall, handsome, popular, accepted the honor with humble surprise. The crowd's attention followed him as he joined the others. Harry allowed himself a moment of relief. Whatever Voldemort was planning, it apparently didn't involve putting Harry in the tournament directly. He could watch from the sidelines, prepare for the real threat, stay one step ahead. The goblet flared again. The great hall went silent. Dumbledore stared at the artifact with an expression of dawning horror. Another slip of parchment shot from the flames. Harry Potter. The name hung in the air like a death sentence. I didn't put my name in. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, surrounded by ministry officials and tournament judges, all of them looking at him with varying degrees of suspicion and concern. The Goblet of Fire constitutes a binding magical contract, Barty Crouch Sr. said stiffly. Whether you entered yourself or not, Mr. Potter, you are now obligated to compete. Someone entered my name for me. Don't you think that's worth investigating? Of course it is. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but Harry could see the worry in his eyes. The question is who, and why? Isn't it obvious? Mad-Eye Moody stepped forward, his magical eye spinning wildly. Someone wants the boy dead. Put him in a tournament designed for adults, hope one of the tasks finishes him off. Or they want to use the tournament for something else, Harry said quietly. A cover. A distraction. Something that requires my presence in a specific place at a specific time. Moody's eye fixed on him with unnerving intensity. Smart lad. Very smart. Harry met that gaze and felt his scar pulse faintly. There was something behind Moody's eyes, something that didn't match the grizzled Auror's reputation. I'll compete, Harry said, turning back to Dumbledore. I don't have a choice. But I want extra protection. My own people watching my back, not just ministry-assigned security. That can be arranged. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. Mr. Potter, might I have a word in private? The others filed out, grumbling. When the door closed, Dumbledore's facade dropped. You suspect Alastair. I suspect something's wrong with him. The way he looks at me, Harry shook his head. It's not suspicion. It's anticipation. Like he's waiting for something. I will investigate. Carefully. Dumbledore moved to his window, looking out at the darkened grounds. In the meantime, continue preparing. The first task is in 3 weeks. Whatever trap has been set, we must be ready to spring it. And Voldemort? Is certainly involved, though I cannot yet see how. Dumbledore turned back. You said you intended to draw him out. It seems someone has saved you the trouble. I'd prefer a trap I set myself. As would I. The old wizard's smile was thin. But we must work with what we're given. Stay vigilant, Harry. The enemy is closer than we know. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this 3 days before the event, through a combination of Luna's impossible intuition and Sirius's contacts in the Ministry. 4 dragons, brought in secret, 1 for each champion to face. A nesting mother, Sirius said, his expression grim. You'll have to get past her to retrieve a golden egg. The egg contains a clue to the second task. What kind of dragon? Hungarian horntail. The worst of the lot. Harry absorbed this information with the flat calm that had become his default. Dragons were dangerous but comprehensible. They had weaknesses, strategies that worked against them. Unlike the things that hunted him in the spaces between visions. I can handle a dragon, he said. It's not the dragon I'm worried about. Sirius paced the length of the hidden room where they met. Whoever put your name in that goblet, they're planning something. The tournament is just the mechanism. I know. But I can't skip the tasks. The magical contract will enforce itself, yeah. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. What about your abilities? Can you see anything useful? Harry had been trying. Every night since his name came out of the goblet, he'd pushed into the darkness, seeking visions of what was to come. But the future was murky, shifting, harder to read than memories of the past. Fragments, he admitted. A graveyard. Ritual circles. Voldemort, but different, weaker somehow, transitional. He shook his head. Someone's going to try to take me somewhere. Use the tournament as cover for a kidnapping. Then we make sure that doesn't happen. Or we let it happen on our terms. Harry met his godfather's eyes. Think about it. If Voldemort wants me badly enough to rig the tournament, he'll bring everything he has. Including Nagini. You want to walk into a trap. I want to end this. One way or another. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, that dark, desperate sound that meant he was about to do something stupid and brave. You really are James's son. He had the same suicidal confidence. Did it work for him? Until it didn't. Sirius's expression softened. But he never backed down from a fight that mattered. Neither will I. He clapped Harry on the shoulder. All right. Let's plan how to walk into a trap and come out alive. The first task arrived with crowds and spectators and an energy that reminded Harry of gladiatorial combat. He stood in the champion's tent, trying to ignore the sound of dragons roaring outside. Fleur paced nearby, her composure cracked with visible nerves. Victor Crumb sat motionless, his face carved from stone. Cedric kept flexing his wand hand, rehearsing spells under his breath. You're calm, Fleur observed, pausing beside Harry. More calm than you should be. I've faced worse. The basilisk? Among other things. Harry watched the tent flap, waiting for his turn. Whatever's out there, it's just a creature. Dangerous but simple. The complicated threats come later. You know something. I know a lot of things. He glanced at her. Your grandmother's blood, can it do anything useful against fire? Fleur's eyes widened slightly. There are protections. Old magic, from the Vila courts. Why? Because when this is over, I may need your help with something more dangerous than dragons. Before she could respond, the tent flap opened. Cedric emerged, looking shaken but whole. The crowd roared. Potter, the judge called. You're next. Harry walked toward the arena. The Hungarian horntail was everything the warnings had promised. Massive. Black-scaled. Eyes that burned with intelligent malice. She crouched over a clutch of eggs, one of which gleamed gold among the gray, and her tail, covered in foot-long spikes, swept back and forth like a weapon waiting to strike. The crowd was distant noise. Harry focused on the dragon, on the space between them, on the geometry of survival. He could try to outfly it. The firebolt was fast, maneuverable, theoretically capable of evading dragonfire. But the arena was enclosed, limiting his options. One mistake and he'd be ash. He could try to distract it. Conjured animals, illusions, something to draw its attention away from the eggs. But nesting mothers were notoriously single-minded. Even blind, she'd know if something threatened her clutch. Or he could do something stupid. Harry raised his wand and cast a Patronus. Not the standard spell, the one they taught in defense classes, designed to repel Dementors. This was something he'd been developing in secret, pushing the boundaries of what the charm could do. The silver stag erupted from his wand, glowing with impossible brightness. It charged the dragon, not attacking, but demanding attention, forcing the ancient predator to see something that didn't fit her understanding of threats. The horntail hesitated. Her fire died in her throat. She stared at the glowing creature with something that might have been confusion. Harry moved. He sprinted for the eggs, sliding under the sweep of her tail, rolling past snapping jaws, grabbing the golden prize before she could process what was happening. Then he ran. The crowd erupted as he cleared the arena boundary. The dragon roared in frustrated fury, but the task was done. Fastest time. Minimal injuries. Points that would put him near the top of the standings. None of it mattered. What mattered was what came next. The golden egg screamed when Harry opened it. A piercing wail that made his ears bleed, that drove everyone from the common room clutching their heads. Harry slammed it shut, the sound dying as abruptly as it had started. "Mere people," Luna said from her position by the fire. She'd taken to spending time in Gryffindor Tower, her Ravenclaw housemates apparently accustomed to her wandering. That's their language when heard above water. Underwater, it would be comprehensible. How do you know that? My father wrote an article about Mermish communication patterns. Most people thought it was about imaginary creatures, but the mere people of the Black Lake found it quite accurate. Luna smiled. They sent him a very polite correction about their mating rituals. Harry stared at her for a moment, then shook his head. "I'll listen to it in the bath. The prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor has the best acoustics. And the mermaid in the painting there can translate if you have trouble." "Thanks, Luna." She nodded serenely and returned to her book, something about theoretical boundaries between dimensions that made Harry's head hurt to look at. The second task would take place in February. Harry spent the intervening weeks preparing on 2 fronts, practicing underwater breathing charms for the official challenge, and hunting for information about whoever had entered his name in the goblet. The investigation led him to Barty Crouch Jr. Not directly, the Death Eater was supposed to be dead, killed in Azkaban years ago. But Harry's visions showed fragments of a different story. A mother dying in her son's place. A father hiding his shame behind locked doors. A young man, scarred by imprisonment, freed by loyalty to a master who promised revenge. Crouch Jr. is alive, Harry told Dumbledore in a late-night meeting. He's using polyjuice to impersonate someone here at Hogwarts. Who? I'm not certain. But whoever it is, they have access to students. To me specifically. Harry's jaw tightened. I think it's Moody. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Alastair and I go back decades. I've known him through wars and peace, watched him fight battles that would break lesser men, that's exactly why he'd be a perfect target. Harry leaned forward. No one would suspect Mad-Eye Moody of being a Death Eater. His reputation protects the disguise. You're asking me to confront one of my oldest friends on suspicion alone. I'm asking you to verify who he actually is. A simple revealing spell, a question only the real Moody could answer, anything to confirm or disprove. Dumbledore studied him with those penetrating blue eyes. Then, slowly, he nodded. I will find a way. Carefully, so as not to alert whoever may be watching. He stood, suddenly looking very old. If you're right, Harry, if Barty Crouch Jr. has been among us all along, then Voldemort's plan is further advanced than we feared. I know. Harry rose as well. That's why we need to move first. The revelation came 3 nights before the second task. Harry was patrolling the corridors after curfew, a habit he'd developed, using his sight to scan for anomalies in the castle's magical fabric. Most nights were quiet, the ancient wards humming with protective energy. This night was different. He felt it the moment he turned into the 4th floor corridor, a wrongness, a distortion, something that didn't belong. His scar throbbed, and shadows gathered at the edges of his vision. Moody's office door was ajar. Light spilled through the gap, accompanied by voices. "Is almost time," someone was saying. The voice was Moody's, but the tone was wrong, eager, hungry, nothing like the grizzled veteran's careful cadence. "The boy suspects nothing. After the second task, when the attention is elsewhere, patience." A second voice, cold and high and terrifyingly familiar. "Potter is more dangerous than you realize. His abilities have grown beyond what we anticipated." Harry pressed himself against the wall, barely breathing. Voldemort. That was Voldemort's voice, somehow transmitted through magical means. "He's just a child, Master. Talented, perhaps, but no match for, you underestimate him at your peril, Barty." The name confirmed everything. "He has destroyed 5 of my anchors." 5. He sees things that should be hidden, walks paths that should be closed. If we are not careful, he will destroy everything before we can complete the ritual. Then let me kill him now. Before the task. One curse while his back is turned, no. Voldemort's voice crackled with command. "I need him alive. His blood, specifically. The ritual requires the blood of an enemy, taken by force. Potter's blood, combined with my own, will restore me fully, and more. Through him, I will gain protections I currently lack." Harry's mind raced. Voldemort needed him alive, needed his blood for some kind of resurrection ritual. That meant the plan wasn't to kill him in the tournament. It was to capture him, take him somewhere private, use him as an ingredient. The graveyard. The vision he'd seen weeks ago. The ritual circles waiting to be activated. "The third task will provide opportunity," Voldemort continued. "The maze, the chaos, the attention focused elsewhere. Transform the trophy into a portkey. When Potter touches it, he will be brought to me. And if someone else reaches it first, ensure they don't. Eliminate obstacles as needed, but subtly. We cannot risk exposure before the moment arrives." The conversation continued, but Harry had heard enough. He slipped away, silent as a shadow, his mind already planning countermoves. Voldemort wanted to capture him. Use his blood. Complete a ritual. Harry would let him try. Because wherever Voldemort was, Nagini would be there too. And if Harry walked into that trap with his eyes open, with allies waiting to strike, the snake would die. The last Horcrux would be destroyed. And whatever remained of the Dark Lord would finally be vulnerable. It was insane. It was probably suicidal. It was exactly what needed to happen. Harry told the others the next morning. They gathered in the room of requirement, Hermione, Ron, Luna, Sirius via two-way mirror, Lupin physically present for once. Harry laid out everything he'd learned, watching their faces cycle through shock and fear and reluctant understanding. "You want to spring the trap," Hermione said flatly. "Walk right into Voldemort's hands and hope we can rescue you in time. I want to destroy Nagini. The snake will be there, it has to be, it's his last anchor besides me. If we take it out during the confusion of the ritual, you'll be captured. Bound. Unable to fight back." Her voice cracked. "Harry, this is insane. It's necessary." He met her eyes, hoping she could see what he felt, the certainty, the acceptance, the strange peace that had settled over him since his conversation with his parents. "I've been running from this confrontation for years. destroying Horcruxes from the shadows, hoping Voldemort wouldn't notice. But he's noticed now. He's coming for me whether I'm ready or not. Then we fortify. Defend. Make it impossible for them to, that's not winning. That's just surviving longer. Harry crossed to her, taking her hands. I don't want to survive, Hermione. I want to end this. For good. For everyone. She stared at him, tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. And if you die? What then? Then you finish it. He squeezed her hands. I've left instructions. Everything I know about the Horcruxes, about the Watcher, about what needs to happen. If I don't make it back, you have what you need to continue. I don't want to continue without you. I know. But you would. Because that's who you are. He kissed her forehead, gentle and fierce at once. I'm not planning to die. I'm planning to win. But planning for failure, that's just smart. Sirius's voice came through the mirror, rough with emotion. He's right, as much as I hate to admit it. This is our best chance. Maybe our only chance. The Watcher is almost through, Luna added quietly. I can feel it pressing against the boundaries. Every day, the walls grow thinner. If Harry doesn't end this soon, if Voldemort completes his ritual and returns at full strength, the door might open all the way. And then we'll have two monsters to fight instead of one. The silence stretched. Then Hermione exhaled, slow and shuddering. Fine. But I'm coming with you. Hermione, don't. Her eyes blazed. If you're walking into hell, I'm walking with you. That's not negotiable. Harry looked at her, really looked, and saw the same iron determination that had carried her through trolls and basilisks and the destruction of pieces of Voldemort's soul. All right, he said. Together, then. February arrived cold and harsh. The second task was held on a grey morning, the Black Lake surface choppy with wind. Harry stood at the water's edge, gillyweed clutched in his fist, listening to the judges explain what would happen. Something precious has been taken from each champion, Bagman announced. You have 1 hour to find and retrieve it from the Merpeople's village. Those who fail, well, let's hope you don't fail. Harry glanced at the other champions. Fleur looked worried, her sister, Harry had learned, was the hostage taken from her. Victor's hostage was a Durmstrang friend. Cedric's was Cho Chang. Harry didn't know who they'd taken from him. Hermione wasn't among the visible hostages, which meant, his blood ran cold. He swallowed the gillyweed and dove. The transformation was unpleasant but effective. Gills split open along his neck. His hands webbed. His feet stretched into fins. The freezing water that should have killed him became almost comfortable, and the darkness of the lake opened up before him like a new world. He swam, following instinct and vision, pushing toward the center of the lake where ancient magic hummed against his altered senses. The Merpeople's village appeared through the murk, stone structures, carved with symbols older than Hogwarts, surrounding a central square where 4 figures floated, suspended in enchanted sleep. Ron. Hermione. Fleur's sister. Cho. They'd taken both of them. Both of the people closest to Harry, both at risk if he couldn't reach them in time. He cut them free, Hermione first, then Ron, and started pulling them toward the surface. Fleur was nowhere to be seen, Victor had retrieved Cho and was already ascending, Cedric hadn't appeared. The Merpeople watched, making no move to stop him. Their song echoed through the water, haunting, beautiful, nothing like the screaming that came from the egg above the surface. Harry broke through to air with 3 minutes to spare, gasping and shivering as the gillyweed's effects began to fade. Helping hands pulled him to the platform. Ron sputtered awake, confused and angry. Hermione's eyes opened, and the fear in them transformed to relief when she saw Harry's face. You got us both, she whispered. Couldn't leave either of you behind. The judges awarded him points for moral fiber. Harry barely noticed. His attention was on the crowd, on the distant figure of Moody, Barty Crouch Jr., watching with an intensity that confirmed everything. The trap was set. The third task would spring it. And Harry would be ready. March brought planning. The third task was a maze, Harry learned, a massive hedge labyrinth filled with obstacles and creatures. The Triwizard Cup waited at the center. First champion to touch it won. Except the cup was a portkey. Touch it, and you'd be transported to wherever Voldemort was waiting. Harry intended to make sure he touched it first. "We'll need a way to track you," Hermione said during one of their planning sessions. "Once you're gone, we have to be able to follow. Tracking charms can be blocked. Voldemort will have defenses. Not this kind." She pulled out a small golden device, a compass, Harry realized, but stranger. "I've been working on it for months. It doesn't track your location, it tracks your bond." "My bond?" "To me." Her cheeks colored slightly. "Love is the most powerful magic there is, according to Dumbledore. If that's true, then the connection between us should be able to punch through any defensive ward." Harry stared at the compass. "You made a magical tracking device powered by us? It sounds ridiculous when you say it like that." She didn't meet his eyes. "But theoretically, it's brilliant." He took the compass, feeling its weight. "You're brilliant. Have I mentioned that lately?" "Not often enough." But she was smiling now. "The moment you arrive wherever Voldemort is, the compass will show me the direction and distance. I can apparate to you, you can't apparate. You don't have a license. I can apparate with help." Hermione's smile turned sharp. "Sirius has been teaching me side-along technique. He'll come with me when the compass activates." "That's actually a good plan. Try to contain your shock." Harry laughed, some of the tension draining from his shoulders. "All right. So I get captured, you track me, Sirius gets you there. What then?" "Then we fight." Hermione's expression went serious. "Lupin will have backup ready, Order members, whoever Dumbledore can gather quietly. They can't be on site until we know where sight is, but once the compass activates, they can follow. And Nagini is your job. You're the one who can see her, sense her, get close enough to strike." She put a hand on his arm. "I can't help with the snake. But I can make sure you have the chance to try." Harry covered her hand with his own. "I don't deserve you." "Probably not. But you're stuck with me anyway." She leaned in and kissed him, brief but intense. "Don't die, Harry Potter. We have too many plans for the future." "Yes, ma'am." The night before the third task, Harry dreamed. Not a vision, those were sharp, painful, usually triggered by contact with dark magic. This was something softer, older, more like a memory that didn't belong to him. He stood in a vast gray space, neither light nor dark, neither here nor there. The boundary between worlds, some part of him recognized. The place where the Watcher lived. "You've been avoiding me," a voice said. It came from everywhere and nowhere, ancient beyond comprehension. "Running toward your little war while I wait at the edges. You're not welcome in my head. And yet here I am." Something moved in the gray, a shape that might have been human if humans were made of shadow and hunger. "You think you understand what's coming. You don't. The Dark Lord, the snake, the ritual, these are distractions. The real battle is between us. What do you want?" "To exist." The voice carried something almost like wistfulness. "I have watched your world from outside for so long. Pressed against the glass, seeing everything, touching nothing. You have no idea how frustrating that can be. So you want me to open the door? Let you through? I want you to stop pretending there's a door at all." The shadow moved closer. "Life and death are not separate realms, Harry Potter. They are aspects of a single thing, a thing you have already touched, already tasted. The hallows in your possession prove it. Master of Death is not a title. It's a description. Harry felt the weight of the resurrection stone in his pocket, the presence of the cloak folded against his skin. 2 hallows. The third waiting in Dumbledore's possession. What happens if I accept that? If I stop fighting you? Then you become what you were always meant to be. The Shadow's voice was almost gentle. A bridge. A gate. A way for things that have been separated to become whole again. And you'd come through. I am already through, little seer. Every vision you've had, every glimpse past the veil, every piece of death magic you've touched, I've been there. Watching. Learning. Growing. The shape began to fade, dissolving back into the gray. The question is not whether I come through. It's whether you remain yourself when I do. Harry woke with his scar burning and the taste of ashes in his mouth. The third task began at sunset. Harry stood at the maze entrance, wand in hand, watching the hedges writhe with malevolent anticipation. The other champions waited nearby, Flur, Victor, Cedric, each lost in their own thoughts. Potter. Victor's voice was low, pitched to avoid the crowd. Something is wrong tonight. I feel it. You're not wrong. Then we should be careful. Watch each other's backs. Victor's eyes were surprisingly earnest. This tournament, it has become more than competition. There are forces moving that care nothing for rules. I know. Harry extended his hand. Stay alive, Crumb. No matter what happens in there. Victor shook it firmly. The same to you. The cannon fired. Harry ran into the maze. The obstacles came fast and vicious. A boggart that tried to become his mother's corpse, driven back by ridiculous before it could fully form. A blast-ended Scroot, all armor and fire, dodged rather than fought. Fog that inverted his sense of direction, countered by holding his wand flat and following the point toward true north. Harry moved with purpose, letting his sight guide him toward the center. The golden glow of the cup pulsed ahead, a beacon in the magical darkness. He wasn't alone. Red sparks shot up from somewhere to his left, a champion in trouble, signaling for rescue. Flur's direction. Harry hesitated, torn between the mission and, no. He couldn't save everyone. The cup was what mattered. The trap, the ritual, Nagini. He pushed forward. Cedric found him at the final junction, battered but intact. They faced each other across 20 feet of hedge-lined path, the cup gleaming behind them both. Together? Cedric asked. He looked exhausted, bleeding from a cut on his forehead. Harry's plan required him reaching the cup first, alone. But something about leaving Cedric behind felt wrong, too much like the choices Voldemort would make. Together, he said. They ran. Harry felt the moment he touched the cup. The hook behind his navel, the spinning darkness of port-key travel, the impossible distance covered in the space between heartbeats. Then solid ground slammed into him, and he was somewhere else. A graveyard. Cedric sprawled beside him, disoriented, wand raised against threats he couldn't see. Headstones jutted from overgrown grass, names worn by centuries of weather. A massive monument stood in the center, Tom Riddle carved into its base. Where, Cedric started. Kill the spare. The voice was thin, reedy, inhuman. Green light flashed. Cedric died without a sound. Harry rolled, already moving, already casting shield after shield against the curses flying from the darkness. He couldn't see the source, couldn't see anything clearly in the moonlit confusion, but he could feel them. Multiple attackers. Death Eaters. And among them, something even darker. A massive snake coiled at the base of the monument. Nagini, watching with intelligent eyes. And in front of her, held in Peter Pettigrew's trembling arms, was something that had once been human. Voldemort was horrifying. Not the tall, imposing figure from Harry's visions of the past. This was something different, a homunculus, twisted and diminished, wrapped in black robes that seemed to swallow light. Red eyes burned in a face that had lost almost all humanity. The resemblance to a snake was unavoidable. Harry Potter. The voice was stronger than the body that produced it. At last. I've been waiting for this moment for 13 years. You should have stayed dead. Voldemort laughed. Death cannot hold me. You've discovered that yourself, I believe. 5 of my anchors, destroyed. A remarkable achievement for a child. 6, actually. Harry's eyes never left Nagini. I'm planning to make it 7 tonight. Bold words from someone who is about to become an ingredient. Voldemort gestured, and magical bonds wrapped around Harry's limbs, dragging him toward the monument. Wormtail. Begin the ritual. Pettigrew scurried forward, a cauldron bubbling behind him, ingredients laid out with trembling hands. Harry felt himself lifted, bound, positioned over the steaming vessel. The ritual began. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. Dust rose from a grave and floated into the cauldron. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. Pettigrew screamed as he cut off his own hand, dropping it into the potion. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. A blade descended. Harry felt it bite into his arm, felt his blood flow into a waiting vessel, felt the wrongness of what was happening. But he also felt something else. In his pocket, the resurrection stone pulsed with warmth. Against his skin, the invisibility cloak seemed to hum. And somewhere, impossibly far, impossibly close, he felt the Elder Wand resonate in Dumbledore's hand. 3 Hallows. All connected to him, even now. All responding to his need. The boundary between worlds thinned. Now, creature, arise. Voldemort's broken form was lowered into the cauldron. The liquid glowed, shifted, began to take a new shape. And Harry pushed. Not outward. Not against his bonds or his enemies or the ritual consuming him. Inward. Into the crack that the Watcher had opened, the door that had been building in his mind for years. He stopped fighting the darkness and stepped through. The world changed. Harry stood in a gray space from his dream, but it was different now, sharper, more defined. He could see the threads of reality stretched around him, the connections between life and death, the pathways that magic traveled. At last, the Watcher said. You understand. I understand that you've been manipulating me. Pushing me toward this moment. Guiding, the Watcher corrected. There is a difference. You always had a choice. And now? Now you make the final one. The shadow coalesced before him, taking on features that were almost human, almost familiar. Accept what you are. Accept me. And I will give you the power to destroy your enemies, all of them. Harry looked at the creature that had haunted him for years. The thing that fed on fear of death, that existed in the spaces between worlds, that wanted so desperately to cross over. You're afraid, he realized. That's what this is. You've been watching for so long, and you're terrified of what happens if you never get through. The Watcher went still. I am beyond fear. No. You're not. Harry stepped forward. You can see everything, touch nothing. Know everything, experience nothing. You're starving, and the only way to end that starvation is to become part of something real. But you can't do it alone. You need an invitation. And you can give me one. I can. Harry's hand went to the stone in his pocket, feeling its cracked weight. But I won't. Not the way you want. Then you'll die. The ritual will complete, Voldemort will return, and you'll be killed like all the others who know. Harry pulled the stone free, let its power flow through him. That's not how this ends. He reached into the boundary between worlds, the space he'd learned to navigate through visions and pain and terrible knowledge, and he grasped. Not the Watcher. Something else. In the graveyard, Voldemort was rising from the cauldron. New body. Whole and terrible and powerful. He spread pale arms, red eyes gleaming with triumph. "I am returned," he announced. At last, Harry's bonds shattered. Not through his own strength, through something else. Power flowed through him, into him, from him, connecting every piece of the puzzle he'd been assembling for years. The stone pulsed in his hand, calling spirits to his aid. Figures emerged from the grey, James, Lily, others he didn't recognize, drawn by the resonance of the Hallows. "We're with you," his mother's voice whispered. "We've always been with you." Dumbledore arrived into the graveyard, the Elder Wand blazing in his hand, followed by Sirius and Lupin and a dozen others. The compass had worked, Hermione had tracked him, brought help, exactly as planned. But that wasn't the power Harry was drawing on. He looked at the Watcher, at the shadow behind the veil, the hunger that had chased him for so long, and made his choice. "You want in?" Harry asked. "Fine. Come in. But not as master. As partner." The Watcher hesitated. "That is not what I asked for. It's what I'm offering. Take it or stay where you are forever." For an endless moment, nothing happened. Then the Watcher laughed, a sound that shook the foundations of reality, and flowed forward. Not consuming. Not controlling. Merging. Harry became something new. He felt the boundaries dissolve, felt death and life become aspects of the same existence rather than separate realms. The Watcher's knowledge poured into him, eons of observation, understanding of magics that predated human civilization, but it didn't overwhelm him. He remained himself, only more. Master of Death. Not a title. A description. He looked at Voldemort with new eyes and saw everything, the severed soul fragments, the desperate fear behind the megalomania, the child who had never been loved and had decided to never need love. "You should have stayed dead," Harry said again. But now the words carried weight. He reached out, not physically, not magically, something else, and touched the thread that connected Voldemort to Nagini. The snake screamed. Fire erupted from within, consuming scales and flesh and the fragment of soul that had hidden there for years. Nagini died. Voldemort felt it. His new face contorted with shock, with horror, with the sudden understanding that he was no longer immortal. What have you done? Ended you?" The battle raged around them, Death Eaters fighting Order members, curses flying in every direction, but Harry moved through it like a ghost. Nothing touched him. Nothing could touch him. He reached Voldemort, looked into those red eyes, and saw the end of everything the Dark Lord had built. "You wanted to conquer death," Harry said. "You tore your soul apart, murdered innocents, sacrificed everything that made you human. And it was all for nothing. I am immortal. I cannot be killed. You were immortal." Harry's voice was gentle, almost pitying. "Now you're just a man. A broken, terrified man who never learned that death isn't the enemy." He raised his wand, the Elder Wand, passed to him somehow in the chaos, its allegiance shifting as Dumbledore had intended, and cast no spell. He didn't need to. The power of the Hallows, united in a single bearer, did something spells couldn't. It closed the door that Voldemort had forced open. It sealed the cracks in reality that dark magic had created. It restored the natural order that had been violated. And Voldemort, soul already damaged beyond repair, anchors destroyed, connection to life severed, simply ended. No explosion. No dramatic death. One moment he stood there, grasping at power that no longer existed. The next, he was gone. Passed beyond the veil to whatever awaited souls that had been shattered and stitched together and shattered again. The graveyard fell silent. "Harry?" Hermione's voice reached him through the fog of what had just happened. She was running toward him, face streaked with tears and dirt, wand still crackling with residual energy. It's over, he said. Voldemort's gone. I saw. She crashed into him, arms wrapping tight. I saw what you did. What you became. Harry, you were glowing, the Hallows. He held her, felt the warmth of her against the strange new awareness that pulsed through him. They changed things. The Watcher, I don't care. She pulled back, looking at him fiercely. Are you still you? Harry thought about that. He could feel the boundaries of reality in ways he couldn't before. Could sense death approaching for every living thing, could see the threads that connected souls to bodies. The Watcher's knowledge sat in his mind like a vast library he was only beginning to explore. But underneath all of it, underneath the power and the awareness and the terrible understanding, he was still Harry Potter. Still the boy who'd grown up in a cupboard. Still the person who loved his friends and hated bullies and wanted nothing more than a normal life he'd never be able to have. Yeah, he said. I'm still me. Hermione smiled, bright and brilliant and relieved. Good. Because we have a lot of cleaning up to do. She wasn't wrong. Around them, the aftermath of battle was becoming clear. Some Death Eaters had fled. Others lay stunned or bound. A few, the most fanatic, had died rather than surrender. Cedric's body lay where it had fallen, untouched by the fighting. Harry walked to him, knelt, felt the wrongness of a life ended before its time. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I should have, you couldn't have. Dumbledore's voice came from behind. The old wizard looked exhausted, diminished somehow, as if passing the Elder Wand had taken something vital from him. The fault lies with Voldemort and his followers. With Barty Crouch Jr., who set this trap. With all those who chose darkness over light. I still should have protected him. We cannot protect everyone. That is the cruelest truth of war. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. But we can honor those we've lost by ensuring their sacrifice was not in vain. Harry looked up at the sky, at the stars emerging from the fading twilight, the same stars that had watched over countless battles and countless deaths. It's really over, he said. Voldemort. The Horcruxes. All of it. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was soft. This particular darkness has ended. Whether others will rise to take its place, that remains to be seen. Harry thought about the Watcher, the entity that now shared space in his mind, watching the world through his eyes. It was quiet for now, content with the partnership they'd struck. But it was still there. Still hungry for existence, for experience, for all the things it had been denied. He would have to be careful. The power he'd accepted came with responsibilities he was only beginning to understand. But for now, for this moment, it was enough to stand in the aftermath of victory and know that the people he loved were safe. The war was over. The rest of his life was just beginning. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Weight of Eternity. The world looked different through the eyes of the Master of Death. Harry stood at the window of the Hogwarts infirmary, watching the sunrise paint the Scottish Highlands in shades of gold and rose. It was beautiful, had always been beautiful, but now he could see more. The threads of life pulsing through every blade of grass. The faint shimmer of souls departing from creatures that had died in the night. The boundary between this world and the next, thin as gossamer, present everywhere he looked. The Watcher's knowledge sat in his mind like a second consciousness, not controlling, not overwhelming, but there. Observing. Experiencing. Finally, after eons of exclusion, participating in the reality it had watched for so long. This is what I wanted, it murmured. Not dominion. Existence. I know, Harry said quietly. I can feel it. The door opened behind him. Hermione entered, carrying 2 cups of tea, her face still bearing traces of exhaustion from the night before. They'd been awake for nearly 30 hours, first the battle, then the aftermath, then the endless questioning from Ministry officials who couldn't quite believe what had happened. Dumbledore's handled the Aurors for now, she said, handing him a cup. But they're going to want more answers eventually. You killed Voldemort without casting a spell. That's unprecedented. I didn't kill him. I closed the door he'd forced open. Harry wrapped his hands around the warm ceramic. The Horcruxes were his connection to life. Without them, without the dark magic sustaining him, he was already dead. Had been for 13 years. I just finalized it. Hermione studied him with the careful attention she gave to difficult problems. You're different. Since the graveyard. I know. Do you want to talk about it? Harry considered the question. Part of him wanted to explain everything, the Watcher's merger, the Hallow's power, the strange new awareness that showed him the world's hidden structure. But another part recognized that some things couldn't be explained. They had to be experienced. I accepted something I'd been fighting, he said finally. The Watcher, the thing that had been watching me through my visions, it wanted to exist. Really exist, not just observe. And I realized, that's not evil. It's just hungry. Lonely, maybe, in a way nothing else could understand. So you let it in. I let it partner with me. There's a difference. Harry turned to face her. I'm still me, Hermione. Still the person who loves you, who cares about our friends, who hates dark magic and bullies and everything Voldemort stood for. But I'm also something else now. Something that can see the boundaries between worlds and walk them without being consumed. The Master of Death. That's what the legends call it. He set down his tea and took her hands. Are you afraid of me? Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she smiled, small but genuine. I've never been afraid of you, Harry. Afraid for you, constantly. But never of. She squeezed his hands. You're still the boy who saved me from a mountain troll. You've just evolved. That's one word for it. It's the accurate word. She leaned up and kissed him, brief but warm. Now finish your tea. Dumbledore wants to see us in his office in an hour, and I have a feeling we're about to get drawn into politics. The headmaster's office was crowded. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking more fragile than Harry had ever seen him. The transfer of the Elder Wand, willing, deliberate, exactly as he'd planned, had taken something vital from the old wizard. He was still powerful, still brilliant, but the mantle of most dangerous wizard alive had passed to someone else. To Harry. Sirius and Lupin stood near the window, both looking like they'd aged years in a single night. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, sweating and pompous, occupied a chair across from Dumbledore. Several aurors lined the walls, including a severe-looking woman with close-cropped grey hair. Ah, Mr. Potter. Fudge's voice was too hearty, too welcoming. The man of the hour. Please, sit, sit. Harry remained standing. What's this about, Minister? Simply tying up loose ends. The events of last night, extraordinary, truly extraordinary, have raised questions that the Ministry must address. Fudge shuffled papers nervously. The nature of your abilities. The manner in which you know who was defeated. The implications for magical law and international relations. You want to know if I'm a threat. Fudge's smile froze. I wouldn't put it quite so, yes, the severe woman interrupted. That's exactly what we want to know. I'm Amelia Bones, head of magical law enforcement. And I'm not interested in dancing around the issue. Harry met her eyes and felt a flicker of respect. Direct honesty was rare in government officials. What specifically concerns you? Everything. Bones stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. You're 14 years old, Mr. Potter. Last night, you walked into a trap set by the most dangerous dark wizard in a century, and you walked out again with him dead at your feet. No wand raised, no spell cast. Half the Death Eaters present reported seeing you glow. Several claimed you spoke to something that wasn't there. I did. Would you care to elaborate? Harry considered his options. He could lie, claim exhaustion, confusion, that the Death Eaters had misremembered. But that would just delay the inevitable. And if Bones was honest, maybe honesty would serve him better than deception. I'm a seer, he said. Have been since second year, when I touched one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. But my abilities are different from most, they're connected to the boundary between life and death. I see into that space, and something in that space sees into me. Something. Fudge's voice had gone high with alarm. What kind of something? The Department of Mysteries calls them Watchers, I believe. Entities that exist at the threshold between worlds. Harry kept his voice calm, matter of fact. One of them has been tracking me for years, using my visions as windows into our reality. Last night, in the graveyard, I stopped fighting it. We reached an accommodation. An accommodation. Bones's voice was flat. With a supernatural entity from beyond the veil. It wanted to experience existence. I wanted the power to destroy Voldemort's final anchors. We both got what we wanted. The room was dead silent. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said gently, perhaps you could explain what this accommodation means in practical terms. It means I can see things others can't. The connections between souls and bodies. The pathways magic travels. The places where our world touches others. Harry paused, searching for words. I'm not possessed, the Watcher isn't controlling me. But it's part of me now, the way the Hallows are part of me. We're partnered. The Hallows? Bones looked at Dumbledore. What Hallows? Dumbledore sighed. It seems some secrets are destined to come to light. Amelia, what I'm about to share must remain confidential. The implications, just tell me. The Deathly Hallows are real. Dumbledore gestured to Harry. The invisibility cloak, passed through his father's line from Ignotus Peverell himself. The Resurrection Stone, recovered from a ring that was also one of Voldemort's soul anchors. And the Elder Wand, he paused. Which I have carried for decades, and which I passed to Harry last night. Fudge made a strangled sound. The Elder Wand? You're saying you had the Elder Wand, and now Harry does. Or rather, Harry possesses all three Hallows, making him what the old stories call the Master of Death. Dumbledore's eyes were tired but accepting. I had suspected this might be necessary. The Watcher, whatever it truly is, required a specific kind of bearer. Someone who had touched death and survived. Someone who could bridge the gap between worlds without being consumed by either. And that's Potter. Bones shook her head. He's a child. I'm standing right here, Harry said quietly. And I stopped being a child the night I watched Voldemort murder someone 3 feet away from me. The reminder of Cedric's death silenced the room. What do you intend to do with this power? Bones asked finally. Nothing. Harry met her gaze steadily. I don't want to rule anyone. Don't want to conquer or control or enforce my will on the world. I just want to live, go to school, be with my friends, maybe have a normal life for once. He paused. But I will use what I have to protect people. If threats emerge, dark wizards, supernatural entities, things that want to hurt innocents, I'll deal with them. That's what the power is for. And if the Ministry disagrees with your definition of threats? If we consider your existence itself to be a danger to magical society? Harry's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the air around him. The temperature dropped several degrees. Shadows deepened in the corners of the room. Then I'd suggest the Ministry reconsider its position. Fudge went pale. Even Bones took a step back, her hand moving toward her wand. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. That's quite enough. The pressure eased. Harry took a breath, forcing the Watcher's defensive instincts back down. Sorry, he said. It's New. Hard to control sometimes. Which is precisely why we need to discuss proper oversight, Fudge said, rallying. The Ministry has protocols for individuals with dangerous magical abilities. Registration requirements, monitoring systems, no. Mr. Potter, surely you understand that the public needs reassurance, I said no. Harry's voice was quiet but absolute. I'm not going to be registered like a dangerous animal. I'm not going to submit to monitoring that gives bureaucrats control over my life. I just helped destroy the darkest wizard in a century. If that's not enough to establish my intentions, nothing will be. Then what do you propose? Bones asked. Harry thought about it. He thought about Luna's warnings, about Rookwood's ambitions, about all the threats that still existed in the shadows. The Death Eaters who had escaped. The dark artifacts scattered across the world. The things that lurked at the boundaries of reality, waiting for opportunities to push through. An alliance, he said. Not submission, partnership. I'll help the Ministry deal with magical threats that normal Aurors can't handle. In exchange, you leave me and my people alone. No registration, no monitoring, no interference with my education or my relationships. That's unprecedented, Fudge sputtered. So am I. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Think of it as a new category. Not criminal, not civilian, something else. A resource that's available when needed, provided you don't abuse it. Bones studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I can work with that. Provisionally. She held up a hand as Fudge started to object. Minister, we don't actually have a choice. If Potter wanted to walk out of here right now, nothing we have could stop him. Pretending otherwise is foolish. Better to establish terms we can live with than force a confrontation we can't win. Fudge looked like he'd swallowed something unpleasant, but he didn't argue. There's one more issue, Dumbledore said quietly. The Horcrux. Everyone looked at him. Harry felt ice slide down his spine. What Horcrux? Bones asked. I thought Potter destroyed them all. 6 of the 7, yes. But the 7th. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. The night Voldemort tried to kill you as an infant, his soul was already unstable from previous splits. When the killing curse rebounded, a fragment of that soul, small, parasitic, unintended, attached itself to the only living thing in the room. Me, Harry said. His voice was hollow. I'm a Horcrux. The room erupted. It took 20 minutes to restore order. Fudge had to be talked down from demanding Harry's immediate arrest. Several Aurors looked like they wanted to draw wands. Even Sirius, loyal, devoted Sirius, stared at Harry with something close to horror. You knew. Hermione's voice cut through the chaos, directed at Dumbledore. You knew all along that Harry was carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul. I suspected. The connection between them, the visions, the scar, the ability to speak Parseltongue, all pointed to a bond deeper than curse damage. Dumbledore looked genuinely pained. I spent years searching for alternatives, ways to remove the fragment without harming Harry. I found nothing conclusive. So your plan was, what? Wait until Voldemort killed him and hope the Horcrux died too. It would have been more nuanced than that, but that's enough. Harry's voice was quiet but carried through the room. Everyone fell silent. I already knew. I've known since second year, when the diary's destruction showed me visions of all the Horcruxes. Including the one in my scar. Sirius made a wounded sound. Harry, why didn't you tell us? Because there was nothing you could do about it. Because I needed to figure out the answer myself. Harry touched his forehead, feeling the familiar ridge of scar tissue. And I think I have. What do you mean? Bones asked. When I merged with the Watcher, when I accepted my role as the boundary between life and death, something happened. The Horcrux. He searched for words. It's hard to explain. But I can't feel it anymore. The darkness that used to pulse behind my scar, the connection to Voldemort, it's gone. Gone. Dumbledore leaned forward, sudden intensity in his eyes. Are you certain? As certain as I can be. The merger, becoming master of death, it wasn't just about power. It was about accepting death as part of existence. The Horcrux was a rejection of that acceptance. A fragment of soul that refused to pass on, that clung to life through dark magic and murder. Harry shrugged. I think my acceptance negated it. Dissolved it. Or pushed it through to whatever comes next. You think, Bones repeated. But you're not sure. I can check. Luna's voice came from the doorway. No one had noticed her arrive. She moved through the world like a ghost sometimes, present but easily overlooked. I can see the boundaries, like Harry can. Not as clearly, but enough. If the dark fragment is still there, I'll know. She crossed to Harry without waiting for permission, placed her pale hands on either side of his face, and looked into his eyes. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Luna smiled. It's gone, she said. The shadow that used to follow you, the piece that didn't belong, I can't see it anymore. You're whole, Harry. Just you and the Watcher, exactly as you should be. The tension in the room eased fractionally. Well, Bones said dryly. That's something, at least. The meeting concluded with provisional agreements. Harry would remain at Hogwarts, completing his education. The Ministry would not attempt to register or monitor him. In exchange, he would be available for consultation on serious dark magic threats, and would avoid using his abilities in ways that destabilized magical society. It wasn't perfect, nothing involving government ever was, but it was workable. That went better than expected, Sirius said as they walked back through the castle corridors. I thought Fudge was going to have a stroke when you made the temperature drop. I wasn't trying to threaten them. The Watcher just reacts to hostility. It's protective. Of you. Of existence, I think. It spent so long watching, unable to participate. Now that it's here, it doesn't want to lose access. Harry shook his head. I'm still figuring out how we work together. That's concerning. A little. Harry managed a smile. But I've dealt with concerning before. At least this time, the concerning thing is on my side. They reached the fat lady's portrait. Sirius hesitated before letting Harry pass. I should have told you about your parents, he said quietly. About Lily being a seer herself, partial, not like you, but she had glimpses sometimes. About James understanding what it meant to love someone with abilities that scared him. Harry turned back. What are you saying? I'm saying they would have understood. What you've become, what you've had to do. Sirius's eyes were wet. They'd be so proud of you, Harry. I know I am. Harry hugged him, fiercely, without reservation. For a long moment, they stood in the corridor, godfather and godson, survivors of a war that had finally ended. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said when they finally separated. For everything. That's what family does. Sirius cleared his throat, recovering his composure. Now go get some rest. You look like death warmed over. That's ironic, given recent events. I know. I'm hilarious. Sirius grinned, the first real smile Harry had seen from him since the graveyard. Go on. Hermione's probably already planning your next 12 study sessions. The common room was nearly empty at this hour. Harry found Hermione curled in an armchair by the fire, a book open in her lap but her eyes distant, unfocused. She looked up when he entered, her expression shifting from worry to relief. You were gone longer than expected. Ministry business. He dropped into the chair beside her. They're not going to cause immediate problems, but they're definitely watching me. Waiting to see what I do. What will you do? Honestly? I don't know. Harry stared into the flames. Everything I've been working toward, destroying Voldemort, hunting Horcruxes, preparing for war, it's done. The enemy's dead. The soul fragments are gone. I should feel relieved, but instead I just feel empty. Different. Like I've been climbing a mountain for years and suddenly reached the summit, and now I'm standing there wondering what comes next. He glanced at her. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. Hermione set down her book and turned to face him fully. You defined yourself by the fight, Harry. First against the Dursleys, then against Voldemort. Now that fight's over, you need to figure out who you are without it. Any suggestions? A few. She reached out and took his hand. You could be a student again. Actually pay attention in classes instead of sneaking off to hunt dark artifacts. That does sound novel. You could be a friend. Ron's been worried sick about you, he doesn't say it, but I can tell. And Neville, and the others. They want to be part of your life, not just soldiers in your war. I want that too. And you could be. She hesitated. You could be mine. If you still want that. Harry looked at her, really looked, with both his normal vision and the deeper sight the Watcher had granted. He saw her soul, bright and fierce and achingly loyal. He saw the love that burned there, genuine and powerful and completely unshaken by everything he'd become. I've always wanted that, he said. You're the reason I kept fighting when everything seemed impossible. The thought of a future with you, even just the possibility, it's what got me through. Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears. You've never said that before. I should have. I was too focused on the war, on what I had to do. But it was always you, Hermione. The person I wanted to survive for. She leaned across the gap between their chairs and kissed him. It was different from their previous kisses, deeper, more certain, free of the desperate urgency that had characterized their relationship during the war. This was a kiss for the future, not just the present. A promise of what they could build together now that the fighting was done. When they finally separated, both breathing harder, Hermione laughed softly. So that's what it's like when you're not about to die. Much better, I think. Agreed. She settled back in her chair, keeping hold of his hand. What now? Now. Harry considered. Now I think we should actually get some rest. And tomorrow, maybe try being normal teenagers for a while. Go to classes. Eat meals at regular times. Complain about homework. That sounds wonderful. It does, doesn't it? Harry smiled, a real smile, free of weight and worry. Let's see how long it lasts. The answer was 3 days. Harry woke on the 4th morning to find Luna sitting at the foot of his bed, her pale eyes fixed on something he couldn't see. There's a problem, she said without preamble. He sat up, instantly alert. The Watcher stirred in his mind, attention focusing outward. What kind of problem? Rookwood survived. He's been gathering allies, Death Eaters who escaped the graveyard, dark creatures who served Voldemort, things from beyond the veil that he's been cultivating for years. Luna's voice was dreamy but her expression was sharp. He knows what you became. What you carry. And he wants it for himself. The Watcher. The connection. The doorway. Luna tilted her head. He spent his life trying to breach the boundary between worlds. You accomplished it in a moment of desperation. He's upset about that. Harry threw off his covers and started dressing. Where is he? I don't know exactly. But I know what he's planning. Luna's eyes met his. He's going to try to tear the Watcher out of you. Force the merger to reverse. Take your place as the bridge between realms. Can he do that? I don't know. But he believes he can. And belief is powerful when dealing with the boundaries of reality. Luna stood, smoothing her robes. I thought you should know before it happens. Before what happens? The castle shook. Harry sprinted through corridors filled with screaming students. The attack had come without warning, dark magic washing over Hogwarts wards like a wave, testing defenses that had stood for 1,000 years. Through the windows, Harry could see figures emerging from the Forbidden Forest. Cloaked shapes that moved wrong, that bent the light around them, that made his sight flare with warning. Not Death Eaters, Luna said, keeping pace beside him. Worse. Things he's called from beyond the veil. Echoes given form, shadows made solid. How is that possible? You broke the rules when you merged with the Watcher. Showed that boundaries could be crossed. Luna's voice was calm despite their circumstances. Rookwood has been trying to replicate your achievement. These creatures are his failed experiments, not full breaches, but tears. Wounds in reality that walk and think and hunger. Harry reached the entrance hall just as the main doors exploded inward. Rookwood strode through the wreckage, flanked by nightmares. The creatures around him defied description, humanoid in general shape but wrong in every detail. Limbs that bent backward, faces that shifted between expressions too quickly to track, bodies that cast shadows in the wrong direction. They were darkness given form, absence made present. Harry Potter. Rookwood's smile was wide and wrong, his eyes gleaming with something that wasn't quite sanity. The Master of Death himself. I've been looking forward to this. Whatever you're planning won't work. Harry raised his wand, the Elder Wand, feeling its power hum in his grip. I've beaten you before. You surprised me before. There's a difference. Rookwood spread his arms, and the creatures behind him shuddered with anticipation. I've spent my entire life studying the boundaries between worlds. Decades of research, experimentation, sacrifice. And then you, a child, stumble into exactly what I wanted, simply by being too stubborn to die. Life's unfair like that. It won't be. Not anymore. Rookwood's expression shifted to something almost reverent. The entity you carry, the Watcher, as you call it, doesn't belong with you. You can't understand what it truly is, what it's capable of. But I can. I've communed with its kind for years. I know their nature, their desires, their needs. They need to exist. I'm giving that to the one bonded with me. You're limiting it. Trapping it in a single fragile human body when it could be so much more. Rookwood stepped forward. Let me show you what true partnership looks like. He raised his hands, and dark magic flowed from them, not spells, not curses, something older and stranger. The boundary between worlds twisted around him, reality bending like glass under pressure. The Watcher recoiled in Harry's mind. He's trying to tear us apart, it warned. The magic he's using, it's not meant to summon or bind. It's meant to separate. To fracture what has been joined. Can he succeed? I don't know. Our merger was unique, never before accomplished, never before attempted. There are no rules for what we are. Which means there are no guarantees about what can undo us. Harry felt the pull, then, a wrongness in his chest, like something trying to crawl out of his skin. Rookwood's magic gripped the connection between him and the Watcher, seeking purchase, trying to pry them apart. Fight him, Luna said quietly. She'd moved to stand beside Harry, her wand raised, her eyes fixed on the creatures flanking Rookwood. I'll handle these. Luna, you can't, I can. Her smile was serene. I told you, I see the boundaries. I know what these things are. And I know how to send them back. She raised her wand and spoke words that Harry had never heard before, not spells, not Latin, something older. The language of edges and thresholds, the syntax of spaces between. The creatures screamed. The battle became chaos. Luna's magic rippled outward, destabilizing Rookwood's summoned nightmares. They flickered, faded, struggled to maintain their hold on reality. Several collapsed entirely, their substance dispersing like smoke in wind. But Rookwood himself was undeterred. His focus remained on Harry, his magic tearing at the bond that held the Watcher in place. "You can't hold it," Rookwood snarled. "You don't have the training, the knowledge, the will. The Watcher is ancient beyond comprehension, powerful beyond imagination. It will consume you eventually, whether I help or not. Better to let me have it while you still have a self to save." "You're wrong." Harry spoke through gritted teeth, fighting the pull with everything he had. "The Watcher doesn't want to consume me. It wants to exist. And existence through partnership is better than dominion. Sentimental foolishness. Practical wisdom." Harry pushed back against Rookwood's magic, and for the first time, he let the Watcher help directly. Power flowed through him, not his own power, not entirely, but the accumulated awareness of an entity that had watched reality for eons. He saw the structure of Rookwood's attack, the weaknesses in his technique, the places where desperation had made him sloppy. "You're forcing what should be invited," Harry said. "Trying to command what should be requested. That's why your experiments failed. That's why these creatures are unstable." He smiled grimly. "You don't understand the boundary at all. You just want to exploit it. Understanding is irrelevant. Power is what matters." "No." Harry raised the Elder Wand, and light poured from its tip, not a spell, but something pure. The essence of mastery, the authority of one who had accepted death and come back changed. Power without understanding is just destruction. And I'm done being destroyed. He spoke a word. Not in English, not in Latin, not in any language human throats were designed to produce. It was the Watcher's word, a concept that existed before language, a command that predated meaning itself. Return. The tear in reality that Rookwood had created, the wound through which he'd summoned his creatures, healed. The nightmares vanished, pulled back to wherever they'd come from. The pressure on Harry's bond to the Watcher disappeared. Rookwood staggered, his connection to the darkness he'd cultivated severed in an instant. "Impossible," he whispered. "I was so close, I had it, I could feel it, you had nothing." Harry walked toward him, and with each step, shadows gathered at his feet. Not threatening, just present. Part of who he was now. "The Watcher chose me because I was willing to accept what it offered. Partnership, not dominion. You wanted to control it, use it, bend it to your will. That's not how the boundary works. Then teach me." Rookwood fell to his knees, desperation breaking through his arrogance. "I've spent my whole life trying to understand, surely you can see that, surely you can appreciate, I can see exactly what you are." Harry stopped in front of him, looking down with something that might have been pity. A man so afraid of death that he tried to become it. So desperate for power that he'd tear reality apart to get it. "You murdered innocent people in your experiments. Tortured seers to study their abilities. Served Voldemort and planned to betray him. There's nothing in you worth teaching. Then kill me." Rookwood's voice was hollow. "Finish it. I have nothing left." Harry considered. It would be easy, one word, one gesture, one application of the power he now commanded. Rookwood would cease to exist, would pass through the veil to whatever awaited on the other side. But that felt wrong. Not because Rookwood didn't deserve death, he almost certainly did, but because killing him would be too easy. An escape from consequences rather than a confrontation with them. "No," Harry said. "You don't get the easy way out." He gestured, and magical bonds wrapped around Rookwood, not ropes or chains, but something more fundamental. Constraints woven from the boundary itself, ties that could never be broken by mortal magic. You wanted to understand the threshold between worlds. Now you'll have eternity to study it, from the inside. Harry's voice was cold. "I'm binding you to the boundary, Rookwood. Not as a partner, not as a master, but as a prisoner. You'll watch, just like the Watcher did. See everything, touch nothing. And maybe, after a few centuries, you'll finally understand why acceptance matters more than control. Rookwood screamed as the binding took hold. His body began to fade, becoming translucent, insubstantial, not dying, but transitioning. Moving from physical existence to something else, something that existed only in the spaces between. This isn't, you can't, I'll find a way back. Maybe. Harry watched him disappear with no emotion he could name. But I doubt it. The boundary doesn't forgive people who try to exploit it. Rookwood vanished. The entrance hall fell silent. The aftermath was complicated. Hogwarts wards had held, barely, but the attack had caused significant damage. Windows shattered, walls cracked, at least 3 suits of armor reduced to scattered debris. Several students had been injured in the panic, though none seriously. Harry found himself in Dumbledore's office again, facing a crowd of concerned adults. "You bound him to the boundary," Dumbledore said quietly. "That's remarkable. And concerning." He wanted to understand it. "Now he will." Harry shrugged. It seemed fitting. Fitting, perhaps. But also a demonstration of power that will worry many people. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. "You could have killed him. You chose something else. Something that required abilities no other wizard possesses. Would killing him have been better? For public perception? Possibly. Death is comprehensible. What you did, is not." Harry considered that. "I'm not going to apologize for finding a solution that wasn't murder. I'm not asking you to. I'm simply noting that your choices will have consequences. The Ministry, the international community, dark wizards everywhere, they're all watching you, Harry. Assessing what you're capable of. What you did to Rookwood will not go unnoticed." "Good." Harry's voice was flat. "Maybe it will make them think twice before trying something similar. Or it will convince them that you need to be eliminated before you become a threat. Then they can try." Harry stood, suddenly tired of talking. "I didn't ask for this power, Headmaster. I didn't want to become whatever I am. But I have it now, and I'm going to use it to protect the people I care about. If that makes me dangerous, if that makes me frightening, fine. Better to be feared by enemies than loved by people who'd watch innocents die." He walked out before Dumbledore could respond. Hermione found him at the top of the astronomy tower, watching the sun set. "You've been avoiding everyone," she said, settling beside him on the cold stone. "I've been thinking. About? Power. Responsibility. The fact that I could have killed Rookwood with a thought and chose not to." Harry turned to look at her. "Was I wrong? Binding him to the boundary, making him watch forever, is that better or worse than death?" "I don't know." Hermione's voice was honest. "Maybe neither. Maybe they're just different kinds of consequence. That's not very helpful." "I'm not trying to be helpful. I'm trying to be honest." She took his hand. "You made a choice in the moment, based on what you knew and what you felt. That's all anyone can do. Second-guessing it now won't change anything. People are afraid of me. I saw it in their faces when I came back from the entrance hall. Students, teachers, even Ron looked nervous. They'll adjust. You've always been the boy who lived, mysterious, different, touched by darkness that no one else understood. Now you're something more, but you're still you. The people who know you will remember that. And the ones who don't will have to learn." Hermione squeezed his hand. "Harry, you saved hundreds of lives today. Maybe thousands, if Rookwood's creatures had gotten past the wards. That matters more than how people feel about your methods. Does it?" "Yes." Her voice was certain. "You're not a politician. You're not trying to win approval ratings. You're trying to protect people from things they can't even comprehend. If that means being feared sometimes, if that means making hard choices that others wouldn't understand, then so be it. Harry looked at her, seeing the fierce determination in her eyes. She'd always believed in him, even when he couldn't believe in himself. Even now, when he was something that might not be entirely human anymore. "I love you," he said. "I know." She smiled. "I love you too. Even the scary parts. Especially the scary parts. Let's not get carried away." But she was laughing, and after a moment, he was laughing too. The sun finished setting, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. Tomorrow there would be more questions, more challenges, more consequences to face. But tonight, sitting here with the person he loved, Harry allowed himself to hope that everything might actually work out. The war was over. The darkness had been defeated. And whatever came next, he would face it the same way he'd faced everything else. Together. The next weeks passed in something approaching normalcy. Classes resumed. Homework accumulated. The rhythms of student life reasserted themselves with stubborn persistence, as if the castle itself was determined to prove that learning continued regardless of apocalyptic battles in the entrance hall. Harry threw himself into the mundane with something like relief. He attended every class, completed every assignment, spent hours in the library with Hermione researching topics that had nothing to do with dark magic or supernatural entities. It was peaceful. Boring. Wonderful. But he wasn't naive enough to think it would last. The Ministry watched him constantly, not openly, but through carefully placed agents and subtle monitoring spells. Harry felt their attention like an itch between his shoulder blades, a constant reminder that his freedom was provisional. The Daily Prophet ran stories about him daily. Master of Death, Savior or Threat. Boy who lived reveals terrifying new powers. What does Potter's transformation mean for magical Britain? The opinions ranged from worship to terror, with surprisingly little middle ground. And in the shadows, in the places where dark things gathered and plotted, Harry could feel movement. Not direct threats, not immediate dangers, but preparation. Forces that had served Voldemort or hoped to fill his vacuum, testing the new reality, looking for weaknesses. "You can't stop them all," Luna said one afternoon. They were sitting by the lake, watching the giant squid sun itself on a rock. "The dark doesn't go away just because you defeated one monster. It adapts. Evolves. Finds new shapes to wear." "I know. Some people think you should try anyway. Hunt down every dark wizard, destroy every dangerous artifact, remake the world in your image. Is that what you think?" Luna considered the question with her usual serene attention. "I think you'd be miserable if you tried. Power is heavy, Harry. The more you use it, the heavier it gets. At some point, you'd collapse under the weight. Then what should I do? Be yourself. Love the people who love you. Use your gifts when needed but don't seek out opportunities to demonstrate them." Luna smiled. The Watcher wanted to exist, not to conquer. Maybe you should take its example. Harry thought about that a lot over the following days. The Watcher was quiet in his mind, present but undemanding, content to observe this new life they shared. It offered no guidance, no instructions, no pressure to act. It simply was, and seemed perfectly satisfied with being. Maybe that was the lesson. June arrived with warm winds and the promise of summer. The school year was ending. Students packed bags, exchanged addresses, promised to write over the holidays. Normal teenage things that Harry had never experienced before, that suddenly seemed precious beyond measure. "You're coming to the Burrow, right?" Ron asked. Their friendship had recovered from the awkwardness of Harry's transformation, helped by Ron's stubborn loyalty and Harry's genuine efforts to be present. "Mum's been cooking for weeks. Says you look too thin. I'd like that. Hermione too, obviously. And Luna, if she wants." Ron grinned. "Going to be crowded, but Mum loves crowded. Says it makes the house feel alive." Are you sure your family wants me there? Given everything. Ron's grin faded slightly. Harry, you killed the darkest wizard in a century. You saved probably everyone we know. If Mum and Dad are worried about anything, it's that you're overdoing it, not that you're dangerous. Most people seem to disagree. Most people are idiots. Ron shrugged. The people who matter, the ones who know you, they understand. You're still Harry. Just, more Harry than before. Harry laughed. That's one way to put it. Look, I'm not good with the emotional stuff. That's Hermione's department. But I know you're the same bloke who punched Malfoy in second year, who taught us all to fight, who never gave up even when things looked impossible. Powers don't change that. Scary entities from beyond reality don't change that. You're you, Harry. And we're glad you're still here. For a moment, Harry couldn't speak past the lump in his throat. Thanks, Ron, he managed finally. Yeah, well. Ron's ears went red. Don't mention it. Literally, if you tell anyone I said something that's soppy, I'll deny everything. The leaving feast was Harry's last night as a Hogwarts student for the year. He sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by friends and classmates, listening to Dumbledore's end-of-year speech. The headmaster looked better than he had in months, the shadow of the Elder Wand's loss apparently fading with time. This year has been extraordinary, Dumbledore was saying. We have faced challenges that tested the very foundations of our community. We have lost friends, confronted enemies, and discovered truths about ourselves and our world that some might have preferred to remain hidden. His eyes found Harry's across the Great Hall. But we have also demonstrated something remarkable. When darkness came, we did not break. We bent, we struggled, we bled, but we survived. And more than that, we grew. Into who we needed to be. Into who we were always capable of becoming. Applause rippled through the room. Harry clapped along with everyone else, but his attention was drifting, toward the future, toward whatever came next. The Watcher stirred in his mind, sensing his thoughts. You're worried, it observed. Always, Harry admitted silently. There's so much that could still go wrong. Dark forces regrouping, political enemies moving against me, unknown threats I haven't even imagined yet. Yes. But there always will be. That's the nature of existence, endless challenge, endless adaptation. The question is not whether problems will arise. It's how you'll face them when they do. And how should I face them? As you've faced everything else. With the people you love beside you. With the power you've earned. With the understanding that death is not an ending but a transition, and that what matters is what you do in between. Harry smiled slightly. The Watcher had changed since their merger, become less alien, more comprehensible. They were learning from each other, growing together into something neither had been alone. That's almost optimistic, for you. Existence changes perspectives. Before, I watched from outside, seeing only the darkness, the endings, the inevitable decay. Now I see more. The brightness between the shadows. The love between the losses. The Watcher's presence warmed slightly. You've taught me that. I had not expected to learn anything from a human. You are, surprising. I get that a lot. The summer stretched ahead like an open road. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, trunk at his feet, watching the magical barrier between worlds shimmer in the afternoon light. Behind him, the Hogwarts Express cooled on its tracks. Around him, families reunited, goodbyes were said, the chaos of departure unfolded in all its familiar patterns. Hermione appeared at his elbow, her own trunk floating behind her. Ready to go? Almost. Harry watched a family embrace, parents and children, mundane and magical, simple and beautiful. Do you ever wonder what it would be like? Having a normal life? All the time. Hermione slipped her hand into his. But I wouldn't trade what we have for anything. Even with the danger. The politics? The endless complications? Even with all of that. She squeezed his hand. You make it worth it, Harry. Everything we've been through, everything we'll face, you make it worth it. Harry turned to face her fully. In the afternoon light, with the noise and chaos of the platform around them, she was beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with magic. Just herself, brilliant, fierce, loyal beyond measure. Marry me someday, he said. Hermione's eyes went wide. What? Not now. Not for years, probably. But someday, when we're older and the world's settled and we've figured out who we're going to be, marry me. For a moment, she just stared at him. Then a smile broke across her face, radiant and overwhelmed and joyful. Yes, she said. Someday. Yes. He kissed her, there on the platform, with the whole world watching. Let them see. Let them wonder. Let them know that the Master of Death was, at his core, just a boy in love with a girl. When they separated, Ron was waiting nearby with a long-suffering expression. If you two are done being disgusting, he said, Mum's waiting at the barrier. She's going to murder all of us if we're late for dinner. Harry laughed, picked up his trunk, and walked with his friends toward the gateway between worlds. Behind him, the past receded. Ahead, the future waited. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter wasn't afraid of what he might find there. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Seer's Gambit. 3 years passed like water through fingers. Harry stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, watching the sun rise over Hogwarts for what might be the last time. He was 17 now, taller, broader, carrying himself with a quiet authority that made people step aside without knowing why. The lightning bolt scar had faded to a thin silver line, barely visible unless you knew where to look. The war had been over for 3 years, but wars leave echoes. You're sure about this? Hermione's voice came from behind him. She'd grown too, her hair still wild but somehow more intentional, her presence carrying the weight of someone who'd survived impossible things and emerged stronger. No. Harry turned to face her. But I'm going anyway. The veil had been calling him for months. Not the Watcher, his partner remained quiet, content with their shared existence, but something else. Something deeper, older, connected to the boundary in ways even the Watcher didn't fully understand. The Department of Mysteries says it's been behaving strangely, Hermione said. Whispers that shouldn't be there. Shapes moving behind the fabric. Rookwood's experiments opened doors that shouldn't have been opened. Some of those doors never closed properly. And you're the only one who can fix them. I'm the only one who can see them. Harry reached out and took her hand, the hand that now wore a simple ring, a promise made real 6 months ago in a quiet ceremony attended only by those who mattered. But I'm not going alone. Obviously. Hermione squeezed his fingers. Ron and Luna are meeting us at the Ministry. Sirius insisted on coming too, though Lupin's trying to talk him out of it. He won't succeed. No. She smiled despite everything. He won't. The Ministry of Magic had changed since Voldemort's fall. The old regime, Fudge and his cronies, had been swept away in the political upheaval that followed the graveyard battle. Amelia Bones now served as minister, her no-nonsense approach a welcome change from decades of corruption and denial. She met them in the atrium, flanked by Aurors who eyed Harry with a mixture of respect and unease. Potter. Her voice was clipped, professional. Thank you for coming. You made it sound urgent. It is. Bones fell into step beside them as they walked toward the elevators. The veil has been active for 3 weeks now. Our unspeakables have tried everything, containment wards, suppression rituals, even physical barriers. Nothing works. What's it doing? Calling. That's the best description we have. Voices coming through, indistinct but persistent. And occasionally, she hesitated. Things have been trying to come through. We've managed to contain them so far, but they're getting stronger. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. Rookwood's creatures. Similar. Not identical. These are newer. Less formed, but more numerous. Bones stopped at the elevator, turning to face him fully. I won't pretend to understand what you are, Potter. What you've become. But I know you're the only person who successfully navigated the boundary and come back whole. If anyone can fix this, I can. Harry's voice was certain. But I may not be able to do it gently. What does that mean? It means the veil might not survive what I have to do. And everything connected to it, the voices of the dead, the glimpses beyond, all of it, might be lost permanently. Bones absorbed this. The unspeakables would object. The unspeakables created this problem by experimenting with forces they didn't understand. Harry's patience for institutional protection of dangerous research had worn thin over the years. If they want to complain, they can take it up with the things trying to claw through from the other side. Fair point. Bones stepped into the elevator. Let's go see what we're dealing with. The Department of Mysteries was exactly as unsettling as Harry remembered. Circular rooms that rotated to confuse intruders. Doors that opened onto impossible spaces. The constant sense of being watched by things that didn't quite exist in normal reality. The death chamber was worse. The ancient amphitheater stretched downward in concentric rings, all focused on the dais at the center where the veil hung suspended between ancient stone pillars. The tattered black curtain moved constantly now, billowing in a wind that came from nowhere, rippling with shapes that almost resolved into faces before dissolving back into shadow. And the whispers, Harry heard them the moment he entered the chamber. Not indistinct murmurs like the unspeakables reported. Clear voices, calling his name. Harry Potter. Master of Death. The bridge between worlds. You have what we need. You have what we want. Come closer. Let us through. We only want to exist, you can hear them, Luna said quietly. She'd arrived with Ron, both of them grim-faced but determined. They're speaking directly to you. They think I'll help them. Will you? Harry descended the stone steps toward the dais, each footfall echoing in the unnatural silence. The Watcher stirred in his mind, attention focusing outward. These are not like me, it observed. These are the broken ones. The failed experiments, the wounds that never healed. They want existence, but they have no capacity for partnership. Only consumption. Can they be reasoned with? No. They are hunger given form. The only language they understand is force. Harry reached the bottom of the amphitheater. The veil loomed before him, 10 feet of ancient fabric that somehow contained infinities. He could see more clearly now, the shapes pressing against the barrier, the tears where Rookwood's experiments had weakened the fabric, the darkness leaking through. There are too many, he said aloud. The veil can't contain them forever. Then what do we do? Ron asked from halfway up the steps. His wand was out, his stance ready, but Harry could see the fear in his eyes. This wasn't an enemy you could fight with spells and courage. We give them what they want. Harry reached for the hallows, the stone in his pocket, the wand at his hip, the cloak folded against his skin. They want through. They want to exist. So I'll open the door. Harry, Hermione started down the steps. And then I'll close it again. With everything that doesn't belong on this side trapped on the other. Including the Watcher. Harry felt his partner's attention sharpen. You would risk our bond? I would risk everything to protect the people I love. He spoke both to Hermione and to the entity in his mind. But I don't think it will come to that. The Watcher chose partnership. These things are incapable of it. When the door opens, they'll pour through, and when it closes, they'll be pulled back. But you. He focused inward. You're anchored to me now. Part of who I am. The door can't take you unless I let it. You're certain? No. But I'm doing it anyway. The Watcher was silent for a long moment. Then, you have grown, Harry Potter. When we first touched, you were a frightened boy trying to understand impossible things. Now you are something else entirely. Is that approval? It is respect. Whatever happens, I am honored to have shared existence with you. Harry drew the Elder Wand and raised it toward the veil. The magic that flowed through him was unlike anything he'd wielded before. Not spells, those were too limited, too structured. This was raw reality manipulation, the power of the Hallows united in a single will. He could feel the stone connecting him to the boundary, the cloak hiding his essence from the things that hunted, the wand amplifying everything until the chamber trembled with barely contained force. Open, he commanded. The veil responded. The tattered curtain dissolved, revealing what lay behind, not darkness, not light, but something else. A threshold. A doorway to the space between worlds where things like the Watcher dwelled. And through that doorway, the Broken Ones came. They poured into the chamber like a flood of shadows, formless, hungry, screaming with voices that existed beyond sound. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, drawn by the promise of existence that had been denied them for so long. Harry. Hermione's voice was distant, muffled by the chaos. He didn't respond. He couldn't, all his focus was on the door, on controlling what came through, on the delicate balance between opening and obliteration. The Broken Ones swarmed around him, through him, past him. They wanted out, wanted existence, wanted everything that had been denied, but they didn't understand what he was. Harry stood at the center of the flood, and as the entities touched him, they recoiled. The Master of Death wasn't prey. He was authority. He was the boundary made manifest, the living embodiment of the threshold they sought to cross. You don't belong here, he thought at them. You never did. You're the mistakes, the experiments that should never have been attempted. And I'm sending you back. No. The chorus of screaming voices united into a single protest. We want to exist. We deserve, you deserve nothing. Harry reached out with the power of the Hallows, grabbed the flood of entities, and pulled. The door began to close. The backlash was immense. Harry felt himself lifted off his feet, suspended in a maelstrom of dark energy as the Broken Ones fought to resist. They clawed at his mind, his soul, his bond with the Watcher. They wanted to drag him back with them, to consume him, to use whatever remained as a foothold for future escape. Hold on, the Watcher urged. The door is closing. Just a few more moments, but Harry could feel himself slipping. The entities were too numerous, too desperate. Every one he pushed back, 3 more grabbed hold. His consciousness was fragmenting, pieces of himself tearing away into the void. Let me help. A new voice, familiar, warm, unexpected. Harry's mother materialized before him, her form solidifying from the chaos of the threshold. Not a ghost, not a memory, something else. A soul that had been waiting for this moment. Mom. We're here, Harry. His father appeared beside her, followed by others, Cedric, who had died in the graveyard, Dumbledore, who had passed peacefully in his sleep a year ago, countless souls who had crossed through the veil over centuries. You're not alone in this, Lily said. You were never alone. They joined their strength to his, not power exactly, but presence. The accumulated wisdom and love of those who had accepted death and found peace on the other side. The Broken Ones were hunger, desperation, rejection of natural order. But Harry had the support of those who understood that death was transition, not ending. Now, the Watcher said. Harry closed the door. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry lay on the stone floor of the death chamber, gasping for breath, his entire body aching with the effort of what he'd done. The veil hung motionless between its pillars, not tattered anymore, but whole. Solid. Sealed. Harry. Hermione's face appeared above him, pale with fear but alive, present, real. "Can you hear me?" "Yeah." His voice came out as a croak. "I'm okay. I think." "You were glowing. And screaming." And, she broke off, wiping at tears she hadn't seemed to notice. "Don't ever do that again. Probably won't need to." He let her help him sit up, taking stock of his condition. Everything hurt, but nothing felt broken. The Watcher was still there, shaken but intact. The hallows hummed against his skin, their power temporarily exhausted but recovering. "The door is closed," Luna said, descending the steps to join them. "Really closed. I can't see any more tears or weak points. Whatever you did, it worked. Not just me." Harry looked at the veil, remembering the souls who had helped him. His parents, appearing one final time to save him. "I had help." "From who?" "People who love me. Even the ones who are gone." He accepted Ron's offered hand and hauled himself to his feet. "The broken ones were trying to force their way through because they thought existence was something you could take. But it's not. It's something you're given, by the connections you form, the people who care about you, the meaning you create." "That's surprisingly philosophical for someone who just closed a dimensional rift," Ron said. "Nearly dying gives you perspective." The aftermath was quieter than Harry expected. Minister Bones accepted his report with her usual brisk efficiency. The unspeakables were furious about losing access to the Veil's secrets, but a few pointed reminders about whose experiments had caused the problem silenced most complaints. Life, as it so often did, continued. But something had changed. Harry stood at the window of the small house he and Hermione had purchased in Godric's Hollow, a deliberate choice, reclaiming the village where his parents had died. The summer evening was warm and quiet, the kind of peace he'd spent most of his life fighting to achieve. "You're brooding again." Hermione joined him at the window, a cup of tea in each hand. "Thinking. There's a difference." "Is there?" Harry accepted the tea and smiled. "Probably not." They stood in comfortable silence, watching the stars emerge from the fading twilight. The Watcher rested easy in Harry's mind, content after the exertion of closing the veil. For the first time in years, nothing demanded his immediate attention. "What happens now?" Hermione asked. "I don't know. That's strange, isn't it? I've spent my whole life knowing what came next: survive the Dursleys, survive Hogwarts, survive Voldemort. And now? Now you get to figure it out for yourself. It's terrifying. It's wonderful." She leaned against him, and he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "We're 20 years old, Harry. We have our whole lives ahead of us. We could do anything. Any ideas?" "A few." Hermione's voice was thoughtful. "The magical world is still recovering from Voldemort. There are laws that need changing, institutions that need reforming, people who need help understanding that the old ways weren't as good as they remember. Politics. Advocacy. Change from within." She looked up at him. "You have influence now, real influence. People listen when you speak. If we used that to push for the changes we believe in. I'd be terrible at politics. You'd be terrible at pretending. But you've never been good at that anyway. What you are good at is standing up for what's right, even when it's hard. That's what we need." Harry considered it. The idea of deliberately entering the political arena made his skin crawl, too many memories of Fudge and his cronies, of bureaucrats more concerned with image than substance. But Hermione was right. He had influence. Using it to help people felt more productive than waiting for the next apocalypse to arrive. "Together?" he asked. "Always." The years unfolded like pages in a book Harry was finally enjoying reading. There were challenges, of course. Dark wizards who thought Voldemort's fall had created opportunities. Political opponents who resented Harry's influence and worked to undermine everything he tried to accomplish. Moments of danger when the Watcher's power was needed to resolve threats that ordinary magic couldn't touch. But there was also joy. Harry and Hermione's first child, James Sirius, named for legacies worth honoring, arrived screaming into the world on a spring morning that felt like a promise. Luna married Rolf Scamander and traveled the world documenting magical creatures no one else could see. Ron built a life with Hannah Abbott, running the leaky cauldron together and filling it with laughter. Sirius, finally at peace with his past, spent his remaining years surrounded by family who loved him. The Watcher observed it all with growing wonder. "I have watched for eons," it remarked one evening, as Harry sat with his son on his lap, reading from a book of wizard tales. "Seen civilizations rise and fall, watched countless lives begin and end. But I never understood what made any of it matter. And now I begin to see." The entity's presence was warm, almost fond. It is not the grand events that define existence. Not the battles or the discoveries or the moments of cosmic significance. It is this, a parent reading to a child, passing on stories that will be passed on again. Continuity. Connection. Love that persists beyond individual lifetimes. Getting sentimental in your old age? Perhaps. You have changed me, Harry Potter. Made me something I never expected to become. What's that? Part of a family. Harry smiled and returned to his reading. The final test came 30 years after the Battle of the Graveyard. Harry felt it approaching long before it arrived, a disturbance in the boundary between worlds, different from Rookwood's experiments or the Broken One's desperate clawing. This was something older. Fundamental. A reckoning that had been waiting since the moment he first merged with the Watcher. He sat in his study, surrounded by the accumulated debris of a life well lived. Photos covered the walls, his children, his grandchildren, moments of joy captured and preserved. Awards he'd never asked for gathered dust on shelves. Letters from people he'd helped over the decades filled boxes he couldn't bring himself to throw away. "You know what is coming," the Watcher said. "Yes. You are not afraid." "No." Harry looked at the photo on his desk, Hermione, gray-haired now but still beautiful, still fierce, still his. "I've lived a good life. Better than I ever imagined possible. If it's time. It is not death that comes for you." "Not exactly." The Watcher's presence shifted, something Harry had never felt before. Uncertainty. "My kind, the Watchers, the Threshold Guardians, whatever names your people have given us, we have a source. An origin. Something that exists at the ultimate boundary, beyond even what I can perceive. And it's coming here. It is already here. It has been here since the moment of our merger, watching as I once watched. Learning, as I have learned. And now it wants to understand what we have become." Harry absorbed this. 30 years of partnership with the Watcher had taught him to recognize genuine concern versus momentary worry. This was the former. "What does it want?" "I do not know. That is what frightens me." The Watcher paused. "I have never been frightened before. It is an unpleasant sensation. Welcome to humanity." "Thank you, I think." The study door opened. Hermione entered, her expression sharp with the same alertness that had carried them through countless dangers. "Something's happening," she said. "The wards are resonating. And James just flood, he says the Department of Mysteries reports activity at the sealed veil." "It's not the veil." Harry stood, feeling the weight of decades in his bones but also the strength that remained. "It's something else. Something bigger. Can you stop it?" "I don't know." He crossed to her, took her hands. "Hermione, if this goes wrong, shut up." Her voice was fierce despite the tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. "You've been trying to say goodbye since I met you. I never accept it. I'm not starting now. I love you. I know. Now let's go see what fresh apocalypse is trying to ruin our retirement." The presence manifested in the garden behind their house. Harry had always loved this garden, the roses Hermione cultivated with suspicious magical assistance, the pond where their grandchildren caught non-magical fish, the old oak tree under which he proposed 30 years ago. It was a place of peace, of memory, of life. Which made the being standing beneath the oak all the more jarring. It had no form, not really. More like an absence of form, a shape cut from reality itself. Looking at it made Harry's eyes water and his mind slip sideways. Even the Watcher recoiled. The origin, it whispered. I did not expect it to manifest directly. I came because you have done something unprecedented. The voice emerged from everywhere and nowhere, ancient beyond comprehension but somehow conversational. In all the eons of existence, no Watcher has ever truly merged with a mortal. You have created something new. I needed to see it for myself. Harry stepped forward, positioning himself between the entity and his home. You're the source of the Watchers. I am the boundary between what is and what is not. The Watchers are extensions of myself. Fragments sent to observe the myriad worlds that exist at the threshold of my awareness. The formless presence shifted slightly. When one of my fragments merges so completely with a mortal being, it becomes something other. Something I cannot directly perceive. Is that a problem? It is a curiosity. The entity's voice carried something that might have been amusement. I have existed since existence itself began. Very little surprises me anymore. You, Harry Potter, are surprising. I get that a lot. Your fragment, the Watcher you carry, was one of the hungriest. The most desperate to experience existence rather than merely observe it. I expected it would eventually attempt something reckless. I did not expect it to succeed. The Watcher stirred in Harry's mind. Father? The concept seemed strange coming from an entity so old, but the uncertainty in its presence was unmistakable. In a sense. The Origin's attention shifted to include the Watcher directly. You have changed, child. Grown in ways I did not anticipate. The hunger that once defined you has become something else. What? Love, I believe you mortals call it. The entity's voice was contemplative. Attachment. Connection. The things that make brief lives meaningful. You have learned them from this human, and in learning them, become something new. Is that why you're here? Harry asked. To evaluate what we've become. Partially. I am also here because of what you did at the Veil. The presence shifted again, somehow conveying gravity despite its formlessness. You closed a door that should have remained open. Sealed away fragments of myself that had become corrupted, yes, but also severed connections that have existed since the dawn of time. Those connections were dangerous. Things were trying to come through that would have consumed everything. Things that were once part of me. Children, in the same sense the Watcher is my child. The Origin's voice carried something almost like sorrow. They were broken by your people's experiments. Driven mad by the attempts to exploit them. But they were still mine. Harry felt the weight of this. He'd thought of the broken ones as threats, dangers to be eliminated. He hadn't considered that they might be mourned. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't know. No. You did what you believed was necessary to protect your world. I do not fault you for that. The entity paused. But I have come to collect something in exchange. The temperature in the garden dropped. Hermione moved to Harry's side, wand drawn, though they both knew it would be useless against something like this. Behind them, the house blazed with light, their children and grandchildren gathered for what was supposed to be a birthday celebration, unaware of what confronted their patriarch. Collect what? Harry asked. My child. The Origin's attention focused on the Watcher within him. The fragment that merged with you has experienced existence in ways no other Watcher ever has. Its knowledge, its understanding, these are valuable beyond measure. I would have them returned. You want to separate us? The Watcher's presence flooded with alarm. After all these years, after everything we have become, I want you to choose. The entity's voice was oddly gentle. For the first time in your existence, you have the capacity to choose. You have learned that from your partner. So I offer you options. Harry's heart was pounding. 30 years of partnership, 30 years of shared existence, and now, what options, he asked. The first, the Watcher returns to me. Separates from you, rejoins the whole, shares what it has learned with all its siblings. You would survive the separation, diminished, perhaps, but whole. You would live out your remaining years as a normal mortal. And the Watcher would cease to exist as an individual. Its memories, its experiences, its love, all would be distributed across the collective. The entity you know would be gone, but everything it learned would persist. The Watcher made a sound in Harry's mind that might have been grief. The second option. I take you both. The Origin's voice was matter of fact. The merger you have created is unique. I could absorb it whole, preserve the bond you share, make you part of myself forever. You would not die, not exactly. But you would not exist as you currently understand existence either. I'd become part of the boundary. Part of me. As would your Watcher. The entity paused. You would experience everything I experience. See all worlds, know all possibilities. But you would lose the connections that make your current existence meaningful. Your family, your friends, everything you have built, it would continue without you. Harry looked at Hermione. Her face was pale but determined, the same expression she'd worn facing mountain trolls and dark lords and every other impossible situation they'd survived together. There's a third option, she said quietly. There's always a third option. Clever woman. The Origin sounded almost approving. The third option is the most difficult. I leave the Watcher with you. You continue as you are, merged and whole. But in exchange, you become my agent in this world. When threats emerge at the boundary, when things try to cross that should not, you deal with them. Forever. Forever. You would not age as mortals age. The boundary would sustain you, as it sustains me. You would watch your children grow old and die. Your grandchildren. Their children after them. You would persist, anchored to the threshold, for as long as the boundary exists. Harry felt the weight of this settle over him like a shroud. That is not mercy, the Watcher said. That is a different kind of death, slow and endless, watching everyone you love pass while you remain. Perhaps. The Origin's voice was neither kind nor cruel, simply factual. But it is the price of keeping what you have. Nothing comes without cost. You should know that better than most, Harry Potter. Harry stood in silence, feeling the impossible weight of the choice before him. Option 1 meant losing the Watcher, the entity that had been part of him for more than half his life. 30 years of shared existence, erased. He would be less than he was, diminished in ways he couldn't fully imagine. But he would be human again. Mortal. Able to grow old with Hermione and eventually pass on to whatever came next. Option 2 meant losing everything else. His family, his connections, his very identity, all dissolved into something vast and incomprehensible. He would experience wonders beyond imagination, but he wouldn't be Harry anymore. Not really. Option 3 meant keeping everything, except the ability to share it. He would watch the people he loved die, one by one, while he remained unchanging. Eventually, he would be alone, separated from humanity by an insurmountable gulf of time and experience. What do you want? The Watcher's voice was quiet, uncertain. This is your choice, Harry. Your life that hangs in the balance. I will accept whatever you decide. Don't do that. Harry's voice was sharper than he intended. Don't pretend you're just a passenger in this. We're partners. Have been for 30 years. Whatever I choose, it affects you too. You have a family. People who depend on you, who love you. I am an entity from beyond the veil. My wants should not, your wants matter. Harry turned to face Hermione, seeing the fear and love and determination in her eyes. Just like hers do. Just like mine. Then tell me what you're thinking, Hermione said. Because I can see you working through something, and I'd rather help than watch you struggle alone. Harry took a breath. I'm thinking about something Dumbledore told me once. He said that death was just the next great adventure. That we shouldn't fear it, shouldn't cling to life so desperately that we forgot to actually live it. You want to choose option 1? No. Harry shook his head. I'm thinking about what he said because I finally understand why he was wrong. Hermione's eyes widened. Wrong? Death isn't an adventure. It's an ending. The people waiting on the other side, my parents, Dumbledore, all of them, they're not going anywhere. They're just, existing. At peace, yes, but static. The adventure is here, in this life, in the connections we make and the changes we create. He turned back to the origin. I don't accept your options. The entity pulsed with something that might have been surprise. They are the only options available. Then we'll make a new one. Harry felt the Watcher stir in his mind, catching on to his plan. You want what the Watcher has learned, the experience of true existence, of love and connection. But you don't need to take the Watcher itself to get that. You can copy it. Copy? The Watcher merged with me, became part of who I am. But it didn't stop being what it was originally. It's both, human experience and eternal awareness, mortal connection and immortal perspective. Those aren't separate things anymore. They're woven together. You want to give the origin access to our bond, the Watcher realized. Let it experience what we've created without destroying us in the process. Is that possible? I do not know. The Origin's capabilities are beyond my understanding. But if it wants what we have, if it's truly curious about love and connection, it might find observation more valuable than consumption. Harry looked at the entity that had existed since the dawn of reality. Well? You said I was surprising. Here's your chance to be surprised again. The silence stretched for an eternity that probably lasted 3 seconds. Then the Origin laughed. It was an impossible sound, reality itself shaking with amusement, the boundary between worlds rippling like disturbed water. Harry felt it in his bones, in his soul, in every cell of his being. You bargain with the fundamental forces of existence, the entity said. You offer terms to something older than your world. And somehow, against all reason, it is working. Is that a yes? It is a consideration. The formless presence shifted again. You are correct that consumption is not my only means of understanding. I could observe your bond, experience it from outside as the Watcher once experienced your world. It would take longer, require more patience. But patience is something I have in abundance. And in exchange, I would leave you intact. Both of you, merged as you are, free to live out your mortal spans. The Origin paused. But you would still serve as my agents when needed. Not forever, not the endless vigil I described, but when true threats emerge at the boundary. When things try to cross that could destroy everything. Harry glanced at Hermione. She gave him a tiny nod. We can live with that. Good. The entity's presence began to fade, reality reasserting itself around the garden. I will be watching, Harry Potter. Not to threaten, to learn. You have shown me something I did not expect to find in the mortal realm. I am curious to see what else you might teach me. Any hints about what that might be? If I knew, it would not be surprising. The Origin's voice was almost fond now, fading with its presence. Live well, Master of Death. I suspect our story is not yet finished. The entity vanished. The garden returned to normal, roses nodding in the evening breeze, the oak tree casting familiar shadows, the sounds of family drifting from the house behind them. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Did we just? Hermione started. Negotiate with the fundamental force underlying all reality? Yes. And it worked? Apparently. Harry turned to face her, seeing the stunned disbelief giving way to something like hysterical relief. I'm still here. The Watcher's still here. And we get to grow old together. You absolute madman. She threw her arms around him, half laughing, half crying. Only you could turn an existential confrontation into a business meeting. I learned from the best. Don't try to flatter me. I'm too relieved to appreciate it properly. Harry held her close, feeling the warmth of her against him, the reality of this moment after so many that had seemed impossible. 30 years of marriage, 3 children, grandchildren who were probably wondering what was taking so long outside. A whole life, lived fully, still ongoing. We should go inside, he said eventually. James made cake. In a minute. Hermione pulled back to look at him, really look, the way she had when they were teenagers facing down the darkness together. I love you, Harry Potter. I know. Don't do the Han Solo thing. I'm being serious. Harry smiled, the easy, genuine smile that had taken him decades to learn. I love you too, Hermione Potter. More than I know how to say. More than I knew was possible. Better. She kissed him, brief but intense. Now let's go eat cake. We can process the existential implications of our conversation with primordial cosmic entities tomorrow. The birthday party continued as if nothing had happened. Harry sat in his favorite chair, surrounded by family and friends, watching the chaos of celebration unfold around him. James and his wife chasing their toddler around the kitchen. Albus deep in conversation with Luna about creatures that might or might not exist. Lily and her husband exchanging the kind of glances that suggested they'd be announcing something soon. Life, in all its messy, complicated, beautiful glory. You are content, the Watcher observed. I am. It is a strange feeling. All those eons of watching, and I never understood why contentment mattered. Why mortals sought it so desperately. And now? Now I understand that contentment is not the absence of struggle. It is the presence of meaning. Having something to fight for, something to protect, something to love. The Watcher's presence warmed. You have given me that. All of this, the family, the connections, the life we have lived, it is because of you. We built it together. Yes. We did. The entity paused. Thank you, Harry. For refusing to let the origin separate us. For fighting to keep what we have. Did you think I wouldn't? I thought. I hoped, but I was not certain. The Watcher's voice was soft. Mortals are unpredictable. Even after 30 years, you surprise me. Good. Harry smiled, watching his grandson attempt to steal frosting from the cake. I'd hate to become boring. Later that night, long after the guests had gone and the house had settled into peaceful quiet, Harry stood at the window of his bedroom. The garden was dark now, stars wheeling overhead in patterns he'd learned to read during his years of boundary watching. Hermione slept behind him, her breathing deep and even. They'd made love earlier with the urgency of people who'd been reminded of mortality, who'd faced the possibility of losing everything and emerged intact. It had been good. Had always been good with her. You are thinking about the future, the Watcher said. Hard not to, after tonight. What do you see? Harry considered the question. He saw more years with Hermione, growing older together until they couldn't grow anymore. He saw his children building lives of their own, his grandchildren becoming people he couldn't imagine yet. He saw challenges and triumphs and ordinary days that added up to something extraordinary. He saw, eventually, an ending. The one that came for everyone, master of death or not. The transition to whatever lay beyond, where his parents waited and his story would finally be complete. "I see a good life," he said. "Not perfect. Not easy. But good. That is enough. That's everything." Harry turned from the window and climbed back into bed, settling beside the woman he loved. The battles are over. The enemies are defeated. Now we just get to live. For however long we have, we get to be happy. The Watcher was quiet for a moment. Then, "I am glad that I could be part of this. That you let me share it with you. Wouldn't have it any other way." Sleep came easily that night, the deep, restful sleep of someone at peace with who they were and what they'd done. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the master of death, the man who'd faced darkness and chosen light, drifted off to dreams of sunlit gardens and children's laughter and a future that stretched ahead like an open road. The Watcher watched over him, content. And somewhere beyond the boundary, the Origin observed, and learned, and began to understand why mortals fought so hard for something as simple as love. 50 years later, when Harry Potter finally closed his eyes for the last time, he did so surrounded by family. His children, gray-haired themselves now, held his hands. His grandchildren and great-grandchildren filled the room, their love a tangible presence that made the transition easier. Hermione had gone before him, 3 years earlier, peacefully, in her sleep, after 92 years of a life lived fully. He'd missed her every day since, but he'd kept going, because that's what she would have wanted. Because their children and grandchildren still needed him. Because the life they'd built together deserved to be honored by continuing to live it. Now, finally, it was time. "Are you ready?" the Watcher asked. "Yes. The boundary awaits. But this time, you will not be crossing alone." Harry smiled, feeling his body release its hold on consciousness. "I never was alone. That was the whole point." The last thing he saw was his mother's face, waiting on the other side of the veil, welcoming him home. And the first thing he felt, as death took him, was not fear. It was love. Epilogue, a beginning. The Watcher persisted. Not in Harry, that bond had ended with his mortal life, as they'd both known it would. But the entity that had spent 30 years learning what existence truly meant did not simply cease to be. It returned to the Origin, as all fragments eventually do, and shared what it had learned. Love. Connection. Meaning built through relationship rather than isolation. The things Harry Potter had taught it. And the Origin, vast and ancient and fundamentally changed by what its fragment brought back, did something unprecedented. It began to wonder. Across all the boundaries of reality, in every world that touched the threshold between existence and void, something shifted. The Watchers, those eternal observers, those hungry beings pressing against the glass, started to understand that observation alone was not enough. Partnership was possible. Love was real. And one human, living one finite life in one small corner of reality, had shown them how. The ripples of Harry Potter's choices spread outward, touching worlds he would never know, changing futures he would never see. It was, perhaps, the greatest magic of all, the simple truth that kindness and connection could transform not just individuals, but the fundamental nature of existence itself. In the end, the Master of Death had not conquered anything. He had simply loved. And that, as it turned out, was more than enough.